and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With great
set themselves up for a chance to win a series on the road today. That is the positive from this. Ryan Presley comes in at the end, gets a save. They scratch together a few runs by taking advantage of some mistakes by the other team. And the Astros get a 3-1 win last night as we welcome you in on a Wednesday. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Seth back tomorrow. B. Scott, third day in a row, getting up with the early crew, getting up with what I like to call the Odyssey homeroom around here. We've got the 100.3, the Bull crew.
Yep.
We've got Jesse Watt over there in the mix studio. We've got our mega team over here.
Yeah, and it's a cool crew. It's a cool homeroom.
It's a really cool crew, man.
I can remember back when you get homeroom assignments in school, it always mattered, okay, maybe not necessarily the teacher, but certainly like who's there, like what classmates, teammates, friends are going to be in the homeroom, and that sort of made the homeroom cool or not cool. And y'all definitely got a cool one, so I'm glad to be a part of it, man. The third day in a row, last day
how you
for
feeling,
Seth.
Man? How you feeling?
I'm actually feeling good. I told you it's the getting up and getting in gear, but once I get in gear, I'm pretty good. And I'm normally up at this hour anyway, parenting, just not up talking and trying to entertain. You know what I mean?
Not having to perform.
Oh, yeah, I'm always up at this hour, but I'm normally a little more grumpy. I'm instructing kids on do this, do that.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different. But I'll say this, though. For me, I'm just glad to be in here for the third day in a row, and not be talking about a third Astros loss in a row.
That's true.
Monday I came in here, and it was a frustrating loss that we had to discuss.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, and it was on 6-10 day nonetheless. Yesterday we coming in here, another rough loss, just in a different fashion, but rough nonetheless for us to discuss, both in walk-off fashion. So on my third and final day, you and I get to sit in here and chop it up about an Astros win, and not just an Astros win, but as you mentioned, a resourceful Astros win. I'm all for it.
Yeah, doing things they haven't done a lot this year, man, which is, just kind of find a way, scrape together some runs. I will say this, one thing, literally, I mean, we can sit here and debate the resourcefulness of previous wins and small ball versus they're hitting home runs, this and that. Statistically, they did something last night that they've done very few times this year.
And what's that?
Going into last night, the Astros were 3-28 in games in which they scored 3 runs or fewer. If it was a small ball, if it was one of those...
That tracks, though.
A little boxing match where there's really nobody swinging for knockout punches, where it's just jab, 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 kind of small ball kind of stuff. Tracks for sure. It tracks for sure. 3 or fewer runs. The Astros 3-28 on the season.
So I didn't have that stat on the ready.
They're 4-28 now.
Yeah, I didn't have that stat on the ready, but I did earlier in the year, and I'm trying to remember what game it was. But it was coming off of like a win and a loss whenever I was in on this particular Thursday or whatever it was, and I'm like, hey man, this is a team that's got to score 1 million runs to win a game, because it felt that way. Like if they didn't score 7, 8, 9 runs in the game, they didn't know how to win it. And so it's felt that way. That was just like a month ago, maybe longer. So it's felt that way for a long time. That stat absolutely tracks. But again, on the positive side, resourceful, found a way to win. Some of the older heroes mixed with a newer pitcher were the ones to come up for you. You know, Jose Altuve, trademark Jose Altuve hitting the ball in the opposite batter's box for an infield single, or for an RBI single in the infield, and you get the same thing basically. Not swinging at the other batter's box, but with Alex Bregman, and then Matt Chapman does you a favor. That's all you needed.
Yeah, it's weird when you have a stat like that. The Astros now 4-28 in games where they've scored 3 runs or fewer. That would normally be an indictment on the pitching, which is like, hey man, pitching, lift us up at times where we're scoring 2 or 3 runs. And it is partially an indictment on the pitching earlier in the season. Earlier in the season. In the pitching with routinely various guys having 5, 6, 7-run innings that they're giving up in a start. Yeah. The pitching statistically has been better over the last month and a half. Like the starters, there have been some glitches along the way, but Ronel Blanco, his ERA is in the mid-2s now after last night. We'll talk about him in a second.
Yeah.
Verlander, other than a couple glitches, has been pretty good. Fromber looks to be old Fromber being back here.
Close to it, yep.
Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti have really, over their last 4 or 5 starts, have established themselves as being a solid rotation piece. And the bullpen statistically, other than Ryan Presley in save or hold situations, has been pretty good. I think this stat is certainly an indictment on when you're 4-28 at anything, it's an indictment on probably everybody. It would normally be a pitching thing for me, but this lineup is so feast or famine.
Yeah.
It's like when they score 3 or fewer runs, it's usually like 1 run. You know what I mean? Like it's 0 or 1. It's that kind of thing.
Well, I think it's an indictment on a few things. And we talked about all of them at various points of the season so far. The hitting, lack of timely hitting. Situational hitting. Yeah. That was an issue. Now, it's a thing because if you look at most of the offensive stats, Astros are pretty good. It's the situational stuff where it gets a little bit dicey. I think even more so than that, or just the thing that when I heard you say that, and when we're talking about this stat, the thing that I think about, you mentioned Hunter Brown. Remember Hunter Brown? It's like first inning Hunter Brown.
Oh yeah.
First 2 innings Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
Like there's just something about that early part of the game, or at least there had been. He's been a lot better lately, but I mean his ERA was also. Just an absurd astronomical number at one point in the first inning or first couple innings or whatever it was.
Crazy, yeah.
It was crazy. So you had that stretch of Hunter Brown, and like you mentioned, the back end of the bullpen, or just the bullpen in general in the beginning of the year was rough. And Josh Hader eventually got things together. Brian Abreu eventually started pitching a lot better. Ryan Presley has been also, I wouldn't say he's just been bad. He's just been also kind of feast or famine, hit or miss. Yeah. So what we need the Astros to do is to bring it all together at once, which is what it felt like they did last night. Even though they didn't have the big hit game, they had situational hitting, and they had a very good start by their starter, and then the bullpen came and closed things out.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, I think, an overall complete team effort last night.
So Presley gets the save last night because Hader had pitched the previous 2 days. Taylor Scott was excellent again. That's been an amazing find by Dana Brown. Taylor Scott has been outstanding as a situational and middle reliever for this team. Ronel Blanco, this was great to see because Ronel Blanco had not been great since coming back from the suspension. His first start back from the suspension, he was excellent. And then his last 2 starts, he'd not been very good. He was really good last night. 6 really good innings last night. Closed it out with a strikeout in a big situation of Troy Chapman, I believe, to close out the 6th inning. So that was good that he got 6 innings for you. Kind of rests the bullpen a little bit. Here was Joe Espada after the game last night on Ronel Blanco's.
You know what? His fastball was really good today. Some 94, 95. I think just done some of their hitters. Looked like they were kind of leaning soft on some counts, and he was able to execute his fastball, open up door for some good sliders also. We needed a good outing from Blanco, and he gave us that.
Yeah, man, Blanco's been impressive, like just overall. I know, like you said, he struggled since he's come back from the suspension, but he took some time away. Like you missed a start. So yep. I think you could maybe attribute some of that to rustiness, maybe a little bit of regression to the mean. He had the no-hitter earlier in the year, and there was a lot of like Blanco buzz to start the year. But my thought as an Astros fan, like just separate from Blanco, but just more so from the team standpoint, last night was, and this is after they take the 3-1 lead, I'm just like, man, back-to-back nights, your rookie pitcher, and I know Blanco's an older rookie, but back-to-back nights where your rookie pitcher gives you about as good of a outing, as good of a performance as you could reasonably ask for from him. Spencer Arrighetti the night before, and I know they didn't win the game, but that's my point, though. You get back-to-back nights of what I would consider quality from rookie pitchers, you got to cash in.
Well, this is non-negotiable now. They're 31-37 on the season. I haven't looked at the standings to see if they picked up ground last night. It was just too late in the evening for me to look. But honestly, for me, B. Scott, that when they got to 3.5 back of the Mariners with an actual series against the Mariners a couple weeks ago, to where they could have mathematically taken the lead in the division, that's when I started paying pretty close attention to the standings.
Yeah.
Now that they're back at 7.5 back or 6.5 back, whatever they are, it looks like you might be pulling it up over there.
Yeah, it looks like it's 7.5.
7.5. So the Mariners won last night.
Yeah, yep. They won. But I just saw the Rangers get pummeled by the Dodgers. But yeah, it's the Mariners here.
Yeah, they might pass the Rangers here pretty soon. They're I think a game back of the Rangers. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's right.
Game back of the Rangers. I think just through the normal course of the Astros being what they've been over the last month and the Rangers being what they've been over the last month, that's going to happen eventually. To me at 31-37, I'm more focused on get back to 500.
I've been there for weeks, Sean.
Yeah, get back to 500, and then I'll look hardcore at the standings. But you mentioned, Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, Ronel Blanco, these three pitching the way they're pitching right now is a non-negotiable, essential element to what the Astros are need to be over the next month or two. There's no wiggle room to have one of them be what, say, Hunter Brown was in April.
Oh no,
there's no wiggle room anymore.
No, like there was at that time when you could still say it's early and it's just baseball. And
I'm not saying over the course of 2 weeks that they need to be a combined 5-0 or something like that. But they've got to be at a minimum slightly above average starting pitchers for the time being until they get Luis Garcia back, until they acquire another arm, because it's a 5-man rotation, and they are 7.5 games back right now.
Yeah, it's twofold. There's two main reasons why. It's because the guys that you were hoping to rely on and that you traditionally rely on are not available to you because of the injuries. And then also you just have not really won enough. You have not played good enough baseball to account for their struggles if they were to have them. So you absolutely need them to play well. Just to mention about the Mariners winning last night, they're playing the White Sox, dude. So you got to win. Yeah. The Mariners are playing arguably the worst team in all of baseball, one of the worst organizations in the entire MLB.
Keep pace, yeah.
So yeah, you absolutely got to win these games.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. Up next, drama around the league with other teams. This might be for a guy who is saying we got to eliminate the distractions. This guy just continues to be a distraction. Under what circumstances is it acceptable for the leader of your team to miss mandatory minicamp? We'll tell you who it is. We'll let you hear from his coach. Feel sorry for this guy. Coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Were you on Prize Picks last night? Did you get in on some of that action with
SportsRadioCenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Quick correction. Freudian slip. Called Matt Chapman, Troy Chapman in the open. First of all, two things. One, it's early, man. It's the first segment of the show. Things are going to get butchered. If Seth's not here to butcher names, somebody needs to butcher names on the show.
Yeah.
This is the show that is known for butchering names.
Well, and I am inclined. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I am certainly not above it. So,
Seth and I definitely are not. But the second thing is, you and I have a buddy named Troy Chapman.
We do know a Troy Chapman.
Yeah.
So shout out to Texans Cap. We know a Troy Chapman, so it wasn't like it was that far off for us to mix Matt and Troy.
He exists in our ecosystem.
Yeah, both of Chapmans. And look, if Matt Chapman want to get his name called correctly, don't go out there throwing the ball into the other
Thank
team,
you.
Which I do thank him for doing so because it helped the Astros. I understand that part. But look, you make errors like that, and I know Matt Chapman's been a good player for a long time. But you make errors like that, we might mess up your name.
Yes. Yes. That voice you hear is the great Brandon Scott. It's not Cecil Shorts. Has the station talked to you about you and Cecil doing a show together at some point?
Cecil and I have done
voice doppelgangers for each other.
Voice doppelgangers. We call it the Voice Twin Show when we do a show together. I think we've done 2 shows together. One here in the studio, and we did a remote together somewhere.
Really?
Maybe out in spring once.
Okay.
So, yeah, Ron and Clint, one of those days when Ron and Clint were both out, and it was me and Cecil and I. So
Cecil's fun, man.
Yeah. It's pretty. And I do think whenever we're together, it's obviously a lot easier to tell the difference between the voices.
Yeah. I never really picked up on it, but probably because I'm not a listener. Well, I've done radio with both of you, so it's like when there's identical twins, and if you're around them enough, you know which one's which, even though they look almost exactly alike.
Yep.
Just on mannerisms and little things like that. So It might be that. I think your voices are slightly different, but I'm around you guys so much. I notice the difference.
I just like that the listeners, or at least on the text line, have had fun with it. On YouTube as well. They've had fun with it. So whenever I'm in, knowing damn well I'm not Cecil, they call me Cecil anyway. Because enough of us are in on the joke now.
Yeah. That's good.
I'm with that.
That's good. So Texans just finished up minicamp. Drama-free. I don't think we were expecting any drama, but we got zero drama. If anything, this Texans team feels like they are ready to go both physically, mentally, and then I would say, I don't know what adverb to come up with here for just the lack of drama in the building, whether it's socially or I don't know what it is.
I think the lack of drama helps your mental and physical.
So both.
Spiritually?
Spiritually, they're ready to go.
Let's go with it.
They're definitely spiritually ready to go.
There you go.
A lot of spiritual fellas on the team. But they're just like D'Amico and Nick have this thing like queued up and ready to go, man. They're healthy for the most part. So it's fun to kind of look around the league and see teams that are having to deal with things the Texans may have had to deal with in years past. Take the Jets, for example.
Dude. What is this guy doing?
Here's Robert Saleh giving an update. Jets coach Robert Saleh. 2 players right now with unexcused absences going on. One is they're probably one of, if not their biggest acquisition this offseason, I would say. Hassan Reddick.
Yeah. Who they traded for.
Traded for him.
So, yeah.
Traded a decent draft pick.
Knowing that he wanted new money. Knowing that he was going into the year with a non-guaranteed salary. And, most guys who are players want their money guaranteed.
And he's been really good. He's been really good the last couple of years. He's one of the better edge rushers in football. He's been really good, very productive at a very important position. The other player is Aaron Rodgers, who's a future Hall of Famer, has played some really good football. He's only played 4 snaps for the Jets, but he's a really good football player. They're certainly counting on him this year. Those are their 2 unexcused. He's also their quarterback, by the way, who says that he doesn't want any drama or, just any distractions, I think the word is that he uses. He doesn't want any distractions for the Jets this year. Here's Robert Saleh updating the media on those 2.
So we've got 2 inexcused absences. One obviously being Hassan. Spoke to him over the weekend. Appreciate the dialogue. He's in a really good place mentally, working his tail off like we already know. And but he's choosing to sit out this one inexcused. The second one is Aaron. Aaron and I spoke before OTA started. He's been very good in communication. He's been here the entire time. It's inexcused, but he had an event that was very important to him, which he communicated.
Both are inexcused.
Both inexcused. Yes.
So are they getting fined?
They're both subject to the CBA fine schedule.
Okay, so the fines for missing minicamp total out to, I think it's like $100,000 or something like that. Yeah, which is, for regular dudes like us, that's a ton of money. It's a ton of money for anybody. It's a lot of money. But for Aaron Rodgers, who makes $35 million a year, and Hassan Reddick, who makes 15, whatever he makes. Yep. They're paying the $100,000 not to be there. The Reddick one is whatever. I mean, that's just standard contract stuff. They knew what they were getting into, I think, right?
It's a little odd because it's standard contract stuff. They knew what they were getting into, and just didn't really address it, and don't really seem to have plans to address it. I just want to point out, he's already forfeited like a $250,000 workout bonus or something like that.
Oh, okay. So he had bonuses in his contract just to be in the building and lift and stuff.
Yeah, and I think that was even maybe earlier in the offseason.
Okay.
But yeah, he's already forfeited some money before yesterday.
So he's making a statement by making his future heirs less wealthy, I guess. So anyways, it always kills me when these guys just forfeit six-figure checks.
Yeah, $250,000.
Yeah.
No, I will work out. I'll work out extra.
Lamar Jackson missed workouts, $750,000 he missed out on.
Yeah. I'm also not rich, so I don't know. I don't know.
I haven't lived in that tax bracket.
No.
The Rodgers one is the one that's making big news.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, who really has yet to do anything outwardly productive for the Jets. I'm sure they'll say all the right things. They'll espada their way through it and say all the right things behind the scenes about what a great teammate Aaron's been and just how awesome it's been to have him, even though he's played 4 snaps. What is an acceptable event for Aaron Rodgers to go to where Robert Saleh kind of covers for him right there, right? Like he kind of covered for him because he said Aaron had an event that's really important to him. It's inexcused. It's an inexcused or unexcused absence, so he's getting fined for it. What is an acceptable event to allow him to just kind of to cover for him like that without saying, we wish, like the standard thing a coach should be saying here? I mean, Robert Saleh's on the hot seat. Let's call it what it is. Like, if Aaron Rodgers is not at minicamp, this is a bad thing for the New York Jets. It's a bad thing for Aaron Rodgers and the relationship with his teammates. This pushes this trade more into the realm of this is skewing towards a Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson situation for different reasons, obviously, than a Matthew Stafford situation where you traded for him and he went and got you a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't know. So Robert Saleh should be on the hot seat just, I think, by the nature of the business. It's
4 years in.
It's going into year 4. They haven't done anything. I don't know how much I hold him accountable for the Rodgers stuff. That seemed to be kind of over his head. And in that sense, it almost seems like, if that doesn't work out, he gets a raw deal because, they went and traded for an aging quarterback who maybe is not all the way fully committed into the game. And what is that, how does that impact the team? But as far as what is an acceptable –
because I got to know what this is. And it'll come out.
Dude.
What did Aaron Rodgers go to that was so important that he missed mandatory as the quarterback?
Yeah.
Missed mandatory This isn't a backup guard.
I'm so over Aaron Rodgers,
face
man.
of the team.
I almost feel vindicated from a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about the schedule, and I was in here with Ron and Clinton. I told them that, man, I don't have any anticipation of this Jets game. I'm over the Jets. I'm over Aaron Rodgers. Just let me know when it comes up. I'll be ready for it when it comes up. But I'm not looking ahead they play Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. I did this thing last year where I watched Hard Knocks. I was into it. I was semi excited about Aaron Rodgers. Is great. All-time great, okay? So I was into it, and then 4 plays in or whatever it is, he's out, and he's still running his mouth. And I'm just like, you know what, I'm good on this Aaron Rodgers thing. So this, to me, validates my lack of interest in Aaron Rodgers. He seems to have a lack of interest in Aaron Rodgers, too, at least as far as the football player. So I feel good about that rant over. But the part about what's an acceptable thing, an acceptable event, outside of 2 things that I don't think he is or does, I don't know. A religious event, I think you have to kind of maybe have some sensitivity towards that. So if there's like some religious observance that he's a part of or wants to be at,
I'd love to know what religion it is, because none of the other guys are missing it.
But guess what?
Yeah.
He ain't religious, I don't think.
No, I don't think he is either.
All right, so that ain't it. A family matter? Well, guess what? He ain't got no family.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that.
And I hate to do this, but like as far as we know, Aaron Rodgers doesn't have kids. And then as far as we know, he's estranged from his family.
Yeah.
So you ain't religious.
That's a good point, B. Scott.
Aaron, you ain't religious. You ain't a family man. Where are you?
Yeah.
You know, like to me, those are the only things that you would put above work would be God and family.
Yeah.
Whatever your God is, your religion and your family, I could see coming above your work. Aaron Rodgers has neither. So I'm confused by that. And he's an all-time great at his job. So what are we doing? I'm very confused.
The only other one, I kind of jotted a list down, and this is more in generalities than it is specific to Aaron Rodgers. I hadn't jotted down a religious event, only because everybody else is at training. Everybody else is there.
Oh, but you wouldn't put it past Aaron Rodgers to have his own
come
religion.
Up with some sort of religion?
Where he's the only member.
For sure. No, I think it exists. Religion where he's the only member. He's a two-legged congregation.
Yeah, he's the clergy, the congregation, the usher.
Dude, you're onto something right now, man. But in generalities, the ones I jotted down, in the question, what's an acceptable event that is important, air quotes, to a person that would be acceptable for him to miss a mandatory training camp for? I think maybe your kid's graduation. Maybe.
Yeah.
Because it is that time of year in some places.
I would do that.
Childbirth.
I would do that.
The guys have missed games over childbirth before.
I would do that.
So mandatory minicamp, I think you'd miss. Particularly if it's a childbirth where you're anticipating maybe some difficulties or something like that. Yeah. Totally acceptable.
Or depending on who your woman is. You might have to be there. If you want her to still be with you after the birth, you might have to go.
There's a better chance of you getting waived by her than the New York Jets.
That's what I'm getting at.
This is the only other one that I could come up with, but you can text in 713-572-4610. What's an acceptable, important event to attend instead of a mandatory training camp? The only other one I had was like if he had a prior charitable commitment or like an annual charitable commitment, especially to a cause that involves like kids that are dealing with an illness, like a Make-A-Wish thing kind of deal.
Yeah.
I can be empathetic towards that.
Sure.
I can be empathetic towards that. I still think my main reply would be you got to plan a little bit better. You probably knew that mandatory minicamp and things like that are in the middle of June or early June.
But also, is that not, and I hate to be cynical about it, but is that not also a thing from a PR standpoint that you would be rushing to get out there? Like if that's it, that messaging would be out there, or at least should be. Like, hey, you know what?
Dude,
I can't come to work today because I'm hanging out with kids with cancer.
What do you think it is? What do you think he's at that was so important, more important than minicamp?
Yeah, the easy answer has been a darkness retreat.
Yeah.
But I feel like that
something involving ayahuasca.
That feels too easy.
Yeah.
But also like egregious if that was it.
Do you think
so it does have to be something in between of what we think would be acceptable and maybe what is actually.
Do you think he got tickets to something? Like my daughter sent me a picture yesterday. She and her boyfriend Charlie are on their way to London to go see Taylor Swift.
That's
dope. Do you think he's got tickets to something that he couldn't unload? And he's like, I gotta go. I got tickets to it, man.
Couldn't unload
the tickets, man. Yeah, for what he wanted for them. He was looking for a certain price.
Hey, man, can't unload these tickets, man. So I'm gonna get fined tens of thousands of dollars from my day job.
What if it's something for RFK Jr.?
Oh yeah, like the secret society or political thing, like something that is just like way above our heads because he's planning for the bigger play. Something larger is at play here. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe there is something to him running on one of these tickets. Maybe we should be looking out for him in November.
Fundraising
and not because of football.
he's out fundraising right now.
Dude.
He could have just gone to minicamp and cut a check for $100,000. Instead of, to his buddy RFK, instead of cutting it to the league.
Would you vote for a political candidate that doesn't show up for work and gets fined from work?
I wouldn't vote for anything involving Aaron Rodgers. How's that for you?
I'm just saying, if you're campaigning, if Aaron Rodgers is campaigning,
good point.
The best thing that he could do is get his ass on the football field.
Yes,
that's his most redeeming quality.
You're absolutely right. Okay, headlines. We've got headlines. We've got the Astros getting a big win last night. The literal GOAT in his sport is basically being excommunicated for the Super Bowl of that sport. And it's a sport that is near and dear to my heart. We've got that for you in headlines coming up next. Soda weight loss. Dropped nearly 50 pounds on.
with today's headlines.
Got him. Ball game over. Ryan Presley comes in for a 1-2-3 bottom of the ninth. Getting the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the San Francisco Giants. Astros win it 3-1. They're now 3-2 on this road trip.
All right, 3-2 on the road trip, going for 4-2 this afternoon against the San Francisco Giants. 3-1 last night. Story of this game. Every game's got a story. Story of this game, Ronel Blanco kind of straightens things out. He'd been so-so at best the last couple of starts. ERA had started to rise a little bit. He's now 6-2 on the season. He was excellent last night. Excellent. 3 hits, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts, danced out of some trouble the last inning he was in there, striking out Matt Chapman to get out of the inning. And then Ryan Presley getting the save. Ryan Presley has 5 blown saves this year. He's got nearly half the blown saves the Astros. The Astros as a team, it's not just Presley. Going into last night, 12 blown saves, 12 actual saves last night.
Oh, well, at least there's balance.
Only the Mets have lost more games in which they've been leading late in games than the Astros have this year.
How unacceptable is that, though? And this is not to pile on, especially coming off of a win. I do want to keep the energy positive. But since you point that out, when your big investment of the offseason and your expected calling card is going to be your bullpen, or at the very least the back end of it, to the point of saves that we're making here, talking about saves and blown saves, that's supposed to be the strength of your team. It is the main investment that you made in the offseason, maybe the only one. I know they signed Victor Caratini too, but the only big-time investment that you made in the offseason was to address that, and it felt like it was going to be a strength for you. For that to be a real stat, for that to be an accurate number that you just gave out, feels like, just in and of itself, feels unacceptable. It feels like I've been duped or something, or I was lied to. Even though Josh Hader is what he is. They didn't lie to us about Josh Hader. I understand that, but just overall, what we were supposed to expect from this team. Hey man, when you give it to the guys in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, it's a dub.
You know what it feels like? It feels like bad front office decisions are becoming a tradition. It was Abreu last year, maybe even Montero also, and then that was this year's tradition, because Hader's been pretty good, but not good enough to justify being 5 years, $95 million.
Yeah.
He's been good. I'm not worried about Hader. Let me put it that way.
And he had some bad luck very early on, which is, kind of a sticker shock, or you know what I mean? Like a little bit of a shock of the new guy comes in, highly touted, and then, oh my God, the first couple of games or whatever it is, it doesn't work out.
I'm more worried about Hader in 2027 than I am 2024.
Fair.
The 5-year deal part of it I'm worried about. The other part of it is you move Presley to the 8th inning, and who knows how much of this going on with Presley right now. Granted, he was great last night, but overall this season is psychological. Getting pushed back. You saw the way he kind of reacted to it in spring training, didn't do media for a while.
Yeah,
you could tell it was an issue.
It was awkward.
It was awkward. But they win yesterday, which is good. So, yeah, you're right. Stay positive here. 3-1, they win that game last night. Ryan Presley gets the save. They scraped together some runs. I mean, the 3 runs they scored were, Altuve getting a ground ball with less than 2 outs to drive home. I think it was Dubon from third.
Yeah.
And then they were fortunate with the other 2 runs, because they were situations where you had runners at second and third with nobody out, and then you get 2 guys struck out. One was Altuve, and whoever was batting ninth struck. Caratini and Altuve both struck out. And then Bregman hits a ground ball that Chapman had to barehand. I think if Chapman gets the throw on the money there, Bregman's out, and they get out of that jam.
Yeah.
It looked like.
But it was also his only play, so he was pressing probably because of it. It was because of where it was hit and kind of just the situation there. It was the only play that he could make, but he also had to make it, right?
Yeah, yep.
Or at the very least, not have the ball sail on him, because in that case, they would have just given up the 1 run. If Bregman is safe, if the throw doesn't make it in time, Bregman beats the throw, they still score the run, but they don't score the next run, right? Like Bregman, that's an RBI there on that first run, but then the second run comes in on the throwing error. So
all three runs were earned for what it's worth, but. So anyways, but it's small ball kind of stuff they had to do to win that game. Here's Joe Espada. Does he feel like his team is getting better at bats lately?
Yeah, 100%. You know, we got some production from the bottom of our order, Dubon and Cabbage, some really good ABs here on the bottom, and, you know, putting the ball in play. Altuve there, infield in, gone in contact. Same thing with Breggy. You never know what happens. Anything can happen when you put the ball in play. And we did that there with 2 outs, and, you know, you don't see Chapman throwing many balls away, but, you know, we were fortunate enough that he threw one away.
He's right. I mean, I knew the answer to that was going to be positive. It's Joe Espada. The answer to everything's positive, but he is right. Like Altuve, it was a little, to score the first run, it was a little squibber that barely rolled over the mound, but just getting a bat on the ball and putting it somewhere on the infield, where with Dubon coming to the plate, you score a run there. And what you could kind of start to get a feel for that game, that it was going to be one of those types of games.
Yeah,
you know?
but dude, that is a uniquely Altuve pitch and moment, because I don't want anybody and everybody, and honestly, I don't want most swinging at that. Like where that pitch was located, what are you doing? But it's Altuve. So there's a different calculus there. It's like, okay, well, the zone is just an idea. The strike zone is just a concept. You don't really have to apply it. This guy can hit anything from anywhere. And that's what he did. You know, it would have only really had to be Altuve. I don't know who else I would have trusted to even swing at that pitch, much less make contact with it. I mean, you heard Blum and TK on the broadcast. They were just shocked that he was able to make contact with it, which is all he actually needed to do. And I guess he knew that as well. Like, if I just tap this thing, it'll work.
Yep.
So, yeah, kudos to them. You know what? On a positive Joe Espada thing, thank you, Astros, because Joe Espada is going to be positive win or lose, no matter what.
Yeah.
It would help y'all if y'all just win.
Started winning, man, yeah.
Win so we can stand to listen to the manager after the game.
We don't have to sit here and go, he sounds dumb right now when he says these things.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's dumb.
No,
he sounds dumb when he says these things.
He's not, but he is painfully positive when you don't necessarily need to be. So let's just keep it all positive. Let's just win so the overly positive manager can be positive.
We're all happy. Game 3 tonight, NBA Finals in Dallas. Dallas hanging on by a thread here. They're down 2-0 in that series. Kristaps Porzingis injured. We'll see. May have opened the door for the Mavs a little bit here. I want to get this one in because I teased this. We'll talk more about the NBA Finals later. This was actually like the lead headline on a lot of things yesterday afternoon. Joey Chestnut will not be participating in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest on July 4th. Joey Chestnut, who has won this thing 16 times. Every year they put the graphic up and they have Joey Chestnut, Bill Russell, John Wooden, you know, all the entities in sport that have won double-digit championships at what they do.
Yeah.
Joey Chestnut, because he is doing an endorsement campaign, a 7-figure endorsement campaign for Impossible Foods, which is like the vegan food, you know, vegan burgers, vegan chicken patties,
but a
vegan hot dogs.
A vegan competitor, though.
To Nathan's.
Yeah. A vegan Nathan competitor.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's endorsing them, and that they've not been able to come to an agreement that will allow Joey Chestnut to appear in this thing. He's not going to give up his endorsement of Impossible Foods. And the Nathan's hot dog eating contest has said, well, you're not going to participate in the hot dog eating contest then, because you endorse plant-based hot dogs that are not Nathan's. I've got 2 really good Joey Chestnut stories I'm going to save till I have time to tell them.
Let's do them
later. But this is if you're into watching that on July 4th, like, this is kind of a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, this is like Patrick Mahomes being removed from the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Or back in the day, LeBron being removed from the NBA Finals, or Michael Jordan being removed from the NBA Finals.
So as somebody who did sales and worked in the business world for a while, you tell me, and now media, what's worse for Nathan's? Joey Chestnut endorsing a competitor, or Joey Chestnut no longer competing in their event? What is more hurtful to them? I get the ad dollars and what that means in dollars and cents, but like perception wise, does anybody really know that Joey Chestnut is or care? Because, we really more so associate him with this hot dog eating contest and not necessarily who he endorses.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Or maybe the publicity of blocking him from their event also helps them in some kind of way. But
yeah, Joey Chestnut wants to participate. Because he
Right.
tweeted about this yesterday. This is a Nathan's thing. It's not a Joey Chestnut thing. So, I don't know.
What hurts Nathan's more? Joey Chestnut endorsing the competitor, or Joey Chestnut not being allowed
I don't,
to participate in your event that he's known for.
I don't think people go grab Nathan's hot dogs out of the bin because of Joey Chestnut. You know what I mean? Like I don't think this is if anything, this thing is raising the awareness of Nathan's hot dogs. Like I don't think people associate Joey Chestnut with Nathan's hot dogs. I think they associate him with scarfing down hot dogs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't think it's him. If anything, this has raised the profile of Nathan's hot dogs over the last 24 hours, and it's been a good thing for them. And to that end, it would not shock me if the two sides arrive at some sort of agreement.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
I think this is all good for Nathan's right now. Honestly, if he doesn't participate, the ones impacted the most are probably ESPN.
Oh yeah.
You know, people watching it.
Yeah.
That's probably who gets impacted the most.
Because in this case, now it's like Joey Chestnut has made it appointment television.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
On July 4th. And it's not that like it's a one-time event during the year. It's not like this is ratings for the NFL going down or something like that. But it's probably ESPN that's most negatively impacted by it. I think everybody else, other than Joey Chestnut, who actually wants to participate, is probably everybody else. This is probably shining attention on it, if anything.
His stomach will feel better.
I don't know, man. Like his stomachs are they're
he's
iron
different.
stomachs.
Yeah, he's maybe built out
definitely
of the lab.
built different.
Yeah.
All right, we talked about this yesterday. Caserio throwing a little shade at standing ovations in war rooms. I have found evidence that will work on the radio as to one of the teams he must be referring to. And we'll have that for you coming up next. West Point Lincoln is Sugarland. Ruben Mendoza, the squad.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, administrative items here. Our friend Hippolito, who's a listener to the show, this goes back to Aaron Rodgers when we were talking about him missing minicamp, and Robert Saleh said it's for an event that's important to him. Not an important event, important to Aaron.
Yeah. But there is a very, very important distinction.
Well, especially when, if this is true, what Hippolito is tweeting at you and at me.
Yeah.
RFK Jr. is having a private reception in California this week, per his event's website on the 13th. He says, LOL, I'm sure that's it. We don't know for sure, Hippolito. You may feel like you know for sure, but we got to be a little responsible with this. What's today? The 12th?
The 12th, which means he was absent yesterday on the 11th.
Yeah.
So where is this event? Is
in
it
California, he said, I think.
Okay, I was going to say, unless it's
California. Maybe he's driving.
Unless it's in the galaxy.
I need to leave Monday. I'm driving to California.
Yeah.
From New York.
Are you time traveling? Like, where is this?
Yeah.
Is it in an alternate universe? Like, what event, how strenuous of a political event would it have to be for you to not be able to go to work Monday or Wednesday, not be able to go to work Tuesday for an event that's Thursday?
Pure speculation.
Just saying.
Pure speculation.
Oh, and how done would you be? Let's just have fun with it. If that were true, how done would you be with Aaron Rodgers?
If you were a Jets fan?
Oh, anybody. Jets fan.
I'm done with him.
Football
anyways.
fan. Because this is the reason. This is indicative of why I'm just no buzz around Aaron Rodgers. They play the Jets. I don't care. I'll wait till the game actually happens, but I'm not CJ versus Aaron Rodgers. The guy's like a joke to me.
Yeah, I'll tell you what takes it to being done with him. If this is what it if this is what it is. Again, I think you and I pointed out a few things that would be acceptable to miss a mandatory minicamp over.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers, from what we know about him, doesn't have the familial situation or personal situation that checks any of those boxes. To our knowledge, he's not having a kid. He doesn't have a kid graduating or a family member graduating because he's estranged from his family.
Yes.
So anything family related would be really, really sketchy on the part of Aaron Rodgers. If it were something like, he's going to help his buddy RFK Jr. fundraise or whatever, or something that's just outside of acceptable, what makes it I'm done with him level is the fact that he himself is preaching how they've got to eliminate the distractions. Yeah. You know what I mean? He is preaching against himself. He's the distraction.
Yeah.
He's going on the Pat McAfee show and talking about how the Jets need to eliminate distractions. Dude, you going on the McAfee show every week has been one of the biggest distractions for the Jets.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to get political with this thing at all, but it wouldn't be exactly the first time that you could say he was hypocritical publicly. Like he was a public hypocrite. It wouldn't be the first time you'd be able to make that argument, and I think others have at different points, but this would be another example of that, the latest example of that, and with a new team. This is effectively a new team because he only played the 4 snaps last year.
Absolutely.
So yeah, not the greatest of looks.
Nope.
Not the greatest of looks.
Ocho giving you some props, B. Scott. B. Scott, I like how you spun the fact that Altuve has absolutely no plate discipline. Smooth, man. Well done.
Yeah, but you know what? When you're great like that, you don't necessarily need. We were having a conversation in the break about Dennis Rodman.
Yeah.
Dennis Rodman was one of those unique characters who could go out and party all night in Vegas and drink and
different
just do all
rules.
kind of weird things. Everybody couldn't do that.
Different set of rules.
Everybody couldn't do that. Yeah, so, different strokes, different folks.
Here was Nick Caserio last Friday on our show. He was in with me and Seth, and we asked him about cameras in the war room in 2024. And in recent years, generating content for the various teams, fans getting to get a window into a part of the NFL that they've never been privy to until the last few years. Not to the hardcore level that they are now, where there's some teams that actually put their GM on the phone with other teams discussing trades, making actual trades. Texans don't go as deep as other teams do in the war room, but we get a window into it. But there's one particular aspect of it that Nick Caserio does not like.
I mean, I'll probably get cursed out for this, but, the teams that after they make a pick and then the camera's in the room, like they have the whole room stand up and clap. Like, I mean, give me a break. But we just
call him out, Nick. Call him out.
We just pick the phone up. Hey, we're on the clock. We're about to pick you.
Now, the Texans do celebrate picks. We've seen Nick and D'Amico hugging after the Will Anderson pick, Lovey and Nick hugging after the Christian Harris pick.
Yeah, there's league-wide draft day. I called it yesterday draft day propaganda.
Yeah.
And we're all here for it for the most part.
I think what Nick is referring to are things that if you're on social media or if you're on like YouTube, if you're an NFL fan, you've probably had some of the YouTubes of teams' war rooms just pop up because the algorithm feeds it to you. Mm-hmm. Where it's the wide-angle shot of the entire room, of all 30 people in there, with the GM standing in the very front or the head coach standing in the very front, and all of them clap in unison, seemingly on cue. They clap. And so props again to Houston Stressens at Texans commenter on X, who took that Nick audio, the video actually off of our YouTube page, and spliced it alongside war rooms of the other 3 AFC South teams doing this. And then that's fun. So you go, okay, well, maybe he's talking about the Colts, maybe he's talking about the Titans, maybe he's talking about the Jags, or all 3, some combination of those. So I went last night while the Astros are playing, kind of a boring game. I'm keeping my eyes on it. I said, you know what, I'm going to research these teams and just go see what their draft day content was like. And I only got to the Colts because I got so immersed in the Colts. And I'm going to put the videos up in a little bit on my Twitter timeline. But I think clearly the Colts are one of the teams that Nick is referring to because on their draft content, which is extensive and very good, let me say. If you're a football fan, it's super compelling stuff. Chris Ballard is a character. You know what I mean? Like he makes for good TV. The Colts are definitely a team he's talking about. Because I need you to get into a spot here, listeners, where when you listen to this audio, they're getting ready to draft Leatu. They haven't even announced the pick yet on TV. They've let him know that they're picking him.
Right.
And Chris Ballard has talked to him at this point in the audio you're about to hear. I want you to visualize he's talking to Shane Steichen, okay? Leatu, however he pronounces his name, is talking to Shane Steichen. And the camera angle is Steichen standing at the front row of the amphitheater with the entire Colts staff able to be seen in the shot. It's a wide-angle shot where you can see all 25 or 30 people that are in this war room. And you're going to hear in the middle of this conversation, just unprompted, but they're actually quite prompted, I'm guessing, they all start clapping in unison in the middle of this phone. And by the way, they can't hear what's going on we will be able to hear what's going on in the phone conversation because we're plugged into it as viewers.
But it doesn't matter what they hear or don't hear.
They start clapping. Yeah, take a listen.
Yep.
We're excited, man. You're going to bring a lot to the room. It's going to be awesome. We've got a good group. You're going to add to it for sure. It's going to be great. We're fired up. You can hear us in here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let's freaking do it, Coach.
Let's do it. Let's freaking go. Let's go.
They all start clapping in unison, and then they stop in unison as well. There's another video that doesn't translate quite as well on the air because it's just clapping. But after the pick in the second round of Adonai Mitchell, Chris Ballard comes back into the war room, looks at everybody, starts clapping, and everybody stands up in unison and starts clapping with him. As if he's a conductor walking in and says, now is when we clap, everybody.
Or dare I say a puppet master.
Yes, quite the puppet master.
Yeah.
All right, so I haven't even done the research yet on the Jags and the Titans. I was so mesmerized by the brainwashed standing ovation going on in the Colts war room that I had to put the phone down and say, this is incredible. I'm going to post the videos, and I'll let you guys be the judge. But if you look at these videos, this is clearly a war room that is orchestrating their ovations.
Yeah, and I feel
exactly, Nick.
I feel like we need to do the distinction again for the audience because we're getting some texts that are not understanding what difference or distinction we're making between what the Texans do and what these other teams are doing. It's not the celebration. It's not the exuberance or the excitement of your pick or celebrating your pick. Everybody should be happy or confident or celebrating their picks. It's a fun night. Vibes are good. Like, nobody's anti-fun in that. Well, I know the not fun league is like a thing, but this is supposed to be fun for everyone. The difference, the distinction that we're making is the style of it and the lack of authenticity,
lack of spontaneity.
The orchestrated, choreographed clapping in unison, as opposed to what I think the Texans are doing is a more natural reaction to their excitement for their pick.
Yeah.
Let's dap each other up. Let's talk to the player. Let's give a more natural version of this, as opposed to, okay, we're gonna all stand up and clap like it was a performance or something, like we're at a freaking Broadway show, or we're like a live studio audience, or like that doesn't seem as cool.
Right.
So that's the difference we're making. We're not saying Nick's a hypocrite or and we don't think he's one because he celebrates and the rest celebrate and it's all celebration. No, there's a difference between a natural celebration and, hey, we're just gonna all stand up and clap.
And yeah, exactly, Nick. A made for YouTube celebration.
Yeah.
That's what the Colts are. Yeah, like this guy, 8711. LOL, bruh. Sean, first let me say, anytime somebody leads in with bruh, they're definitely going to be condescending. LOL, bruh. Sean, you're going too deep. A celebration is a celebration. Nick is lame for trying to make it seem like he doesn't do celebrations, but there are videos of Nick looking happy AF every year after draft picks. Yeah, but he's not. He's not. What does happy Nick sound like, Ben? Yeah. He's not walking back into the room looking at 30 people and then acting like the conductor at a symphony and going, now we clap.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Break.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8711.
You could easily
give me a break. Yeah.
You could easily replace them with a clap track. Easily.
Maybe they is a text message. See, I like 5468. Maybe they have one of those light up applause signs like live sitcom.
But doesn't it feel like it?
Absolutely it does.
That's the vibe. That's the point we're making.
Play the Steichen thing again. Like, keep in mind, the room can't hear Letu. All they're hearing is Steichen on the phone. You know, like when you're in a room with somebody who's talking on the phone, all you can hear is their side of the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me this isn't. You can tell when the light up applause sign goes on.
We're excited, man. You're going to bring a lot to the room. It's going to be awesome. We've got a good group. You're going to have to do it for sure. It's going to be great. We're fired up. You can hear us in here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let's freaking do it, Coach.
Let's do it. Let's freaking go. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's freaking go. You can curse, dude. It's the internet. Yeah, thank you, Nick.
You heard that applause sounds exactly like a light just turned on. You've been giving your cue. You've been giving your cue to clap. What do you think? Yeah.
Thank you.
They've been giving the cue.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
What do you think the on-field, you know how the coaches and execs before the game, they'll kind of powwow on the field, they'll get together during the warm-ups and whatnot. What do you think that conversation is going to be like, week one with Nick and Chris Ballard?
Yeah.
I want to get that. I want that photo on sportsradio610.com. So USA Today and Getty Images, who we use their photos.
Yeah.
Make sure y'all are on that. Have your eyes on Chris Ballard and Nick Caserio in Indy at Lucas Oil for that first game.
This guy says, agree with bruh. You're going too deep on this 2 days in a row. I disagree. First of all, we're stoking the embers for week one.
Yeah.
It's never too early to prep for week one. This is part of prep for week one.
And if you say too deep, like, you clearly don't know our life.
Yeah.
You don't get us at all.
Dude, it's June 12th.
And we do radio.
It's June 12th. Do you want us to talk about Altuve's squibber back up the middle to score the first run every segment?
Yeah, because we did that already, and
twice.
I anticipate that it might come back up again at some point.
Twice.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yep. What are you clapping for? You made a lousy pick and you're still going to suck. I kind of like.
Give me a break.
Yeah, Latu is not like the stone cold lock that Ballard makes him out to be either.
Well, so
they just got the best pass rusher in the draft.
So look, that's another thing. I think Latu has potential to be a fine player.
His potential, yeah.
But also, they're clapping again. Remember I asked yesterday, who are they clapping for? They ought to be clapping for circumstance or clapping for the rest of the league.
Yeah.
Because they were able to get the first crack at a defensive player. But that's just by circumstance. That ain't something that they did through their own scouting or their own, intuitiveness.
Yeah.
No, it was an offensive-heavy draft. The most amount of quarterbacks to go at the top of the draft ever went, six however many it was. It was a historic quarterback draft in terms of where they were picked and offensive. So, yeah, you lucked up from circumstance, and you're clapping?
Yes.
Give me a break. Get out of here, man.
The Colts text message. The Colts War Room sounds like the audience in an old 80s sitcom. Yes. They need to when they do their content next year, they need to have one of those old 80s bump-ins to a sitcom with a cheesy song.
Oh, yeah.
Like Family Matters.
Family Matters.
Yeah.
They could do Full House.
Full House.
That's a good one.
Oh, yeah. Perfect Strangers.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, yeah.
They could have
Wonder Years.
Wonder Years. They could do All in the Family and have Chris Ballard and Shane Steichen sitting at a piano.
Yeah.
And they're doing Boy, the way Glenn Miller played.
Oh, yeah.
Songs that made the hit parade.
That would be hilarious.
That would be great. They should do that. That's what their war room is. Their war room is an 80s sitcom. Their war room is basically Three's Company.
Yeah.
Give me a break. Shane Steichen is living with two chicks with Chris Ballard as the landlord living below him.
Come and knock on my door.
Yeah.
Hey,
Three's Company, very underrated.
If they could find a way to work in the Welcome Back Cotter, if they could find a way to welcome that, to bring that in, that would be great, too. That's another good one.
That's a Pantheon-level theme song.
Yeah.
You're an old soul, B. Scott.
Well, we had Nick at Night.
Oh, okay.
We had Nick at Night in the 90s, so I didn't – it was part of being a young soul watching Nickelodeon, but then at night, they showed us all of these shows that I didn't know anything about.
Yep.
So got to catch up on a few.
I got into a Good Times wormhole over the weekend.
Ooh. Boy, that can take you some places.
So good. So good. All right, so we think the Colts. I'm going to do my research on the Jags and the Titans.
Yeah, this is
tonight.
fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
I don't know what's wrong with you guys.
4-3-5-4, whoever you are.
Yeah.
Y'all going too deep on. I like that there's people that understand on the text page. They're like, they're talking to the other texter saying, "Hey, texter, bruh, it's June 12th."
Yeah, man.
Exactly.
You know what? Coming up next.
Sorry, we're having fun.
B. Scott and Sean Pendergast will break down Will Anderson's hand techniques.
Yeah.
And how he's changed his. What do you want us to do?
You, sir, have come to the wrong store. You're in the wrong section.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Whoa, man.
The boring section's over there.
Yeah, man. They didn't hear us talk about how fun this homeroom is in the morning time.
They didn't, and it's fun up there.
Cluster wide.
We're
all every booth on the 19th floor here, 24 Greenway Plaza, is having a good time.
Hey, are you a NFL Top 100 nerd like I am? Do you watch it? Do you like it?
I'm into. I don't. I'm probably not like you are, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, I just like it. I don't buy into it as gospel or anything like that. Like, this guy's better than that guy. Why? He was third in the NFL Top 100, and the other guy was seventh.
But if we are to value player opinions, I don't see how we just disregard this, right?
It's just fun ranking things. You know what I mean? And plus, the shows where they unveil it are incredible. Like the 5-minute montage they do on each guy. That's why it was so fun 5-6 years ago when the Texans are routinely getting 3, 4, 5 guys into the NFL Top 100.
Yeah. The NFL just does production better than most.
Yes.
Better than most.
So I got a great question to the Utopia podcast yesterday, to the mailbag. How many Texans will be in the NFL Top 100 this year? They unveil the Top 100 usually towards the end of July. They do it over like a 3-week period, culminating with a big show for the top 20 or top 10 or whatever it is. Now just to give you some context here, B. Scott. There are 2 current Texans that made it last year. Stephon Diggs, who's 16th. And keep in mind, the players are voting based on 2023's season. Yeah. So it's the top 100 coming into 2024 based on last year. And kind of based on, overall. It's a combo. Because J.J. Watt made the NFL's top 100 even after seasons where he missed most of the season. Like that first season where he missed most of the season in 2016, he was still 35th on the NFL's top 100 going into the next season.
Yeah, because the assumption is he's coming back. He's not retiring at that time, and he's still J.J. Watt.
Still going to be great.
Yeah.
Diggs was 16th last year. Tunsil was 86th or 85th last year. Sorry. So Tunsil was the only Texan to make it last season that's like pre-Diggs. Like he's the only 2023 Texan to have made it before.
Right. And obviously the rookies couldn't have been on the list because they hadn't played yet.
Yeah, not to have made it before, but to have made it last year.
Right.
And the rookie, right. So Diggs was 16th, Tunsil was 85th. As far as like the makeup of the top 100 last year, it's fairly heavily skewed towards skill players.
Daniil Hunter wasn't on the list?
Daniil Hunter did not make the top 100 last year.
That's interesting.
Did not make the top 100 last year.
Break. Right. Thanks, Ben.
I love that hotkey now. Ben, keep the gas pedal on that one for a while.
Yes.
14 quarterbacks, 10 running backs, 16 wide receivers, 3 tight ends. That's 43 players. 43 of 50 are skill position players on offense. And then the rest, it's kind of a smattering. Only 8 offensive linemen made it across all tackle, guard, center, which makes Tunsil getting on there pretty impressive, actually. 5 tackles, 2 guards, a center. And then on defense, it's pretty evenly split. 9 defensive ends, 9 D tackles, 8 outside linebackers, 7 inside linebackers, 9 corners, 7 safeties. How many Texans will be in the NFL's top 100 when it's unveiled later on this summer?
Yeah, so I'm going to go. My number off the top of my head, without thinking about it too much, was like 7.
I think there's only 7 that are reasonable candidates. Being the NFL top 100 historian that I am.
Well, I like that I hit the number on the head then.
I have 7 as possible.
Let's see if our 7 are the same. I wonder if they are.
Okay, let's go.
All right, so mine would be C.J. Stroud. Let's go ahead and go Laramie Tunsil. Let's go. I'm going to put Will Anderson Jr. on there. I feel like
4 more.
Stephon Diggs was already on there, so I'm going to keep him on there.
3 more.
Let's go. I feel like Nico Collins has to be on the list.
2 more.
So my next 2, I think, so there might have actually been 8 I could have done, but I did 7. My next 2 are going to be Tank Dell. I'm that much of a fan. He's not on there. All right.
No, I just think it's the body of work's not big enough.
It wasn't enough. I'm going off of projection there a little bit.
Tank, my crazy prediction, I think Tank leads this team in receiving
yards. I've heard you say that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So give me one more. My last
Tank
one.
Tank makes it next year.
Daniil Hunter, I think, is on there.
Daniil Hunter, and then 1 more.
And so let me guess the last one. I feel like this is a very Christian Harris friendly show. Is he not on there? All right. Okay.
No,
this is a good problem.
Yeah. We're up to 9.
I put some extra names on there that you didn't even have.
I'm surprised that you didn't say Derek Stingley Jr. Stingley Jr.
I'll allow it. Let's do it.
Yeah, Derek
Stingley Jr. He's so damn quiet. I just forgot about him.
Yeah, well, But
the game. Yeah, his skills. Yes,
elite level. Elite level, and I guess you got done saying, well, Tank missed the season, this and that. Stingley is a former 3rd overall pick, which I think resonates with fellow NFL guys who played at a massively elite level at a really key position. And I don't think he makes it, but I think he's 7th on my list. Like, he's one I could just see the NFL going, man, this guy's just so talented.
Yeah.
He's so good.
I should have gone with him over the other 2 that I went with, both Tank and – because Tank, I think there's even less body of work because he's played 1 fewer season.
Yeah.
And then Christian Harris as well. I probably should have gone Stingley, but those other 2 work. There's 9.
I don't think any of those 3 that we're talking about make it. I think they're truly like the bubble. You know, like they're on the bubble. You know, they're like, last 20 out kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think Stroud for sure. When you consider that Trevor Lawrence made it last year.
Yeah.
Like Stroud for sure. I think the question with Stroud is how high up does he get? On the top 100. I think Stroud's got a chance to be.
Is he top 10, and why is it not 10?
He won't be top 10. He won't be top 10. But he will be. I'll put the over under. Okay, you tell me. Would you take the over under NFL top 100 for C.J. Stroud if I put it at 30.5? Is he top 30?
Oh yeah, he's top 30.
Okay,
I'm taking that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean,
there's all positions now, man.
But I do feel like, and maybe the players themselves don't view it this way.
My sports book is going to clean up on you.
This is like a media nerd thing, leaning into the value of the quarterback position. I'm like, the list should start after 15. Just name the top 15 quarterbacks first, and then it's a top 85.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yep.
Like, that's almost how I view it.
Yeah.
But I could still see somewhere in the 20s for sure.
I could. Yeah. No, I'm not saying
it.
it's impossible. That's why I put it at 30 and a half.
I'd take that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hovering right around 30. I think Diggs makes it again for sure, but he won't be 16th. I think Tunsil makes it again. Played through injury, made a Pro Bowl, already has that respect. These are players voting on this.
Well, and people don't necessarily think about this or realize this about Tunsil, but he is highly motivated by the fact that he's played in the league this long and has not made an All-Pro. So until he makes one, he is highly motivated by the fact that he hasn't every season. So he's going to go out there trying to be even better if he can.
I'm going to say they get 4. I think Stroud, Diggs, and Tunsil are locks. And I think one of Nico, Danielle Hunter, and Will Anderson Jr. make it.
That's probably the safest bet.
Yeah. If I had to pick one of those 3 to be the 4th one, Nico, Danielle Hunter, or Will Anderson Jr., man, I just think Danielle Hunter just operates so quietly, man. I was shocked he didn't make it either last year.
I was assuming he was on your list or on that list.
I'm going to guess Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a clear answer here.
Will Anderson Jr. Well, Nico had a hell of a year last year.
He did, but, man, there's something. Maybe this is probably biased. Again,
16 wide receivers made it last year.
I get it. Will Anderson, there is a quality, something about that dude that feels like just destined for greatness.
Yeah.
Something about the guy. I was able to tell this immediately. The post-draft press conference when they brought him in, him and CJ both.
Yeah.
Something about this guy, man. Something about him. And then the fact that he does seem self-aware about what his game was lacking last year and that he might apply it, I think this is a breakout year for Will. Will and Tank are the rookies from last year going into year 2 that I'm most excited about.
Even more because CJ's already shown you. Yeah.
Like CJ, I did, and I think I've done this segment before. CJ, and I don't want this. I want to preface this. I don't want this to happen.
Yeah.
But CJ honestly could just be what he was last year for the entirety of his career, and I don't think we would complain about it. We would be disappointed because you expect a guy to improve when he's young and when he's a rookie. You want to see growth, development, improvement. We talked a lot about it in the offseason so far. But if he doesn't really grow and he's just sort of similar to what he was as a rookie for his entire career, that's still elite quarterback play, and you'll take it, and you'll say that was worth the pick and all of that. So he's already kind of in a spot that I'm comfortable in. Will, Tank because he didn't play enough. He ended up getting hurt. And then Will because it always felt like there was another level or a little bit more to unlock with him. So both of those 2 guys are the ones I'm anticipating the most.
Both of those guys were on a 45-degree angle upwards throughout the season, too. Like Tank was on his way to having the season Nico had when he went down with the broken leg.
Yeah.
Like, you go back and, Tank's numbers over the last, 4 or 5 games that he played were really, really good. They were, if I venture to say, they might have been better than Nico Collins' numbers.
Not even just the numbers, though, like some of the actual plays that he made.
Like getting into the end zone the way that he did.
And you're like some of those toe tappers.
Yeah.
You think about that 46 seconds against Tampa? How many seconds was that they won that game? It was
4 seconds left, and I know what you're talking about. It was not the touchdown. It was a play before the touchdown.
Yeah. It was like, okay, this is – maybe I was underselling this Tank Dell thing.
It's funny. Somebody texted in one day, what was the biggest play of the Texans season? Because I think we were talking about Andrew Beck's kickoff return for a touchdown against Jacksonville, which was a big play. That was a huge play in that game.
Fun moment.
Huge play in an early fork in the road game for the Texans. I would contend the biggest play of the season for the Texans was the play before the Tank Dell touchdown. The Tank Dell catch to set up the touchdown was, to me, the biggest play of the season, because when you're talking about the season, you got to talk about what direction the season goes if you win or lose a game. And keep in mind, the Texans in that Tampa Bay game, that was week 9. They were coming off a loss to the Carolina freaking Panthers the week before, where they put up 140 yards passing. So you're on the cusp of losing a game late.
The Panthers' first win of the season, too, by the way.
Panthers' first win and one of only 2 wins they'd wind up with. It's not like that was a catalyst for the Panthers to all of a sudden become relevant.
Correct.
Like, they were bad all year except for Week 8 and one other week. But when you consider that they're coming off that loss, the Bucs had just scored a touchdown to go ahead in that game. You're staring 3-5 in the face and a trip to Cincinnati the next week. Right?
Yeah.
And
Burrow was still playing.
Yeah.
Obviously, because he played against you.
Yeah. And I think, like, to me, the touchdown was a pitch and catch after that previous play. That previous play, man, that throw CJ had and the catch tank, that was a dime of a throw. And to your point, B. Scott, a toe tapper, like a nice toe, maybe not like an inch inside the line, but just made it look easy.
Yeah.
Made it look easy. CJ just dropped it in the bucket there, and that was a 26-yard play.
Yeah.
That made the touchdown manageable. The touchdown was a 15-yard play.
They looked like they'd done it before.
Yes.
Like it was
You're
the
two
most,
rookies.
Yeah, going from, and especially if you want to juxtapose the start of the season, how like the Ravens game looked just so rookie-esque.
Yeah.
And then fast forward to, what was that again, week 8, 9?
Week 9.
Week 9.
Tampa Bay, week 9.
So fast forward 8 weeks later, or 8 games later to week 9.
Yeah.
And this is what you've got. This is what you're working with.
Yeah.
It was, for me, honestly, Sean, it was kind of a seminal moment for me with the Texans and like the core, the rookies. I'm like, oh, okay, so this is what time we're on.
Yeah, man.
Like it was a different level of belief for me in those guys after that play specifically.
Yes. That play set up the touchdown. That was the biggest play of the year, in my opinion.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud to Tank Dell along the left sideline, 26 yards, made the touchdown an inevitability. I'm like, they're scoring here. Like, they are going to score here now.
I felt like that was a big moment for us locally who watch every game, every play.
I know where you're going.
And then the following week against the Bengals was like the national moment where everybody pays attention to you beating Joe Burrow and obviously the Bengals being what they are.
As a team, yes. That Tampa Bay game, CJ was the talk of the league after that game. True. As an individual,
yes.
470 yards.
Good point.
Touchdown with 6 seconds to go in the game.
Yeah, to win it. Yeah.
But you're right. The Bengals win is what legitimized them.
Yes.
That was just that. Hey, that's a great win at home against we didn't know what Tampa was at that point. We didn't know they were going to be a playoff team at that point.
Yep.
But that was, to me, that game legitimized C.J. Stroud. That game was essential to I mean, obviously mathematically it was essential because it's a win in a season where you won the division by a game. But I do think I don't think an NFL season is just 16 or 17 pods that are unaffected by the previous week or the subsequent week. Like the season is one gigantic organism.
Yeah.
And if one organism ain't working on week 9, I think there is a carryover effect into week. The good teams are the ones that can minimize that carryover effect.
I agree 100%.
But they lose that game and they're 3-5, man. And I think you're looking at a season that may unfold differently.
Yeah. And I don't know if I had 100. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I had 100% belief going into that drive. And they made a believer out of me, boy.
They did. Yeah,
they made a believer. I was like, okay.
Absolutely.
That'll teach me to underestimate you guys.
Absolutely. Text message. You're obsessed, Pendergast. Okay, that's why I think this person's joking, because they know that I hate when people put extra. 2 things I hate. Extra R's in my name and when people call me Pendy. But this is what this person says. You're obsessed, Pendergast. There's other sports, golf, tennis, car racing, the Olympics. You're showing your neurosis. I think you know this, texter, that if B. Scott and I teased a tennis topic right now, you would go elsewhere for the next segment. You know that.
Yeah, no, there's a reason why we're invited back.
Yeah.
Why we're not, why we're not one-timers.
Every show, I've been told every show is an audition to be invited back for next week's show.
Yes, exactly.
That's not a good audition.
Yeah, no.
Tennis and car
look,
racing.
Seth will be back tomorrow. But I want Sean and Parker and everybody here to want me to come back.
Yes.
I won't be suggesting for Sean to, hey, man, you know what? Can we talk about Nadal? I don't even know. Can we talk about tennis today? Can we talk about Naomi Osaka?
Yeah.
No, we're not
going
to
to Parker. Like, B. Scott keeps suggesting all these third-layer sports.
It's all right. We'll have him in his office. He'll never be in the studio again.
I'd like the non-Olympic guy next time, please. Yeah. I love you, B. Scott. All right. Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Okay. It's been a thing for a long, long time that's hit a bunch of people, one every year in the NFL. Is this particular player immune to a cultural phenomenon? That is coming up next.
Okay, I've got something important to talk to you about.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. A lot of people weighing in, man. They like my selection of Stroud to Dell for 26 yards, setting up the touchdown as one of the biggest plays of the year. Biggest play, in my opinion. The setup of the Tampa Bay touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, regular season for sure. I mean, I don't even know. I guess there are some other examples that you could point to, but I know just from a feeling, where it turned for me on how I felt about the Texans, especially like you mentioned the week before how things went. It was like, oh, you know what? Okay, maybe I'm not sold yet on this whole thing. But I think the confidence that play and that drive, I would say, gave me in that team going for the rest of the year was tremendous. It was like a big, big, big deal.
Yep, big deal. People weighing in on the NFL Top 100 stuff. Is Stroud going to be in the upper quartile of the upper quartile?
In the upper quartile of winners, we're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
Okay, well, that would mean C.J. Stroud is top 6.
That's a good pool.
Because the upper quartile of the upper quartile in the NFL's Top 100 would be 6.25.
That's a good pool. That's a listener right there.
Big time.
Yes.
Big time.
That's somebody that gets the show.
Tank Dell is going to turn out to be the Texans' version of T.Y. Hilton. I think Tank Dell's got their version of it in terms of what he brings to the offense. Yeah, I think Tank's got the potential to be better than T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Christian McCaffrey was the selection to be on the upcoming version of Madden, the NFL's Madden video game, EA Sports. The annual NFL video game, NFL Madden 25 is the next one. It's always the year
next. Yeah,
the year that's on the label of the game is always a year ahead of what year we're in.
Correct.
So that naturally brings up the topic of the Madden curse, which, if you go back through the history of the Madden curse, man, it was a real thing.
Yeah.
For a long time, it was crazy. What would happen, like the variety of things that would happen with guys who were on the cover of that Madden game.
Yeah, I felt like one that I remember the most was, I think I got this right, Peyton Hillis.
Yes.
The running back, or was he a fullback, running back, the big, huge-ass tailback?
He was a big white tailback.
Yeah.
He was a unicorn.
Yeah. And it feels like his career was on the ascent leading up to his Madden cover. And then you basically almost never heard from him again until he saved his family from drowning last year or the year before.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, and that was shout out to him, big deal. But
crazy.
But aside from that, as far as football goes, though, that was the last time I heard from him.
Well, he was like a cult hero, right? That was back when fans voted who would be on the cover of Madden.
I believe so. Yeah,
and
that's
so
right.
The internet got behind this. It was in 2000. It was for the 2011 season. So it was Madden 2012, and it was coming off of, obviously, his performance in 2010. And he rushed for over 1,000 yards that year. He was a good football player for the Browns.
Yeah.
But after that, he missed a half dozen games the next year and averaged just 3.6 yards per carry and ran his way into a journeyman backup career. He's definitely a Madden curse.
Yeah, he is the one for me.
Okay.
Of Madden curses, the one that I think about the most.
Okay, so here are the ones I think about the most. I think about the early ones like Dante Culpepper, who was incredible for the Vikings.
That's a good pull.
As a first-time starter in 2000, and then took a nosedive during his cover season. He fumbled 16 times, threw just 14 touchdowns against 13 picks.
Yeah, that's a good one. I should have pulled that one because that would have been in my prime Madden playing days,
yeah,
too.
Culpepper, early 2000s. I mean, there's some, like Marshall Faulk was on there after the Rams made the Super Bowl, one of the Rams Super Bowl seasons, I think coming off of 2001 or 2002. And, he was getting older at that point.
See,
he was 10 years in the league.
Those are ones that I don't count because that's just a trend. And if you were still great, like if at that point you were a Hall of Fame player, which Marshall Faulk was and is, then, you'll take Marshall. Anybody in the world would take Marshall Faulk's career who wasn't already a Hall of Famer.
Right. Do we? Of course. Now, Michael Vick was on the cover in 2003.
Yeah, this one counts.
He didn't go to jail for 3 or 4 more years after that, but do we attribute his jail sentence to his being on the Madden cover in 2003?
I don't attribute it to it But he is the ultimate Madden curse.
But it's kind of like the pass from Stroud to Dell that set up the touchdown.
Yeah.
The jail sentence is the touchdown in this case.
It's just a delayed.
It laid the framework for it.
Yeah. This is just a delayed. I don't. They don't correlate per se, but since there is, like, if there wasn't a Madden curse, then maybe not. But the fact that there are more examples, you and I just came up with 3 before we got to Michael Vick, and this is an actual thing. Yeah, to me, this is just a delayed curse. It was like, oh, man, writing's on the wall. We don't know what's going to happen, but something's going to happen with this.
Here's one that's local, I think, that people definitely have emotions about this guy, because I think back in the day, a lot of Texan fans wanted him. He's from here.
Mm-hmm.
2008.
Yeah.
Madden 2008. So heading into the 2007 season. Coming off of being Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2006.
Yeah.
Vince Young.
Now,
is that a Madden curse? Because he was bad after he got on the cover of Madden.
He counts.
Definitely counts.
He counts in this conversation. There's no question about it. I think he had more of a Jeff Fisher curse, and just to be, hold Vince accountable. And if people don't know the whole B. Scott from Hiram Clark thing. I'm from the same neighborhood as Vince.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm biased toward Vince and biased in Vince's favor. I'm on Vince's side 8 days out of the week on any issue. I'm sorry. But, however, Vince had a Vince issue too. So there was Vince had a Jeff Fisher curse, a Vince a Vince curse, and a Madden curse, and that's what we got.
He was one walking tiki statue. This poor guy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I feel bad about it.
Yeah. There's a few other a lot of them are just guys who were like a lot of it's injuries. I guess that's part of being cursed. Like Sean Alexander was coming off of 5 straight seasons of usage that would lead to a dip in performance.
I'm just now thinking about this. Running backs are tricky with this.
Well, Christian McCaffrey's the first running back to be on the cover of the game since Adrian Peterson in 2013. Madden 2014 was Adrian Peterson. And if you recall...
Oh, no, I recall.
The following season... So 2012, Adrian Peterson rushes for 2,000 yards. He's the MVP of the league.
Yep.
So then in 2013, they put him on Madden 14.
Yes.
And he dips in performance. He had a lesser performance. But then in 2014, I think, was the year that he missed almost the whole season.
Don't think.
It was?
Yeah, that was it. 2014 is the year.
Child abuse charges.
We had Nick Wright on earlier, and he
broke the story.
He broke the story,
yeah.
and I can tell this now. It's 10 years later, but I talked to Nick right before he broke the story. I was an editor at the.
You weren't even here at the time.
I wasn't here. I was an editor at the Conroe newspaper, which is where this was happening.
That's right, up in Montgomery County.
Yeah, so I'm a block away from the courthouse where this is gonna go down. And we had been getting similar tips. Nick just got way more information than I ended up getting and was able to break the story. But we had a conversation about this before it was like public knowledge, public information, and had no idea the S-storm that was coming. Just couldn't anticipate it, I guess. Or I couldn't at that point. Still pretty young in my career.
Did you think the NFL was going to suspend him? Did you think it was going to get to that level of a story?
I didn't realize how much Nick had even after talking to him.
Oh, really?
I didn't know it was going to be like that. He mentioned pictures, but once it all broke, yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. To their credit, the folks at EA Sports who make this decision, I'm assuming it's EA Sports, maybe in collaboration with the NFL,
probably,
that decides who's on the cover. It's not a fan vote anymore. Thanks, Peyton Hillis, and everybody who voted for him. They seem to have fleshed out the curse. They seem to have found the antibodies. They seem to have vaccinated. They found a vax for the Madden curse, because the last one I would say fits a Madden curse would be Antonio Brown, who went loco in 2018 when he was on the Madden cover for Madden 2019.
Yeah.
And then I think that was the year he went crazy. Here's what it says. One of the most gifted route runners, Brown scored a career-high 15 touchdowns during his cover year, but it proved to be a tumultuous one in the Steelers' locker room, resulting in his trade to the Raiders after the season. He only played another 16 games in the NFL after that. Man,
won a Super Bowl, though.
Dude, it feels like Antonio Brown played way more games than 16 games after 2018, because anytime he was around, bleep was popping, man.
Yeah.
Good and bad.
And
won a Super Bowl, left the field shirtless in the cold weather.
16 games. And
punched a mover.
For 3 teams. Because you remember he had that Patriots run?
Yes. Filed for bankruptcy. He's had quite the run here, Antonio Brown.
Dude, man, not a dull moment with dude
no,
at all.
But I think he's the last one because 2020, Pat Mahomes, not cursed. 2021, Lamar Jackson, not cursed. Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes shared the cover in Madden 2022. Madden 23 was John Madden himself on the cover because he had passed away that year. So they did an homage. So it was after he passed away. I don't want any snarky jokes like, oh, they put him on the cover, then he died. That's the ultimate Madden curse. No, he died before that.
And also, how old was he? I mean, he's dead now.
Oh, yeah, he's in his 80s, I think.
He lived his life.
Been around a long time. He had a good run.
Yeah.
And then Josh Allen last year, who, the Bills still haven't got to a Super Bowl with Josh Allen, but
he wasn't the problem.
No, he's still considered a top 5 quarterback. So Josh Allen not cursed.
So what you're saying is, back in 2020, when the world was looking for vaccines, and we went to Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. My God.
They found one.
But I'm saying as a society, we should have been hitting up EA Sports and the NFL. Like they're the ones with the vaccines.
Yeah,
they're the ones to figure out how to get us immunized, as Aaron Rodgers would say.
Figured it out already. You're like, you know what? This Antonio Brown is going to shut down the world if we don't figure out this Madden curse.
Just saying that's who we, as a world, nation, country, and everything else, should have consulted more with EA Sports and the NFL.
Ponder this one during the break. Do you want C.J. Stroud on the cover of Madden? Don't answer it now. Ponder it during the break. Do you ever want him on the cover of Madden? All kidding aside, and where do the Texans rank among teams that have not yet won a Super Bowl in their history? Where do the Texans rank among those teams in terms of their chances of getting to the promised land this year? That is next.
If you've been thinking about a brand new Tahoe,
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. We just did a deep dive breakdown of the carnage of the Madden curse through the years, and we thanked the good Lord up above and all the scientists in the medical community who were able to find a vaccine for the Madden curse after Antonio Brown in 2019. And since then, nobody has been infected by this.
It's what we call public good.
Yeah.
Public service. Thank you, EA Sports and Madden,
yes.
whatever, and NFL, whatever it is that you figured out. Thank you for your service.
Yes, yes. Every player, I'm assuming, triple vaxxed for the Madden curse, especially Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, and someone did mention, one of the Texans did mention that, we were talking about Michael Vick not getting arrested until some years later.
Yeah.
After being on the cover of Madden. But there was an injury, though.
Oh, yeah, he got banged up. No, he was hit. So, he would have been a curse candidate even if he was squeaky clean off the field. Like, he got banged up that year, for sure.
Yeah, I'd kind of forgotten about that, but that did happen.
For sure. But I think most people, especially as far back as that is now, if you just say, hey, Michael Vick was on the Madden cover, they're like, oh man. And he went to jail. They're not going to bring up, he got hurt in the preseason.
I don't never want to be on that thing in that case.
Right.
But, of course, also don't do the thing that he did.
And he recovered.
He did.
Michael Vick.
Shout out to him.
Michael Vick. I mean,
on and off the field. To point out. Yeah.
CJ Stroud. As a young player, you're able to cite Michael Vick as one of your, role models or people you look up to, and people generally don't scoff at you these days because Michael Vick has turned his life around.
Yeah, generally. For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be people that do.
Yeah.
But and I say that because CJ brings up Michael Vick. That's why he wore number 7 was Michael Vick. That was his guy. That said, do you want CJ Stroud to be on the cover of Madden? Do you believe in the vaccine, basically, B. Scott, is what I'm saying? Or do we know that CJ's vaccinated for the Madden curse?
It is certainly a way to test my faith and test my belief.
Yeah.
Because, while I am here celebrating Madden and or EA Sports and the NFL for whatever vaccine they figured out, I gotta admit, if I saw CJ on the cover, first of all, I'd be happy for him from the standpoint of, like, he's younger than I am, and I'm of the Madden generation, and he's a generation behind me. So I know what that would mean to him.
Oh, dude.
I know what it'd mean to him. It'd be a huge deal. So I'd be happy for him personally in that kind of way. But also, like,
do you want it?
No, as a Texans fan, as somebody who wants good things for the Texans, I'll say this: I would not feel good about it. I would feel uneasy about it, and admittedly so that maybe it's silly.
Okay,
but for all of the reasons and situations that we laid out in the previous segment about the Madden curse, I would feel away. I would feel a little nervous, a little uneasy.
Yeah.
I mean, I deal with it, but I would not feel great. I would not be, let's go. And I'd be like, oh, man, okay, so let's take care of CJ.
Yeah.
Let's take care of this offensive line. Let's, I would want everything else around him to be even more perfect, to be even better than I already want it to be because of that. Yeah.
I mean, it's worked out okay for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, it has.
It
has. And you're hoping that, there's only one Patrick Mahomes, but you're hoping that CJ has whatever qualities those are that allows Mahomes
get near
to be
or
that.
into that class.
Yeah, you want him to be that.
Yep. I want it. I think it'd be great. I think it'd be really cool. I think it's, the Texans are finding their way further and further into kind of the, just the consciousness, the relevance of NFL fans everywhere, and I think CJ on the cover of Madden would be badass. I think I am not a believer in the Madden curse, even before whatever vaccine it is they found after Antonio Brown. So let's go, CJ. Get on there, and I'm with you. Like, for the younger generation, like when Brett Favre was on the cover of Madden in 2009 or whatever it was. Does Favre strike you as a guy that's sitting around playing video games at all? Yeah, no. He's out shooting things.
Yeah.
I would guess, like, younger generation, for CJ. Let's just talk about for CJ, just knowing how CJ's wired. Like, Super Bowl, number 1. I think MVP, number 2. I think CJ, too, probably like Walter Payton Man of the Year, something like that would matter to him. I don't think you get out of the top 5 honors, though, without saying being on the cover of Madden.
So
I think it's that next layer right after an actual trophy handed to you by the league.
So you heard about Michael Vick, him being an inspiration for CJ, right?
Yep.
Michael Vick was on the 2004 cover of Madden in 2003.
Yep.
So I'm an early high schooler at that point. Okay, we're playing Madden we're out of our minds playing Madden in the summer, just any time of the year.
Were you
playing
good?
I was decent. But the point that I'm making here on that is that CJ is a toddler.
He's
at
a
the time.
baby.
A toddler.
Yeah.
So that tells you all you need to know. We're playing Madden obsessively when Michael Vick is on the cover, and CJ, like, just for all intents and purposes here, doesn't even know who Michael Vick is yet at the time.
Right.
He doesn't have the level of consciousness to know anything about anything at that point. So that's how far back it goes.
An interesting question for CJ. Not at a press conference necessarily, but if you ever had a sit-down interview with him, like now I'm thinking I actually had one with him at a charity event a couple months ago. Like, what version of Vick is it that led you to be a Michael Vick fan? Because CJ would have been like late elementary school to watch the version of Michael Vick that was MVP caliber with Andy Reid in Philadelphia.
So let's call it 2010.
Yeah.
Let's just ballpark it around there. CJ's like
his game there was more like CJ's game than the one in Atlanta where he's just running around playground.
There you go. There you go. And he's like 8 years old.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, I imagine CJ doesn't have a lot of personal recollection of the video game, for lack of a better term, video game version of Michael Vick. I mean, he was a video game the entire time. You know what I'm talking about? Making the two Vikings miss on that one play in Atlanta, like that the one that looked the most like Virginia Tech Michael Vick translated into the NFL. I imagine he has seen more highlights and been told more about that, and probably his like personal experience of watching them is probably that Eagles version. With Andy Reid. Yeah.
Yep.
I imagine so.
Crazy.
That is wild to think. That is wild to think. Non-old people want to feel old. Just 35-year-old me want to feel old. To say that again. CJ probably became aware of Michael Vick in his Philly days.
Yep. It's wild. People were reminding us on the text page, hey, Peyton Hillis did catch 60 passes out of the backfield that year. Who the hell's listening to the show taking up for Peyton Hillis right now? Now, Peyton Hillis, as you mentioned, did rescue his kids from drowning last year. Fair enough. Mention his 60 receptions.
Yeah,
That's fine.
No, I'm pro Peyton Hillis. All I'm saying is,
he shouldn't have been on Madden.
There's a lag between his Madden cover and him saving his family from drowning.
Yeah,
though, like that's the separation in terms of when I heard from him. But do not remember much of hearing from him in between those two events.
Right.
Like I just don't. Catching the 60 passes out of the backfield, we didn't talk about it. It wasn't a topic. It didn't. It didn't land him on the NFL 100. I doubt it.
Yeah, no.
What I mean?
No, probably not.
So yeah, like there's a lag there.
Did Andre Johnson get hurt when he was on the cover of Madden? No, he didn't because he wasn't on the cover of Madden.
I was going to say I would have remembered
the seasons he would have been on the cover of Madden was right in the heyday of the curse, though. That was like
true
late 07, 08, 09. He was first team All-Pro. Andre was in 08 and 09.
Yes,
so that would have been. Curse was up and running back then.
And he had a couple second teams in there sandwiched in.
Yep.
Or, around it.
Sure did. All right, keep texting in 713-572-4610. 12 teams in the history of the NFL that have not hoisted a Lombardi trophy. The Texans are obviously one of them.
Yeah.
They've not even had the opportunity to hoist an AFC title trophy yet. Not even the opportunity.
Yeah.
So they got to get to a conference title game. So the Texans, their plate is different than some of these teams. But there's 12 teams that have not won a Super Bowl yet. Where do the Texans stack up on that list of teams? Eric Edholm of NFL.com actually did this list, his opinion, on NFL.com a few days ago. Off the top of your head, B. Scott, do you want me to rattle off some of these teams, or do you...
Yeah, no, I'm looking at them here.
Yeah.
And I feel like, first of all, there are some surprises here, but of course, if you remember some of the history,
if you had to guess, sorry to interrupt you, if you had to guess, there's 12 teams that haven't made a Super Bowl without having looked at it.
Yeah.
Like your gut reaction when you heard me say that, without having looked at the list, Where would you think the Texans would fall on a list like that right now?
So the immediate other teams that are not the Texans that I thought about that are good would have been the Bills and the Lions.
Yep.
And so I'd have to kind of go through the list to do more of it, but I would put the Lions probably above the Texans, and not just because I feel like they're a better team. I think they're, you'd probably maybe give them the edge because of what they've done, but also the pathway. Like I like
the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, I like being a good team. I mean, honestly, if I could just put the Texans in the NFC, I wouldn't mind doing it this year.
Yeah.
Like just an easier path to the Super Bowl. To be a good to great team in the NFC matters more, means more for your Super Bowl chances just because of the math of it, the numbers of it. So I would have gone with the Lions.
Yeah, Lions are 1 on this list from Eric Edholm. Bills are 3. So 2 is vacant. Would you put the Texans at 2 ahead of the Bills? I'm not going to say who is 2, whether the Texans are or not, for the audience sake, until I get your opinion.
No, in terms of chances and likelihood of getting to the Super Bowl,
of winning the Super Bowl.
Of winning the Super Bowl, I like the Texans' chances.
So you would put the
Bills.
Texans, you immediately named the Lions and the Bills as teams you thought of. I'm telling you, Lions are 1, Bills are 3 on this list.
I
you
would put the Texans in the middle.
You would put the Texans at 2.
Yeah.
I would put them ahead of the Bills.
Yeah.
I would. I feel like they're a better team. Look, they're going to get a chance to prove it in Week 5. They play each other. But I think the Texans are a better team than the Bills are. The Bills are 3. The Bengals are 2. So it goes Lions 1.
Okay, Bengals, yeah.
Lions 1, Bengals 2, Bills 3. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is a list of teams that have yet to win a Super Bowl. Who has the best chance of winning a Super Bowl this year among those 12 teams? So I can get with the Lions. I can get with the Bengals. I think the Texans are perfectly capable of beating both those teams. They beat the Bengals with Joe Burrow last year in Cincinnati.
They did.
And this is a better version of the Texans. But I'm not going to, I don't need to die on a hill over this thing. I get why people like the Bengals. I have them ahead of the Bills. They are 4th on this list after those 3. So among the rest of the teams after Lions, Bengals, Bills.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah. Texans are 4.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. So I know we're talking Texans here, but I've got an objection already to the list.
After the Texans?
Oh, maybe it's the NFC thing, though, that I was arguing because they've got, for whatever reason, the Falcons over the Chargers doesn't feel right to me. But I get it because it's the NFC.
Well, and the Falcons are going to win their division. You know what I mean? They're going to get a home playoff game. Like I don't trust either. I think there's a big drop off after the Texans.
Yeah.
Cleveland is 5th. I don't believe in Cleveland. I don't believe in Deshaun Watson. Even though Deshaun Watson really still believes in Deshaun Watson. Maybe we'll get to that in the next segment here.
Yeah. I guess the visceral reaction there for me is I believe much more in Harbaugh, either Harbaugh. So a Harbaugh coach and Justin Herbert versus what Atlanta's trying to do.
Yeah, if they were
Kirk Cousins and
with Kirk and Raheem Morris.
Yeah, I mean, and I like Raheem Morris, but I would take what the Chargers have got going
I think you
on.
hit the nail on the head. Yeah. I think it's all about the path when it's those two. You know,
Atlanta.
I don't know what Atlanta's win total is in Vegas this year. I'm going to guess 9.5, something like probably similar to the Texans.
Yeah.
Texans are 9.5, I believe. I would take the over on Atlanta, and I'm not wild about Kirk Cousins. I'm certainly not wild about them drafting his successor with the 8th overall pick.
Just side note, not to go on a tangent.
Yeah.
I liked that more than I actually liked them signing Kirk Cousins in the first place.
Me too.
So to me, the error in their ways was ever doing the Kirk Cousins deal.
Totally.
So,
my point is,
I hear you. Though.
My point is in that division where the other quarterbacks are Bryce Young, Derek Carr, and Baker Mayfield. Kirk Cousins is probably the best quarterback in that division.
No, he is.
Yeah, and they got him some weapons. So I think Atlanta is going to be like probably an 11-win team this year. The Chargers are in the same division with the Chiefs, so it's going to be hard for them to. I could see them winning 10 games with Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh, but I think that's all about the path. So Chargers 7, Jacksonville 8th. How about that? How the mighty have fallen.
How quickly?
Yeah.
The mighty
I don't
have
want to poke
fallen
fun
quickly.
What's happening to the Jags if it were to happen to the Texans and next year the Colts are 4. Well, the Colts have won a Super Bowl.
But also you don't want to poke fun. Yeah, I get it, but also that belief.
Yeah.
You know, like if there's a different feeling especially even after year one, than there was with Trevor Lawrence after year one and even after year 3 with him.
Yes.
So, yeah, man, going into year 4, how quickly and how mighty they fall.
Way more confident in the coach and quarterback here than I would be. Minnesota, among the 12 teams who haven't won a Super Bowl. Minnesota's 9th. I keep forgetting Minnesota hasn't won a Super Bowl. They went to so many back in the day.
Yeah.
They've lost 4, but they were all, like, before cable television existed, you know?
Yeah.
They're all, like, in the 70s with Fran Tarkenton and whatnot. Cardinals are 10th. I still think it's wild that J.J. Watt signed with the Cardinals back in the day. That still freaks me out.
But then they rattle off those first 6 wins.
Oh, yeah, J.J. looks so smart.
Yeah, and then it just went downhill after
that. Titans 11. Titans 11. And the Carolina Panthers 12. Quarterbacked by Bryce Young.
They only get to be 11 because the Panthers exist. Think about that, Titans.
That's right. That's
you
right.
really could be last on this list. Thank God that the Panthers are of existence.
Yep. All right. We will. I mentioned Deshaun Watson. I do want to get to Deshaun. We'll do that at 8:45. Deshaun said one of the sillier things that I've ever heard a quarterback say. We'll get to that at 8:45. But I have a question for you, B. Scott. Is a standing ovation for an opposing pitcher acceptable behavior from a crowd at a baseball game?
Okay.
We've got an example of it. We'll have it for you. We'll answer that question. That is next. Oh, YellowRoseDistilling.com. Yes, let's talk about the Yellow Rose Distillery. Love the Yellow Rose.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Seth's back tomorrow. Couple texts here, and then we'll get to last night, baseball. Is this acceptable fan behavior? What looks like cordial behavior and is cordial behavior, is this acceptable or unacceptable? We'll get to this in a second. Couple texts real quick. Okay. We were just going through the teams that have never won a Super Bowl. 12 of them in the NFL. Never won a Super Bowl. Texans are one of them. They're fourth on the list that Eric Edholm put together as most likely to win one that he would pick. Ahead of them were who was first?
The Lions.
The Lions were first.
Lions, Bengals, and Bills.
Lions, Bengals, Bills. And I didn't have a problem with either of the first two. I think the Texans are just a better football team than the Bills. Text message. I can't get fully behind the Bengals until Burrow actually completes a full season or at least 15 games. Joe Burrow went to a Super Bowl. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Like, sir, I don't know if you were in Carbon Freeze that year. He played he almost won a Super Bowl. What are you talking about? I can't get fully. I get that. I get that you're worried about Burrow getting injured because 2 of the 4 seasons he's been in the NFL,
he's been injured.
He's had season-ending injuries halfway through the year. I understand that.
But the other 2.
But your text implies that it's never happened before. Until he does this, I can't get behind him. Like, dude, go back and look. He was opposing Matthew Stafford in the Super Bowl. Like, what? Oh, my God.
Yeah. Tell you what. Ask Patrick Mahomes about Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
Like, do you not remember? I'm not asking seriously. Does this texter not remember the whole Burrow head thing that went down?
Obviously not.
Like, that was a narrative. And then Mahomes and the Chiefs shut it down, obviously. Not last year, but the year before.
Yeah.
But they were calling it Arrowhead, calling it Burrowhead because Joe Burrow and the Bengals were taking it to the Chiefs. They were the only team, apparently, that had their number. Or it could at least argue that they were a rival of the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Just Joe Burrow and the Bengals.
Bengals had their number, and then the Chiefs did the right thing. They changed their number. That's what you do.
Yeah.
I got your number. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm changing my number. Now the Bengals can't beat them.
Yeah. Tom Brady had some success against Patrick Mahomes, too. I want to point that out. I said they were the only ones. But it was basically Brady and Burrow.
That's it.
Were the only ones that could really, mess with Patrick Mahomes' Kansas City Chiefs over the last few years.
That's it. The Texans were able to one time in week 6 of a regular season.
Yeah, I remember that.
Then the playoffs happened.
Yeah, I remember that. Kenny Stills had a moment. That feels like not that long ago and a generation ago at the same time.
It's crazy. That same season, they coughed up a 24-0 lead. They beat them there in the regular season. They beat the Chiefs.
It happened.
Yep. Someone pointing out, someone said the guy who texted about Andre Johnson said, there were 2 covers that year, one with him and one with Larry Fitzgerald. I don't think there were. Everything I've looked up, there's a cover with Larry Fitzgerald and Troy Polamalu.
The only one I was able to find looks like it's PlayStation specific, and that's not how the game works. Like the Madden is made by EA Sports and available on PlayStation, Xbox. So it's not a PlayStation specific game.
Yes.
It looks like maybe PlayStation had a specific cover that might have had Andre Johnson on it. I was able to Google it and find it, but I don't remember that. And that's not what we're talking about.
No.
The PlayStation specific cover does not apply to the Madden curse.
It actually had Andre and Adrian Wilson on it from the Cardinals as safety.
Yeah.
So
that's a deep cut.
That version is quarantined from the Madden curse.
Yes.
That is quarantined. So I don't know if you saw this last night, B. Scott. Paul Skeens.
Yeah, I know Paul Skeens.
Paul Skeens, who is a success on and off the baseball diamond. I believe he dates Livy Dunn, who is the...
I did know that.
The very famous gymnast who has commercials and things like that. She looks good, too. But he's also former, I believe, number 1 overall pick, if I'm not mistaken.
Top prospect.
Yeah, who's now been called up, and he's been pitching for the Pirates. Pitched 6 1/3 last night against the St. Louis Cardinals in St. Louis. The St. Louis Cardinal fans in the midst of a scoreless game that the Cardinals ended up losing, if I'm not mistaken, 2-1 last night. Skeens leaves the mound after 6 1/3 scoreless, so he's walking off the hill into the dugout. If you were in Pittsburgh at PNC Park, Field, whatever it is, beautiful stadium in Pittsburgh, I would fully expect a standing ovation for Paul Skeens. if I'm at the opposing stadium where he just made my team look foolish for 6 1/3, I myself wouldn't stand up and cheer, but that didn't stop the Cardinals. Oh, Cardinals, the smartest baseball fans. They gave him a standing ovation last. Not all of them, but enough of them to where it qualified as a standing ovation. I don't know what percentage it needs to be to qualify as a standing ovation, capital S, capital O, proper noun. But there were enough to where it made news that the classy Cardinal fans gave Paul Skeens a standing ovation. Is this acceptable behavior for a home crowd?
I'm going to be honest, man. I would be more inclined to accept this if it happened anywhere other than in St. Louis.
You have the same? Okay, good.
If it happened.
Same rage I do.
If it happened with any fan base, like I'm all about tipping your cap, respecting the opponent, game recognized game. Like I can appreciate maybe the sentiment. I wouldn't do it. I'm with you. It's not something that I would do. Whether it's acceptable or like if the person next to me did it, I don't know if I would be as turned off by it or like I'd be fine. No judgment.
Yeah.
But it's the Cardinals doing it specifically, and it's for some of the stuff that you just mentioned. Because they got to be the high and mighty, sanctimonious, better than everybody else's baseball fan base.
Yes.
To me, this is consistent. Them giving a standing ovation for an opposing pitcher's brilliance is consistent with their feeling that they are above everyone else
superior
as baseball fans.
Yeah.
You know what? We're good enough, great enough baseball fans to recognize the brilliance of this performance. And so since we're just baseball fans, we love baseball so much more than everybody else and understand the game so much better. We're going to stand up and applaud this objectively good baseball performance.
This was more
give me
about
a break.
Yes. This was more about the Cardinals fans. Thank you. This was more about the Cardinals fans doing it for themselves.
Yes.
Than it was acknowledgement of Paul Skeens.
I agree.
This was a selfish act by the St. Louis Cardinal fans, I would say. And this whole thing, how you can categorize any fan base, and I'm including Astro fans, fan bases for professional teams. What are we doing? What test is there that tells me they're the smartest baseball fans? I've been to St. Louis for many a baseball game. Never have I sat amidst that crowd and said to myself, these people are intellectually superior.
Ooh, let me just ask them about baseball.
About life or the game of baseball.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, can you explain to me why those runners were on the move just now?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so I saw this.
What pitch do you think is coming?
Dude, I had the same.
Off speed? You think it's off speed here?
I had the same reaction
Breaking
you
ball?
did, B. Scott. I'm like, these sanctimonious is a great word.
Sanctimonious.
These sanctimonious bleeps, man. St. Louis Cardinals fans.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's. I need to acknowledge that we amongst our fan base here do have some behavioral quirks, if not deficiencies.
Yes.
What is worse, in your opinion, in terms of fan conduct? A standing ovation for an opposing pitcher or doing the wave in the middle of a close game late in the game? What's worse?
I'm reluctant to do this because it's going to be an indictment.
I'm going to Pender poll this one, by the way.
Yeah, that's a great Pender poll. Y'all check it out at Sean T. Pendergast on X, formerly known as Twitter.
Yes.
But for me, and again, this is reluctance because this is going to put me at odds with the folks that I most identify with, my people. But I gotta say, it's the wave in the close game. And I don't like either one. Yeah. I'm not a fan of either one. But I do have to concede that the standing ovation for the opposing pitcher who had a great game, who had a brilliant performance, does show an awareness of the game, of what's happening at the game.
Yeah.
And the wave during a close game, if it's a blowout or if it's early, whatever, I don't like it, but, do your thing. To do it during a close game or in a key moment when we're supposed to be paying attention or caring about what's happening in the game at that particular moment, to me shows a lack of awareness that I cannot forgive or excuse.
I have more respect for an action that has a purpose that I disagree with than I do for an action that has no purpose at all.
Yes.
If not being detrimental, but at the very least, no purpose at all. if you and I are in agreement that the Cardinal fans are doing this standing ovation for Paul Skeens more to show off their own vibe, at least there's a reason for it. You know, I disagree with it. I disagree with why you're doing it, and I
flat
think
out don't like it.
And I don't like it.
Yeah.
I think it exposes the worst side of you, but there's a purpose to it.
Yeah.
There is no purpose to doing a wave in the middle of the 8th inning of a close game at home. It doesn't do the players any good.
Yeah.
And some people say it's fun. No, it's not.
It's actually not. That's my biggest objection. Like when we can disagree on what fun is, but but I just have to fundamentally disagree with you.
It's not fun.
What's fun about it?
Oh, I stood up.
Oh.
The visual of it?
No.
I mean, come on. It was a thing back in the 80s where there was very little stimulating us visually.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I could play Bubble Crush on my phone in perpetuity over doing the wave.
Right.
Solitaire.
Right.
Dominoes.
Yeah.
Poker. Whatever.
Yeah.
Like there are probably, I don't know how long the list of things that are more fun that I could do while the baseball game is going on.
The hub till like 4 months ago.
Dude. Literally almost anything.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Almost anything.
So I'm judging you for doing the wave, and then I'm also judging you for your standard of fun or your estimation of what fun is.
Man. Yeah.
Yikes.
Okay, good. You and I are in agreement on this one.
Yes.
So we don't need to go to Ben for the deciding vote.
No, we're
Ben would side with you, whatever it was.
But I think we're also I think we're also in reluctant agreement because we sided with Cardinals fans.
Yeah.
And And I don't want to do that.
If it was any other fan base but the Cardinals, would you have been okay with them giving a standing ovation?
I think so.
Really?
I would have.
Dodger fans?
Oh, no, I just don't like them.
Dodger fans are more likely to run on the field and beat Skeens with a sock full of pennies than give them a standing ovation.
Yeah, that's probably not happening. Yeah. Philly fans, too. Like,
Philly fans.
Get out of here.
Right.
So, yeah.
Skeens is wearing like a bulletproof vest to all the starts in L.A. and Philly.
I think if another fan base had done it, I wouldn't have cared. Like, I think I would have had
might not have been news, actually.
Yeah, I would have had a lukewarm opinion on it that maybe it wouldn't have even been worth sharing on the radio.
Yeah.
But since it was, in fact, the Cardinals, I freaking hate it.
Yeah.
I'm
with you
freaking
on
hate
that.
it.
Okay, good. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. All right. Speaking of quarterbacks, the Jets have a quarterback issue right now at minicamp. Do the Browns still have a quarterback issue? Their quarterback was basically asked about it yesterday. Wait till you hear what Deshaun Watson had to say about the critics. That is coming up next. Men'sTClinic.com. No critic here at Men's T Clinic. The opposite.
in Hawaii.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Here was Jets head coach Robert Saleh explaining to the media in New York the absence. The first one you'll hear is about Reddick, edge rusher that they traded for from Philadelphia, it's pretty simple with him. He's looking for a new contract. It's your standard stay away from the team thing to do. Pay the fines and hope for the best. And then there's Aaron Rodgers, who I don't believe is looking for a new contract. He's just got somewhere he'd rather be than at mandatory minicamp with a team he's hoping to lead to a Super Bowl this year after playing 4 snaps the previous season. Here's Robert Saleh.
So we've got 2 inexcused absences. One obviously being Hassan. Spoke to him over the weekend. Appreciate the dialogue. He's in a really good place mentally, working his tail off like we already know, and but he's choosing to sit out this one, inexcused. The second one is Aaron. Aaron and I spoke before OTA started. He's been very good in communication. He's been here the entire time. It's inexcused, but he had an event that was very important to him, which he communicated.
Both are inexcused.
Both inexcused. Yes.
So are they getting fined?
They're both subject to the CBA fine schedule.
I was floored when I saw this yesterday. Like, I had to double check and make sure that seeing a tweet about Aaron Rodgers not showing up at minicamp after all the talking he's been doing about how excited he is and no distractions and goal of a Super Bowl and all that other stuff.
Just blowing smoke.
Yeah,
apparently.
like now apparently there's something more important than being at mandatory minicamp, connecting with his teammates. Like, I mean, think about all the teams that you've root for now that if their quarterback, especially when they had the previous season and have said the things this offseason that Aaron Rodgers has said, and then they just don't show up for minicamp. And to this point, I haven't seen what exactly this event that's, quote, very important to Aaron Rodgers is. I don't know what it is. You and I kind of hashed that out earlier, what would qualify as acceptable.
Yeah, like for most of us, what would make sense.
But you made a phenomenal point about this. Aaron Rodgers does not have the life structure, I guess, or family structure that really lends itself to any of those things. You know, graduations, he doesn't have kids, childbirth. I don't think he's got one on the way. Something pressing in the family, good or bad. He's estranged from his family, like this would be the first family thing that he's done, like with having to do with his family in a long, long time, probably because he doesn't talk to his family reportedly anymore. This is, if I'm a Jets fan, I'm pissed about this right now. I'm livid about this, him not being there.
So, like, not just livid about it, but, like, really more so disappointed. Like, I'm disappointed in Aaron Rodgers, but also, like, we talked about curses earlier. Don't the Jets feel like a cursed franchise?
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah, it was funny. I saw a graphic yesterday on the internet, and it had who the president was the last time each team had a winning season. And so, there's a huge chunk of logos next to Biden's face.
Yeah.
There's a handful of logos, a much smaller set of logos next to Trump's face. There's one logo next to Obama's face, and it's a Jets logo. It was pretty funny.
That is hilarious.
It was pretty funny.
Dude, the Jets can just be the butt of jokes in perpetuity, like just forever. Yeah. We can make them the butt of jokes. But here's my thing, and it kind of brings us back to the Texans in a little bit. But you remember when we first started, a couple weeks ago, started minicamp, first started OTAs, I should say, then got to minicamp, and I did the eye roll about attendance because we do the attendance thing, who's not here, who's here. And I said at the time, like, the only person that I'd really just need to be there, the only person whose attendance is going to make me have a real strong opinion one way or the other is the quarterback. CJ's there, I'm good. He's not there, all right, I'm going to have some questions. Why isn't he there? Is everything okay? What's going on? Like, I'd have some concern about that. But if the quarterback's there, I think I'm good. Because I understand, especially the voluntary stuff. Now, we're talking about mandatory minicamp. So
he's gonna get fined 6 figures.
You would expect everyone to be there, but there is something about the leader of the team the quarterback not showing up to work. This does not sit right with me. And if I was a Jets fan, I'm like you, I would be livid about this.
Yeah,
livid.
I at the bare minimum, I need to know what it is. I think it's a responsibility of the team to tell the fans what it is he's missing mandatory minicamp for, especially for a team that hasn't won squat in so many years.
Yeah.
And this is your this is your highest paid player. This is your quarterback. It's not like the guy did anything for you last year. I mean, he has been a major, major net negative for this team. I don't care if I see footage of him, with the we'll get to that, with the with the headset on, helping call plays while he's injured. I don't care if I see any of that footage. He has been a net negative. He's cost them $35 million so far, cost them draft picks, and despite. Not only has he been a distraction, he has railed against distractions while being a distraction.
Oh, it's the hypocrisy.
Yeah, man.
It's the biggest thing, because I don't care about Aaron Rodgers having opinions. I actually kind of welcome that, being a little bit different, being interesting. So I don't mind that. I don't care about Aaron Rodgers maybe having, being a little bit controversial. It's the hypocrisy. I just cannot get down with or respect hypocrisy.
Yeah.
And that was the issue, a couple of years ago with the whole, vaccine thing. It wasn't about, where do you stand on the vaccines? It's about, for me at least, it was about where I stood on hypocrisy. And now that's where we're at again a couple of years later here with the Jets. It's like, okay, you say one thing and do another, or it's like, do as I say, not as I do. That's hard to respect. I know you're special, and which he is, undoubtedly. But
he's been special. We don't know if he's still special.
Right. Exactly. And just don't be a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Special or not, don't be a hypocrite. That is hard to respect.
Boy, I'm glad these are other teams' problems, man. It is nice to be on a team where things seem to be all queued up. Everybody in lockstep, ready for the season to get here. It's good. We'll see how it plays out. A little bit of breaking news in the world of basketball. Basketball Hall of Famer Jerry West has passed away at the age of 86. The logo. You kids, you were wondering who the silhouette is on the logo for the NBA? That is a logo of Jerry West, one of the all-time great players. And we got this question yesterday, B. Scott, on the text page when we were talking about Jeff Bagwell and all the questionable decisions that have been made in the front office for the Astros since Bagwell got there.
Yeah.
And we had a person we didn't answer the text on the air. I don't even know if I answered it off the air. But name a great player who's been able to go on and be a great coach or a great general manager. The implication being it's very hard to do. It's very hard to be a good general manager or coach anyways at a professional level, regardless of your background.
Yes.
But who are the great players who have done that? The first name that popped into my head was Jerry West.
Yeah.
Jerry West was probably better known by the casual modern basketball fan as the general manager and the architect of a lot of those really great Laker teams, particularly the Shaq and Kobe ones.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the big reason Shaq went to L.A. in free agency.
Right.
Was Jerry West and his ability to put that. So he put those Shaq and Kobe teams together. They went through a down period, and then he put together he got Kobe and Pau Gasol together as well.
Yeah, but I mean, even back in the immediacy of his post-playing career, he was a part of, even trying to get the Showtime Lakers together. Now, he might not have been as big of an advocate of some of the Showtime stuff that they were doing at the time, but the point is, he was a very much trusted, confidant, and basketball mind in the immediacy of his post-playing career for what ultimately ended up becoming the Showtime Lakers.
Yes.
So he's been basically on the front lines of team building since he stopped playing, going all the way back even to the early 80s.
Yep.
So, yeah, man, to your point about the quality of exec, great player turned exec, he's kind of the standard for it.
And my apologies, he was in Memphis by the time Kobe and Pau were together. I remember kind of him being in the mix of that story because he drafted Pau Gasol. Pau Gasol was there in Memphis when Jerry West was in Memphis, but he was the architect of those Laker teams from 1979 through 2000. So, yeah, the Showtime Lakers.
Yeah.
He became the general manager of the Lakers before the 82-83 season. So
yeah, reluctantly.
Yeah.
Well, at least the way the story is told. So
a little like Rudy T becoming the coach of the Rockets.
Yeah,
Rudy became the coach here reluctantly, and it resulted in 2 championships.
Oh, but personality-wise, I got to say, you could not going to find too many people more like polar opposite than Rudy T and Jerry West. Boy.
No.
It's funny because since I'm younger, I don't have as much of a frame of reference for Jerry West, the personality and the player. He's already a thing by the time I'm born. But like he's the GM of the Lakers. But the way Winning Time portrays him,
I got to watch that.
Oh, I can't. It will be hard to unsee because now I just got this picture of Jerry West in my mind being this cranky, hard ass who throws temper tantrums, but who still everybody loves and respects.
Has he commented on that portrayal? Was it an accurate portrayal? Because sometimes they take guys' personalities and things like that.
Yeah.
And if not embellish, out and out just change their personalities.
Oh, I
Art Howe in Moneyball. Art Howe is pissed at how he was portrayed in Moneyball.
I don't know how upset he was, but I do seem to remember there being some pushback or like reminding for everyone, hey, this is a dramatization of the way
based on a true story.
Yes, and they have a lot of fun with it.
Yep.
A lot of fun with it.
R.I.P. Jerry West, 86 years old, hell of a run, man, and one of the all-time greats, both in the front office and on the court. And, man, a Wikipedia page that you have to take a vacation day to read.
Yeah.
A lot of accomplishment.
The logo, man.
Yep. All right, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. I'll pay off on the second half of that tease next. You will not believe what Deshaun Watson had to say when he was asked about, do people need to pump the brakes on the expectations of how you look here in minicamp and training camp? That is coming up next. Oh, yeah. That is me snoring right there. Dr. Ben Salento fixed that.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Seth back tomorrow. Been a fun few days here with B. Scott. Been enjoying it.
I appreciate you sharing the real estate, man.
Crowd enjoys it. Listeners enjoy it. You do a great job, B. Scott. Appreciate you, man. Deshaun Watson. Cleveland heading into the season with big expectations. We just did that list that Eric Edholm put out of the 12 teams that have never won a Super Bowl. Texans are fourth on that list in terms of likelihood, in the eyes of Eric Edholm at least. Browns are fifth. Big expectations for the Browns. Made the playoffs essentially without Deshaun Watson last year. They were 4-1 when Deshaun started last year. So I think that's a testament to the depth of the roster that they've got in Cleveland right now. It's a good football team. He did not play well for them last year.
Yeah, I know.
Has not played well for them yet, except in very specific spots.
He's had some moments.
Yeah, but he is really almost 4 calendar years, 3.5 calendar years removed from himself playing good individual football, and he's nearly 5 years removed from playing winning football. Yeah. He's not been on a winning, been an integral part of a winning football team in a long, long time. So his season ended last year with a right shoulder injury, so he's dealing with that now. He's never had to deal with that before. Deal with injuries, an ACL tear in college and in the NFL in his rookie year. But now we're talking about his throwing arm, his throwing shoulder, season-ending surgery. By all accounts, he's looked pretty good in minicamp, as good as you can look, throwing against air and throwing in padless drills. I want you to take a listen to this answer. And this is where you can tell that Deshaun, he reads the lists, man. He sees these lists. Chris Sims just put out his top 40 quarterback list that gets a lot of run every year. I've got that saved. Maybe we can get to that a little later this segment. But this was the exact wording of the question. I'm going to read it because it's a little hard to hear on the press conference video. Reporter says, fans want to see you come back so badly. Sometimes they get a little overzealous. They see you throwing it around in minicamp and they start picking it apart like it's game tape. What would you say to those people to help them keep perspective that this is a long process?
Each and every fan, each and every media person, they want to see me at a level that I'm capable of doing. So that's the standard. And so I got to make sure I hold myself to it. So it's not a bad thing. It's not anything like that. I don't get involved with, people trying to rate me some, places where, they think I'm at the bottom of the list. It is what it is. If I was at the bottom, no one would talk about me. So obviously, if anyone is talking about me and going to continue to talk about me, then I must be pretty damn good.
Okay. I don't know if Deshaun stuck his head out the window and looked at the world we live in now. People love to talk about people at the bottom of lists, especially when they're supposed to be at the top of lists.
So the in between, the nuance there and what he's saying is actually, if you started at the bottom and remained at the bottom, then no one would talk about
drift
you.
Away. Yeah.
But when you make it to the top and you fall to the bottom, people love a hot mess.
Yes.
That's why soap operas did well for so long.
Yes.
I mean, drama sells. I mean, we just as a people do like to observe, I call it rubbernecking. public rubbernecking. We like to watch a fall or a crash or, maybe it's a flaw in people, but it is a reality. It's something that we do, period.
Now, the good news for Deshaun, and I think what he said there is really silly. Like, hey, they're talking about me. I must still be pretty damn good. No, you're relevant. Your relevance doesn't mean you're good. I think Deshaun even knows this. I don't think he's uncomfortable. I don't think he's uncomfortable with two things. I don't think he's uncomfortable being bad at his craft, because he's never been bad at his craft before these last couple of years. I certainly don't think he's comfortable being disliked. I think he's more uncomfortable being disliked than he is being bad at football, in fact.
Yeah, you're right. These are, I was going to say uncharted territory for him, but it's been the space he's occupied now for a few years.
3 years, really.
So I don't know how uncharted it is now, but certainly in the beginning of it was. And you're right, man. He has been, up until all of this stuff started happening, he had been universally liked and had never failed.
Mm-hmm.
Like had outside of like the injuries, which is part of the game, I wouldn't call that those failures. He had never failed, at least publicly, for what he was known at or known for, which is football. The reason why he's a public figure, he had never failed at football and had never been not liked, universally liked up until now.
The good news for Deshaun is people love a good redemption story. And I think there's going to be certainly a faction of fans out there, many of them here in Houston, that there will never be a Deshaun Watson redemption story. And I'm fine with that. I may be one of those people. Like, I just, I don't like the way he left here. I wasn't wild about the way he left here, independent of all the legal stuff. But then the legal stuff obviously is a cherry on top of the sundae for a lot of people in terms of disliking Deshaun Watson. But society at large, NFL fans at large, have very peculiar memories when it comes to sports fans, not just NFL fans, when it comes to really bad things. We talked about Michael Vick earlier in the show.
I mean, you even have a more problematic version of what you're talking about of people fans who will be protective of those when they go through things like this.
They're
or when
out
things
there.
When things like this happen, they will refuse to either believe or adjust an opinion, and just all they'll think about, and we've got some examples of this, all they'll think about is just that player on the field and divorce themselves of everything else that's going around it. So there's that element of it too.
Especially if that player wins.
Right.
That player wins, plays well. I would have respected Deshaun more if he just at the end said, if you ain't got haters, you ain't popping. That would have been better.
Because that's what he meant to say.
Yeah.
That's essentially what he was saying.
I think it is kind of what he meant to say.
That is basically what he said.
Yeah.
But the way he worded it was just not exactly accurate. Like, no.
Pretty damn good.
Look, you were pretty damn good, and that's why the discussion is being had. Like, we're not going to talk about, who we're not going to talk about this year? I can guarantee you, not even in Atlanta, Desmond Ridder. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If you get what I mean there? If you start at the bottom and you maintain and stay at the bottom, then they won't talk about you. But you're being talked about now more so because you were at the top, you were paid and are paid like you are at the top, and nothing that's happened since then actually supports that.
What's your confidence level in Deshaun this season? Getting back to close to or in the neighborhood of what he used to be.
I'm not going to say it's very high. I would say, if I was going to go 1 to 10, it'd be closer to 4. And it's because of a number of things, or two main things. The injuries, I don't know how his body is going to respond and if he's going to be the same guy he was before these injuries, particularly to the throwing shoulder. But then also the amount of time now that's passed since he was an elite quarterback. So, like, when it first happened.
3 full seasons.
Yeah. When it first happened, you're like, okay, guy can come back from a year.
That's wild.
And I know we talked about Michael Vick, who went to prison and came back. But the likelihood of being at the top of your game, falling off, both personally and professionally, because he didn't play, had the, everything going on. Like, to me, that's hard to come back from. And maybe he can play. Maybe he can be serviceable. Maybe the Browns are the 5th most likely team to win the Super Bowl that hasn't won one, and they're going to have a good season. Maybe all that is true. But do I see him re-entering the conversation that we were having before all this happened? Like, go back to 2019, before they played the the Kansas City Chiefs, a game in which they won. You remember the narrative back then? It's like, oh, Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes at that point, everybody had Mahomes over him, but they were peers.
Yeah.
Peers as, same draft class, same age, elite quarterbacks on the come up.
Yep.
They are not peers anymore. And it's not just because Patrick Mahomes is in a league of his own. It's also because of the fall of Deshaun Watson.
Dude, it is it's wild how much money Deshaun has made over the last, I'll call it the last 3 years. He's probably started a dozen games, maybe 12, 13 games over the last 3 years. I mean, he's made well over $100 million.
Sean, he's got 230 guaranteed. By the time we get to the end of it, remember, and I know you know this because you know more than most. It's fully guaranteed, dude. So by the time we get to the end of this conversation years from now, we will say he made $230+ million, because he was already rich when he signed that deal.
Yeah.
So everything that he made before that plus the 230, that's what he did.
It's crazy. It's really crazy because he spent a whole year sitting around here getting paid, 30-something million in 2021. Just do nothing. Show up and play safety in the walkthrough and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Chris Sims has his top 40 quarterbacks out right now. That list that he does, there's a graphic out here.
Yeah, I was curious about this, and because clearly he
has paid. Have you seen it yet?
I have not seen it yet, but I'm listening to Deshaun, and clearly he's seen somebody's list.
Yeah. Okay, so so let's play the guessing game here.
All right, perfect. I legitimately have not seen it.
Okay, you have not seen it. Where do you think C.J. Stroud falls on it? This is Chris Sims' top 40 QB countdown. It's something he does progressively over a series of days on the show. He's finished. It's out there now.
And I do know Sims to be high on C.J. Stroud. I actually don't know anybody who's not. I'm going to go 8th.
Wow, really good. Ben, I'm going to give him a ding for that.
Oh,
7th.
Okay.
7.
I should have gone 7. Lucky 7. And that's where I had him last year.
Let's guess again. Let's play a little guessing game. Then let's do this quickly.
Okay.
The 6 that are ahead of him. Who do you think the 6 ahead of him are?
Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen.
Mahomes 1, Lamar 4, Josh Allen 2.
Okay. So I've named 3.
You got 3, 5, and 6.
Aaron Rodgers? No.
Aaron Rodgers 14th.
Interesting.
14th.
Okay, Joe Burrow.
3rd. So you got 5 and 6 now.
Is Justin Herbert, did they have him listed above
6?
him?
Yeah, good job. Now 5. And I'll say this. This is someone that C.J. Stroud would be proud to put in front of him at 5.
Already said Joe Burrow?
You said Joe Burrow.
Somebody he would be proud to put ahead of him.
Oh, yeah, someone he watches a lot of, according to C.J. Stroud. Someone who he said, if you plunked him down in Aaron Rodgers' situation, he'd have won 3 or 4 Super Bowls.
Oh, yeah, Matthew Stafford. What am I doing here? Matthew Stafford. Why do I always forget about Matthew Stafford?
I do too. Because since the Super Bowl, he hasn't really done anything.
Yeah, but I was one of those in the Matthew Stafford camp. Like, he's better than his Detroit. You know, like I was a pro Matthew Stafford guy even before they won.
Now, this one's a little harder.
Okay, so how many more do I have?
Well, I got them all.
Okay,
you got them all. This question's going to be a little harder, though. We just got done talking about Deshaun Watson.
All right.
Where do you think Deshaun Watson is on Chris Sims' top 40? Oh, boy. Deshaun had to have seen this list. I'm kind of giving you a hint here, but in terms of, like, what chunk of it. He's definitely not in the upper quartile of the upper quartile of the list.
Yeah.
Jim Irsay.
I do. I'm going to just do what I would have put. So 22.
Really close. I'm going to give B. Scott a ding on that. He's 24.
Okay.
24 on the list. So he is he's in the bottom quartile of the third quartile of the 32 teams in the NFL.
Winners were in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
Now, it is a top 40, so technically a quartile is 10. So he's really in the middle quartile of the middle third quartile of the list of quartiles, Jim?
In the upper quartile of winners were in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
No, that would be Mahomes, Allen, and Burrow. Deshaun. Now, this would be 24 is one thing in a vacuum. Like, Deshaun hears that he's rated the 24th best quarterback in the NFL, which is like when you think back to peak Deshaun here.
Yeah.
If someone had told you in his prime years, because
Deshaun's
Deshaun's pushing 30 now. right?
Yeah, he's got to be 28.
This is his 8th season in the league. Like,
yeah,
so
he's got to be 28 or somewhere around there.
At least 28 or 29. If someone had told you when Deshaun Watson, like in 2019 when he was balling out, hell, in 2020 when he just had a crappy team around him, but he threw for 5,000 yards almost. If someone had said, man, in 3 years Deshaun's going to be in between Daniel Jones and Justin Fields on the Chris Sims top 40. Daniel Jones is ahead of Deshaun Watson.
Well, that's all you need to know.
Derek Carr is ahead of Deshaun Watson. Russell Wilson is ahead of Deshaun Watson. Caleb Williams, Geno Smith. I'm just going up the list now.
Yeah.
Caleb's 20, Geno 19, Tua 18. Brock Purdy 17. Chris Sims, good for you. I'm glad someone had the courage to put Brock Purdy
instead of second.
Yeah, in the bottom quartile of the second quartile. Second, Brock Purdy. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I think 17 is probably more. Yeah, seriously. Thank you, Nick. That's probably more appropriate. But again, going back to when y'all did I shouldn't say y'all, we together as a station had Deshaun up here in 2019. I think he was either 23 or 24. He even said so during the
when we did the evening with Deshaun.
So he's either so he's either 23 or 20 at that time. That's in 2019, I believe.
Yeah. So he's pushing 30.
So that's five years ago.
Yeah.
Just do the math there. But at that time, if you had said, hey, man, he's going to be 5 years from now ranked as the 24th best quarterback in the league by someone who at least does know what they're talking about in Sims. Dude, we would not have
never predicted that. Never.
No chance.
Nope. Trevor Lawrence 11, Will Levis 26, Anthony Richardson 32. Where do you think Bryce Young is? Top 40, real quick. We got to get to break. But where do you think Bryce Young is?
35.
Oh my God! Give him a ding. He's 34. That's really good, B.
Y'all check it out. I'm literally not looking at this list.
Yeah, no. You're as honest as the day is long.
I got the text page up.
He has not looked at this list.
Yeah, no. And I feel good about it because maybe me and Chris Sims are thinking along the same lines. I really basically gave you kind of what I think.
What's worse, being in between Daniel Jones and Justin Fields on this list, or being in between Sam Darnold and Jameis Winston? Because that's who Bryce Young is in between.
Well, but Bryce Young is just coming off of his rookie year. He is redeemable.
Yeah,
there is a question as to whether Deshaun is.
Yeah,
So I would say the former with Deshaun's situation.
The biggest frustrations with the Astros so far this year, what would the Texans' equivalent be of this? We will tell you what this is. We'll let you think about it yourself. Coming up next, West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood.
SportsRadio610.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
John Lopez was in my ear talking about trees, and he's right there. He's getting ready for In the Loop. They take over at the top of the hour. Do we know who's in with Lopez today? Is there anybody in there? Spo's in again?
Yeah,
okay.
Just on the elevator with Adam Spillane. And
Okay.
yes, I was on the elevator and made it back in time because I'm quick like that.
Dude,
Can't quit like that.
you've opened me up to a whole new thing that is going to make Ben's life a whole lot more stressful. That you're able to make it down to the deli downstairs and get a breakfast taco and get back up here during a break.
Yeah.
I mean, you cut it close a couple times, but still you were, scoreboard says you were in the chair.
Yeah, and I only do it when I'm not in your position, when I'm not A cheering.
Right.
So when I A cheer, I never leave.
Yeah.
But if I'm B cheering, I know that I just get a good sense for what we're going to talk about next. Go down there, handle my business, and be back in time for us to bump in.
But sometimes the quality of the breakfast taco transcends the letter in front of the chair that you're in. Yeah, I'm in the A chair, but I may need a breakfast taco.
Well, I mean,
Ben, why are you rolling your eyes? Are you worried?
Give me a break.
Are you saying that because I don't need a breakfast taco, or you'd be angry if I wasn't here when I went to get a breakfast taco?
It'd make me nervous, that's all.
Okay, gotcha. The best is when
Well, see-
Seth and I are out in the hallway during a break, and Ben comes rush 30 seconds. He's like, hey, you guys going to come in and do the show? Yeah.
I could have gotten you a breakfast taco, man. I wish I
Oh,
had
that's
thought
okay.
about that.
No. I ate breakfast before I
got
came.
several of them.
No,
man.
just the fact that that you've beta tested the ability to get down there and back up so quickly.
Not my first rodeo.
Thank you for your
son.
service. Yeah.
Yes.
Astros win last night. The bullpen came through. Most of the bullpens have been coming through lately anyways. It's largely been a Ryan Presley and Rafael Montero problem of late. No Montero last night. No Hader last night because he had pitched 2 days in a row. So when things were winding down, despite the fact that most Astro fans knew Presley was going to be a part of this game once Blanco went out in the sixth, Taylor Scott's pitched a lot lately too.
Mm-hmm.
So he pitched an inning as opposed to pitching a couple of innings. So you just knew Presley was going to be a part of it. Now, I think there was an argument to be made just based on how Presley has performed in the performed in the eighth inning. Hader's not there. You throw Presley back out there in the eighth inning when he stunk in the eighth inning, or maybe he's just more comfortable pitching the ninth. There were a lot of Astro fans wondering, do we really want Presley closing this game as bad as he's been, or do you let Abreu maybe get in there and get a save?
Yeah, and wondering is a generous way of you putting it, Sean, because I would say a lot of us were like,
campaigning.
No.
Yeah. Presley was great. Presley came in, struck a couple guys out, including striking out Chapman to close out the game. Here was Joe Espada after the game on Taylor Scott, high leverage situations and whatnot.
Yeah, he's been really good, especially when we got some guys down and he's able to give you 1+. Seth Martinez does the same. He's in the zone way more and got the split working against lefties. He's got the slider working for righties. He's been throwing the ball really, really well.
Yeah, Scott's been good. It's weird. Like, the bullpen is flipped on its head because Taylor Scott and Seth Martinez, in a lot of ways, have been the most reliable guys in the bullpen. They're supposed to be the mop-up guys. They're supposed to be the guys that come in because your starter can't make it through the fourth inning, or because you're behind 9-2, or maybe ahead 9-2, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Taylor Scott's had to pitch really important innings for this team this year, and he's been very, very good. You brought this up earlier, B. Scott, and it's a good point that the very thing that this team has invested proportionally the most heavy in, for what it means to the team, for the number of guys that it affects, they have invested, I would venture to say they've invested more financially in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, the late innings of a game, let's call it, than any other team in baseball. They're paying Montero $11 million. They're paying Presley $14 million. They made Josh Hader a damn near 9-figure contract for the next 5 years.
Yeah, $95 million.
Yes, and I would say that of all the things that have contributed to the 31-37 record, if I had to attribute the most blame, certainly the inability to score with runners in scoring position has been an issue. But offensively, this team has largely been pretty good. The back end of the bullpen has just had games that are right there in your hands and just blown them. A ton of them. 12 blown saves this year. The fact that the thing you've invested the most heavily in has been the thing that has made your team such a disappointment this year what would the equivalent be for a team in the NFL that has had an offseason that everybody has lauded as the best in the league or among the best? If the Texans were to be the equivalent of what the Astros are right now, say in like week 8 rolls around, and we're all expecting them to be like 6-2 8 weeks into the season.
Right.
If they're 3-5 8 weeks into the season, what's the equivalent of what's disappointed the Astros so far? What are we saying about the Texans that lines up with what we're saying about why the Astros have been so bad?
The equivalent, there will be two possibilities. The equivalent for me would be if we're in these studios talking about how C.J. Stroud doesn't have anybody to throw the ball to. Like if for whatever reason Stephon Diggs is a monster.
Not through injury, by the way.
Yeah, like if
through
they're
underperformance, because none of these guys have been hurt at the back end of the bullpen.
Right. If they're just out there and for whatever reason they're the monsters. Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell don't get separation. Nico Collins isn't the catch/run after the catch machine that he had been last year. If we just look up and all these guys are healthy and we think all of what we think about these guys, potentially 3 different guys that could go for 1,000 yards this year in a receiving core. And we get there and it's like, oh, I don't know. C.J. Stroud's if his top target is like Noah Brown.
I just can't imagine. Can you imagine Diggs, Dell, and Nico all being healthy and not being able to get open?
Yeah, it is a drastic and extreme notion, but that would be what it would feel like. That, or if say Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter, some combination of the two of them can't get to the quarterback.
Okay, now that's a more. I don't think that happens either, but that's a more realistic one.
Yeah.
That's a more realistic one because hey, let's say Will Anderson Jr. He was good last year. He was disruptive last year. He wasn't great last year. He was good.
Yeah.
He was good. He's still got a ways to go to be great. I don't like throwing the word great around. I think he's going to be great.
I do too.
I think he's going to be great, and it may happen as soon as this year. But it's in play that Will Anderson doesn't take a step above what he was last year. That he's just kind of he's a disruptive, that he's clowny, basically, that he's disruptive, gets you 6 or 7 sacks. He's controllable at times. You can game plan for him. Daniil Hunter's an older player. Maybe this is the year. I'm painting the scenario where this could happen. Maybe this is the year the age catches up to Daniil Hunter, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and even more so, and also they paid $20 million to Danico Autry, $10 million a year to Danico Autry.
Yes.
So, if
the Rafael Montero of the pass rush.
I'm
just kidding. If he were not to perform, that's what he would be. Oh my God, you're paying $11 million to Danico Autry.
But if we're sticking with the analogy of the comparison, I don't think that's a bad one. So, if I think Will is his own case because he was on the team last year and was always going to be on the team this year as a younger player. But the additions, kind of going back to the Astros thing and signing Josh Hader, you already got Ryan Presley. Let's let Will Anderson be like the Ryan Presley, but be better than that.
He's Abreu because he's still on his rookie
contract.
There
you go. He's Abreu.
Yeah.
But you bring in these guys.
Brian Abreu, not Jose.
Yeah, no, not Jose. You bring in these guys as double-digit sack guys. If neither one of them is, if for whatever reason Daniil Hunter is not a double-digit sack guy, or if let's say they, as a combination or for whatever reason, not an upgrade from Jonathan Grenard, which I think is and Jonathan Grenard was a very good player here. And I think the anticipation or expectation is that they will be. You're better with those two, maybe even just with Hunter by himself, but certainly with the combination of those two players and the positional flexibility or versatility of Danico Autry plus Daniil Hunter being a dude. Between those two guys, you should have upgraded on the other side of Will Anderson. And if it turns out that it doesn't feel like you did, or worse, take a step back, that would be, to me, the closest thing to an equivalent of, the back end of the bullpen for the Astros not panning out.
Yeah, and it's got to be something, the equivalent's got to be something that you threw a ton of resources at. Because the Astros have thrown a ton of resources at the bullpen, at the back end.
Yeah.
And
they have 50, 70, they have close to $70 million together tied into Danico Autry and Daniil Hunter.
I think it's all, honestly, if guys are healthy, I think it's almost an impossibility that this offense is anything less than a top 10 offense.
Yeah.
An impossibility.
Yeah, I'm tongue-in-cheek there about Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell between the three of them. turning into the Monstars from Space Jam. Like, I don't think that that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But if it did, it'd be like, oh, man, I thought they were the first team to add a 1,000-yard receiver, a 1,000-yard rusher, and a double-digit sack guy in the offseason.
Yeah.
So much for that.
We had a texter bring to our attention in the previous segment something that Anthony Richardson said.
Oh.
That it's not directly Texans related, but it is something that makes me feel really good that Anthony Richardson is the quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts and not the quarterback of the Houston Texans. I think this is probably going to get Anthony Richardson way more heat around the league than anything that CJ said about Aaron Rodgers or the Indianapolis Colts themselves.
Especially if he believes it. If he truly believes it.
Yes. And you will hear it coming up next.
Have you been involved in an accident that wasn't your fault? I know there's a lot running.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth. Seth back tomorrow. Okay, so we had a listener text us this, and I'm not going to spoil it. I want to hear you guys. I want you guys, the listeners, to hear Anthony Richardson, quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts, actually say this. Did you all see what Anthony Richardson said? I want to give credit to 9535 because he needs that credit, I think. You know, he's going to go to work after lunch today, and he's going to, did you guys hear them talking about me on Payne and Pendergast? No, I didn't hear. Yeah, 9535. That's me. So 9535 said, y'all see Anthony Richardson say this about college ball versus the NFL?
Playing in the NFL, I feel like it's easier than college. For real, because like in college, you got players that's like they good. They know they good, but they're not as confident. You know what I'm saying? They got to rely on other players to do this for them to do that. But in the league, everybody trying to work to stay in the league. You know what I'm saying? Trying to keep their job. Everybody trying to ball out.
For sure.
So that just let me know I ain't got to do too much. I just got to do my job.
Hell yeah.
And he going to do his job. Maybe it's going to work.
Okay, that is one of the silliest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, I'm struggling with tracking the logic of that.
Yeah, Ben, I'm sorry, Ben. I need to hear that one more time.
I'm confused.
If I'm not mistaken, what I'm hearing him say is it's easier in the NFL because NFL players are confident and they're much more about doing their job. He knows they play against other. I know he didn't play many games last year. He knows that they play against other teams, right? That also are trying to
similarly situated guys.
Do their jobs. Yeah, play one more time, Ben. One more time.
Playing in the NFL, I feel like it's easier than college. For real, because like in college, you got players that's like they good. They know they good, but they're not as confident. You know what I'm saying? They got to rely on other players to do this for them to do that. But in the league, everybody trying to work to stay in the league. You know what I'm saying? Trying to keep their job. Everybody trying to ball out.
For sure.
So that just let me know I ain't got to do too much. I just got to do my job.
Hell yeah.
And he going to do his job. Maybe it's going to work.
Okay, I got it. I understand this.
I think I know what he was saying, but I want to hear what you think.
So basically, in a nutshell, he's saying in college, the best players, the great players, have to carry the guys who don't quite measure up. But in the NFL, everyone's an NFL player, and so you're inherently playing with better players, better talent.
He's saying his teammates at Florida were trash. That's what he was saying.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what he was saying.
Which, I mean, some of the receivers,
they weren't great.
Yeah, he didn't have great teammates around him. Those were not the Florida Gators of my era.
Yeah.
You know, the Tebow, Hernandez, Pouncey brothers, era.
It was not the same Florida team. No, no documentaries will be made about that Florida team.
Absolutely
It had
not.
Anthony Richardson. Now, here's the problem for Anthony Richardson, and here's where it becomes a little dicey. This is where the conversation becomes a little uncomfortable, Anthony, is that, Ben, cue it up one more time for me. We're not going to play the whole thing. You made an explanation afterwards, Anthony Richardson, as to why it's easier in the NFL. I don't know if the explanation holds up. I think what you're saying about maybe my job with the Colts day to day is a little easier because I have better players around me.
Yeah, which would have been a better way to put it.
And saying the words, I don't have to do too much as a quarterback.
Don't say that.
Not in this type of quarterback where you're a Jalen Hurts type that's really the fulcrum of everything that's going on in that offense. This is all that NFL players around the league are going to hear.
Playing in the NFL, I feel like it's easier than college.
That's it. That's all they're going to hear. I feel like playing in the NFL is easier than playing in college. Dude. They don't need the other 28 seconds of muckety-muck that he was putting out there.
Yeah. And you know what? If he was just simply a content creator, or if this was Anthony Richardson saying this post-career and he was trying to get, because you're on the front end, you want either a punchy headline, a hook, as we call it in the business. This would have been great. This is great as content creator Anthony Richardson, as going into my second year in the NFL and missed most of my first and still trying to prove myself, Anthony Richardson. I don't know if this is the best of look.
It's a miracle RG3 hasn't had this exact take somewhere along the way. Like RG3 is the master of the hot take.
Yeah.
You know?
And also I mean, I guess he did. He won the Heisman in college, so obviously he was successful both
Rookie
in
of the year
college
in
and
the
then was
NFL.
Rookie of the Year in the NFL. But he could have made that argument when he came in the NFL and looked like a video game that first year.
It's with RG3. It's not about the timing of the argument or whether the argument's valid. I'm just surprised he hasn't said something that gets everybody's attention like this.
Yes. You know what? I also get the sense that somebody somewhere has reeled in RG3 because
him getting taken off Monday Countdown has probably humbled him a little bit.
I mean, he was
Jason Kelsey.
I mean, you want to talk about? We just played Anthony Richardson talking about not doing too much. Yeah. You want to talk about doing too much?
Yeah.
RG3, and I found some of it funny and charming at times, but it was 100% too much.
Yes.
Yes.
So as far as Anthony Richardson goes, and again, if you're just tuning into the segment, here's what he had to say.
Playing in the NFL, I feel like it's easier than college.
Good enough. He said playing in the NFL is – you don't need to hear the reasons why. They're not valid. The last time this happened, you and I were talking about this during the break. Leonard Fournette. Well, it's probably happened since then, but the time that hits home the most with us.
Made us think about it.
Because it's an LSU running back. We live in the South. It's the Jacksonville Jaguars at the time, this and that.
Mm-hmm.
He was top pick 4th in that draft. He said this during his rookie training camp, August 14, 2017. Rookie running back Leonard Fournette caused a stir last week when he said the transition from college to the NFL was, quote, really easy because he played in the SEC. As outlandish as that sounds, several of his Jags teammates said he's right. TJ Yeldon, third-year running back at the time, played at Alabama. Quote,
what's he doing now?
I feel like he's kind of right. Playing in the SEC, the game speeds up. It's faster. It's kind of like the NFL. The NFL is a tad bit faster. I guess that's where he's coming from with that comment. And yeah, exactly. Where's TJ Yeldon now? Where's Leonard Fournette? That's an actual real question. He's not in the league anymore, is he? Is Leonard Fournette still around?
Man, I imagine TJ Yeldon and Leonard Fournette are somewhere hanging out talking about the glory days of playing in the SEC.
The glory days of getting fined for having a pouty face on the bench. Remember that?
Oh, yeah,
They were sitting on the bench with the boo-boo face, and I forget who the coach was at the time. I think it was Coughlin was in the front office and fined them at the time.
Was it Bradley?
Might have been Marone.
Yeah, Doug
Probably Marone.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Whichever one was friends with Bill O'Brien. Was that
Marone?
That,
they're like best buddies.
So that's who I meant then.
Yeah, they're like best buddies.
Yeah.
Now, Fournette, Anthony Richardson's take is, to me, it's more of, honestly, to me, like it's more of him, again, like trashing his Florida team, saying I didn't have squad around me. Now I've got this around me. Maybe he's trying to pay a compliment to his Colts teammates, too, but that's not how it comes across.
I'm offended on behalf of Dameon Pierce, personally.
Yes!
Didn't they play
true.
at least?
Man, I almost cursed. You come at Dameon Pierce, you best not miss.
They would have been, I guess they didn't play as much together, but they were teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I say that. I've been plenty critical of Dameon over the last 6 months.
I was just trying to think of a teammate that
there's not many out there.
Yeah.
I actually agree with Fournette's take. I think Fournette's take was that the SEC prepares you better for the NFL than any other conference.
Yeah.
I agree with that. It's just when you got to choose your words, man. Makes the transition to the NFL really easy. I think playing in college is harder than playing in the NFL.
Well,
what do you say? I think playing in the NFL is easier than playing in college.
Yeah, but I also think that there is a huge difference. And would love to hear like what Seth or a former player would have to say about this. But to me, there's a huge difference between a running back like Leonard Fournette saying it and a quarterback like Anthony Richardson saying it, because I do believe that Leonard Fournette's transition from college to the NFL as a running back was probably a lot easier than Anthony Richardson, and as an experienced running back at that. Like Leonard Fournette was a dude in college, whereas Anthony Richardson barely played, was hurt a lot, was considered to be somewhat of a project coming into the league, and then got here and got hurt. So his transition to me should be like astronomical in comparison to what Leonard Fournette was saying as a running back. You, Anthony Richardson, being not, and they're not treating him like a project. Brought him in and made him their starter. So it's not like you even get to sit and watch a veteran and do the Patrick Mahomes thing. Like you're out there. You're going to be out there as long as you're healthy. So yeah, that to me, there's a tremendous difference between the two. His transition should be way, way different and more difficult than Leonard Fournette's. Is just, hey, here's the ball, find the hole, So yeah,
must be something about the 4th overall pick in the draft, man.
Is that it?
Fournette was a 4th overall pick.
Something in the air there.
Anthony Richardson was the 4th overall pick.
Something in the air there.
Yeah, man.
I think.
Yeah. Ezekiel Elliott, he said some dumb things through the years, right? Ezekiel Elliott?
Oh, yeah.
He's done some dumb things. I know that.
100%. I mean,
Denzel Ward, Cleveland Farrell, Andrew Thomas. No, it's all right. Sauce Gardner. Sauce is just, kind of bombastic. He doesn't say silly things.
But he's also, I mean, to his credit, has also backed up everything that he's ever said with all pros to start his career.
There is that. Kyle Pitts. Yeah, there's now it's really just those two. Phillip Rivers back in the day.
Oh, Phillip Rivers will say some things.
He's a 4th overall pick, yeah. So, anyways.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Anthony Richardson, dude, don't fan the Flames.
Yeah.
You ain't got to say this.
So, as far as what we've accomplished on the show today and through the last 3 days as you've been here, Brandon Scott, I would say the biggest thing that we've accomplished with the help of Houston Stressins is we've identified the perpetrators of a plague amongst NFL war rooms and content generators that Nick Caserio identified last Friday.
I mean, I'll probably get cursed out for this, but, the teams that after they make a pick and then the camera's in the room, like they have the whole room stand up and clap. Like, I mean, give me a break. But we just
Call him out, Nick.
We just picked the phone up. Hey, we're on the clock. We're about to pick you.
So, with the help of Houston Stressins, who provided actual video of standing ovations in the Colts war room, standing ovations in the Titans war room, standing ovations in the Jags war room. Inspired by their research, I did further research last night and only got as far as one of those teams because I was laughing so hard at the video I saw of one of those teams. This was Shane Steichen, Colts head coach, talking to Laiatu Latu, their first-round pick, over the phone. And wait till you hear the choreographed standing ovation in the middle of a phone call that the whole room can only hear Steichen's side of. It's not like they're listening to the call and heard something inspirational.
We're excited, man. You're going to bring a lot to the room. It's going to be awesome. We've got a good group. You're going to add to it for sure. It's going to be great. We're fired up. You can hear us in here. Yeah.
Let's freaking do it, Coach.
Let's do it. Let's freaking go. Let's go.
They stood up and clapped, like clearly prompted.
What do you think the odds are that there is not a laugh track, but a clapping prompt?
An applause?
There's an applause sign, like the Honeymooners.
Like an 80s sitcom. Well, that's what we said earlier, John. John Lopez, Adam Spillane in. We said earlier that they should, for their draft video next year, do like those intros to an 80s sitcom, like Family Matters or
with the song.
Perfect Strangers with a song.
Yeah, you got to
starring Chris Ballard,
Three's Company,
Shane Steichen, Three's Company,
and have the wacky neighbor.
Yeah, wacky. Yeah. Jim Irsay is
the
Mr. Furley.
He's Kramer.
Yeah, he's Kramer. He's the landlord.
Giddy up.
Yeah, like the 80s applause meter. Yeah, that's or applause. Yeah. Applause lit up sign there. Yeah, so I think I've got video I'm going to post here. Like literally on the second round pick, Adonai Mitchell, Ballard comes walking into the war room, looks at everybody, and starts clapping, and they all stand up and clap.
The like behind the scenes, behind the mic audio that I need now is Nick Caserio giving Ballard a hard time for it on at midfield for game one.
Yes, we need
Nick
Caserio mic'd up, or Ballard,
laughing at Ballard to his face, like, man, y'all know that bleep is corny, right?
It's corny. Yeah, give me a break. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I need.
Yeah. What were you saying about it, Spo?
It's Kim Jong Ballard.
That's what I always think of. Whenever I look at Chris Ballard,
Kim Jong.
This guy seems exactly like a North Korean dictator, man. How you guys doing?
Terrific.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah.
The Astros are now a robust 4-28 in games where they've scored 3 or fewer runs.
How about that?
Yeah.
Progress.
It's happening, baby.
That's improvement.
Score runs. So that's all you got to do. Score some runs.
Score 3. Well, 3. 3 or more.
Mm-hmm.
Or 3.
And how hard is it to score runs anyway? All you need is for Jose Altuve to swing at some nonsense in the opposite batter's box.
Yeah, did I say 3 more? They're 4-28 when scoring 3 or fewer runs. I think that's what I meant to say. I think I said it, but just to be clear,
I know what you meant.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
We're on the same page.
Yeah.
That's all you need. You need Jose Altuve swinging at nonsense. You need.
To the pull side.
Yeah. And then a sure-handed Matt Chapman to shank one. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's all you need.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
So it was a rough day for me yesterday because of a legend was taken out of an event that I view as the Mecca showcase of the Immortals.
You are going to hear more about that. It broke during our story. It was like real breaking news.
Dude, it was the number one headline.
It still is.
We should have dug into it deeper. I have like two or three Joey Chestnut stories that we just got.
Oh, yeah, we didn't
get to them. I'll get to them with Seth tomorrow.
Yeah, it's Google Trends, all of that, everywhere. It's the top sports story.
I mean, we should have done it, but we got into the football stuff and the baseball stuff, sports. But yeah, man, Joey Chestnut. No Joey Chestnut. Okay, what are the odds that you think he still ends up participating in this thing?
I would
He's out of the July 4th hot dog eating contest.
Less than 20.
Less than 20%.
Yeah, he's not going to give up $1.2 million.
No, but it's Nathan's. It's Nathan's that's the one keeping him out right now.
Yeah, so can't he basically, why does Nathan's have like a monopoly over this contest? Just start your own contest. Couldn't he just start his own?
He's bigger than that.
Yes. He needs to start his own contest, and Caitlin Clark needs to start her own basketball.
Or be in his contest.
Yes. Yeah, Caitlin Clark in the hot dog eating contest. Now that would get some run.
Oh, yeah.
Now that would get some run.
I would watch.
That's easier for Joey Chestnut to do that.
Yeah, all you have to do, they could go do a competing hot dog eating contest right next to Nathan one.
That would be awesome.
And I guarantee you there would be more people at the Joey Chestnut off-brand
This is like
hot
that
dog
episode
eating
of
contest.
The Office when they had two Christmas parties.
Yeah.
And Nathan's is Angela right now.
Yeah, oh, for sure, Angela. Not fun.
Yeah. There's a karaoke machine and alcohol at the hot dog eating contest with Joey Chestnut. Yeah, I love this idea.
For the new contest, instead of dipping the hot dogs in water, you dip it in beer or vodka or something that's more fun.
Vodka. Holy.
I want the split screen.
This is like the live golf.
I want the split
live golf of hot dog eating contest.
Yes.
We're going to play loud music and they're going to wear shorts. Yeah.
I just trademarked that idea, by the way.
That's a really good idea. Dude, do it. Because the regular hot dog eating contest is at the corner of Surf and Stidwell, I believe.
Isn't it on Coney Island?
It's right. Yeah, it's right there next to the amusement park.
Yeah. Go on the other side of the amusement park.
Yeah. Do it at the corner of Surf and whatever the next block up is.
Simple.
It's a zoo. If they did two hot dog eating contests down there, oh my God, dude, this has to happen.
It should happen.
This is the wrestling fan in me. Like, we need an invasion. This is the new world order of hot dog eating contests.
Well, wouldn't all the competitors want to go to the Joey Chestnut?
You want to compete against the best.
Well, there's more eyes, too.
Do you want to? There's more eyes.
And he could probably get a bigger purse for this thing, too.
He could for sure find a TV partner for it.
Absolutely.
You know?
Yeah.
Dude, Fox would do it in a second going against the ESPN.
He could get a streamer to take it on also.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
There's
Amazon
a million different
Prime.
Options. Netflix is doing live sports now.
Man, I hope they're putting as much work into this as you have, Spo.
Yeah.
And if not,
I just came up with this on the fly.
Yeah.
This is all right off the top of the noggin here.
Have this on my card. Spo is the best entrepreneurial brain at the station. The man.
I could see it. I could see it.
Yeah, I like it.
Just here to surprise.
Yeah. Get on this. Well, I don't think you're smart. I'm just like out of nowhere with a huge business idea. Off the top rope with an RKO.
And we're about to go steal it while y'all do a 4-hour show. We're about to go actually make it happen.
Give me 10%.
The Spo KO off the top rope, man. All right, we are done. We are overtime right now. Adam Spillane in, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. B. Scott, thank you very much the last 3 days. Really enjoyed it.
Glad to do it.
All right, you're listening to KLT and KLT HD2. An Odyssey Station. In the Loop starts now.
Thank you, Sean. Good morning, John.
We're going to get into that some more here in a little bit.
For sure.
You're darn right we are. And good morning to you.
And good morning, Figgy. Big day today, especially when you look at the Astros in San Francisco, finale of their 3-game series. A chance for a 4-2 road trip. There's a big difference between 3-3 and 4-2, especially when you're 7 games under 500 trying to climb out of a hole. Astros get a big, I mean, they're all big. We said this last week that when you're where they are, each win you get is the best win of the season. And to win last night where you don't swing the bats all that well, you don't have your closer in a close game, and you still come out with the win.
You?
No, they didn't have him available.
No. Ryan Presley. Oh, I got a hot take on that.
No,
I got a piping hot take on that.
We'll get into that because it brings up an interesting point with Presley, who shaved the beard last night, which was very disconcerting. Like you're used to seeing someone and he looks a certain way every single day that you see him. And
but he didn't used to have the beard here for a while.
I think he might not have when he first got here, but he has now for years and years. I can't remember a Ryan Presley without them. Sometimes I'll see a photo of him from like when right after he got drafted. But everything else you see is with the beard. So not seeing him with the beard was a little weird. But 15 pitch, 1-2-3, ninth inning to get the save, and people have spent the last, basically the entire season trying to kill him off and say that he's washed and there's nothing left there and they need to move on from him. All this other, I've heard people want to DFA him, like just stupid stuff like that.
For the record, not Sean Pendergast.
I say a lot of stupid stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah, you
that
both,
I did not
buddy.
say.
Talking about the people on the internet.
Yeah, people say.
I know those.
Yeah,
Yes.
people say.
But I've always been wary, and we've talked about this. There's been some bad luck there. I've written about that, and some of that has been the case. Some of it has been other things. But I've always been wary to do this just because this is what people were saying about Alex Bregman a month ago. Like everybody said, Alex Bregman is washed and he's done, and they should trade him now to get something back for him. And then Alex Bregman suddenly turned the corner, and he's been very, very productive now for weeks at this point. So that's why I'm always a little wary to kill guys off, and that's why I'm taking the same approach with Ryan Presley.
I get that with Ryan Presley. His pitching has not been the issue of late. What I think is he's still bothered by his role.
I disagree with that.
I totally think he's still bothered by the role. I think it's just human nature. I mean, you're a closer. You want to close. You haven't always been a closer. People always point that out. But he's been at his apex as a closer. He wants to close. Whatever on that. What I'm saying, though, is to see him do that, and it's funny you mentioned Alex Bregman. If this thing goes well, and they go 4-2 on this road trip, and then they have the Tigers, and they might make a little. Maybe they can kind of, get into the mix, air quotes, because I don't know how far they're really going to go. But it's also you can't lose with Ryan Presley and Alex Bregman right now. And let me explain that. If they get into it, cool, and they're going to be a big part of it. If they don't get into it, Alex Bregman's trade value has gone way up.
Yes.
Ryan Presley as a closer has gone way up. So you really, in terms of Presley and Bregman, that was my big takeaway for yesterday anyway. You can't lose. Like they might help you get back into this a little bit, and if you don't, you're going to get more for him if you want to trade him.
So Presley's a little complicated because he can veto. He's got 10 and 5, right?
But
so
I think he would not.
I don't know if he would,
depending on the team.
He really likes it here. His wife really likes it here, and I think that's probably more important than anything at this point. And I'm not sure he has another contract left.
Yeah.
Like I think a lot of times you want to get the saves because you're looking for that next contract. Well, Presley's going to be 37 when he's a free agent, and I just don't know if that, he might be able to get a year contract, but he could probably get a year extension from the Astros without any issue. And, that 8th inning role is very important. So I disagree with the thing about the role. Just because I see the way that he and Josh Hader interact with one another,
Sure.
and those two are very close. Like they walk out to the bullpen basically at the same time every game. You look end of the 3rd inning, it's those two guys walking right next to each other in the bullpen every game. So I don't think there's much with the role. He's still pitching big innings. He's still pitching high leverage spots, and you can argue, some people would, that there are times when the 8th inning is a higher leverage spot than the 9th inning based on who's coming up in the order for the other team. So I don't think that's been an issue at all. I think some of it's been some of it has been batted ball luck, and some of it has been that he just hasn't been as effective.
But if there is an opportunity for him to go to a real contender, if the Astros don't make up any ground or anything, I don't see how the competitor in him wants to be a closer. I don't care like how good of friends he is, with Josh Hader. That is an elite position. It's a glamorous position. It's something that the most competitive thing in the world, one of the most competitive things in the world. So I could see where he would be like, yeah, love you, but this is a great opportunity to win another ring.
If he were to, and again, this is very presumptive, if he were to waive the no trade, which is basically what he has with 10-5 rights, he would want money out of it.
Sure.
Like, that's why you get the no trade. That's why you have the 10-5 rights, so you can get the money. And so now if let's say, throw out a team that needs a closer in April, or excuse me, in July. Team that needs a closer X.
Yeah.
If they wanted Presley to waive that no trade or to not veto the trade, they would have to offer him some sort of, they would basically on another year to the contract.
Yeah.
Because he has next year, which is an option that will get picked up because he will have thrown in enough games. So that'll get picked up. He's going to want someone to pay him for 2026. That's the only way that it gets done. And I don't know If there is a team that would be willing to do that when you look at just what his age is, and to pay him $14-15 million next year and then have to do it again in 2026, I don't know if there's a team out there that would do it. That's why, regardless of what happens the rest of this season, I would be shocked if he were traded.
I would not, but obviously, you state a strong case there otherwise. But I just feel like once you get into July, once you get into the trade deadline, there's going to be a team out there. I mean, like I'm trying to think of an actual team, but all these contenders out there that, by the way,
the Kansas City Royals that's an example.
Let's say the Royals, they're in the hunt. They're going to be in the playoffs, something like that. They might be able to do that. And because, by the way, the Yankees look like a juggernaut, so you have to put everything you can do.
Just look at what they've done to the Royals the last 2 days.
Yeah. Look, you can have to put everything you can into beating the Yankees, and that would help.
And I just don't know if he would want to be traded, regardless of what role they give him, just because he likes it here, his family likes it here, and people don't like to get traded. Like, they just don't. It's not a fun experience because all of a sudden you're going to a new team, you don't know anyone, and you're expected to be just this savior and the guy that's supposed to. Yeah, I've never been traded before, but I know some guys that have, and they didn't like it.
Yeah.
It's not something that they wanted to deal with. That's why you give yourself the no trade clause.
Yeah.
So that's the Presley aspect. Again, encouraging for him last night to get through the ninth inning the way that he did. The stuff looked sharp, got a bunch of strikeouts, so that's good. The other important aspect of last night's game, and we brought up yesterday Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown specifically with the starting pitchers and these guys that they have under team control for a long time that are pitching well, and these are important guys when you consider that their two top starters, Framber Valdez and Justin Verlander, probably won't be here after next year.
Right.
Ronel Blanco is turning in an all-star level season.
I'm glad you brought this up.
And this is a guy who's got 5 more years left of club control. This has been a really important development and just a long line of unheralded starting pitchers that have shown up here and pitched well. And it's a credit to the Astros coaching staff for figuring this out. It's a credit to Dana Brown for having the idea of, hey, you know what? This Blanco guy could be a starter. Let's try this out. That has obviously worked well, and it's a credit to him for adding that third pitch because the changeup has really changed the course of his career.
And it's also been a little bit of luck. In terms of he wasn't even going to be considered.
The Justin Verlander injury worked out for the Astros.
He wasn't even going to be considered a starter. And now I'm with you. Well, maybe considered, but not among the top to start the year. But now I'm with you. I think he's probably the best all-star candidate, if there is one, for the Astros. And the other thing about last night that really came through is because, keep in mind, I think it was 1-2 or 1-3 since the suspension. He needed that. He needed to come back with that kind of effort, just so people can realize, he's really, really good, and that changeup is really, really the difference in his career right now.
He had given up 4 runs in his last 2 starts. Against the Twins, gave up 4 runs in 4 2/3 on May 31st, and then against the Cardinals, he gave up 4 runs in 5 2/3. But yeah, to see him bounce back, the ERA has kind of gone up a little bit, but to see him bounce back has been, I think you knew it was real early in the year when he had back-to-back really good starts against the Rangers. The Rangers had not really seen him before that first start here. He was great in that start, and then 5-6 days later, he goes to Arlington and probably pitched better after they had seen him, after they had an idea of what to expect. The fact that he was able to stack those 2 starts on top of one another, that showed you that what he is doing is real, and he's been able to carry that over. I think that Kyle Tucker has the better all-star case of the guys on the Astros roster right now.
Absolutely.
And I think the one thing that might keep him out of the all-star game, at least at this point, is that he was a number 5 starter and he got suspended, so he doesn't have the innings that a lot of these other guys have. He's 7th in the American League in ERA, but he's not even on the first. He's in the mid-20s when it comes to innings pitched, and part of that is just he doesn't have enough starts. He doesn't have enough innings.
And it's going to be hard to get more than 1 Astro. Maybe 2.
I
maybe 2.
I can make a case for 5.
Altuve,
Hader, Jake Myers,
Pena. Well, Pena's probably
I don't have Pena on there. I had Myers. I probably wouldn't have Myers. Has probably dropped off a little bit. I had Myers on there when he had the OPS at around 900. It's obviously dropped from there. But yeah, Hader has been obviously, aside from Sunday, he's been outstanding for now about the last 6 weeks. But they've got guys who will make a case. They haven't released results of All-Star voting
Not
just
yet,
yet. Because All-Star voting just started. I think it just started last week. But I'm sure they'll have some guys who will be at least close to getting voted in.
Yeah.
And then obviously Blanco, Hader are two pitchers that I think deserve it.
For sure, but it's going to be hard. The Rangers are managing, right? The Rangers coach.
Yes. Yeah,
so,
it's Bochy.
So Bochy and the Rangers. So who knows how that's going to play out too? Just in terms of like backups and all that stuff.
Yeah, and we'll see about the starters.
Yeah,
Bochy's not like Tony La Russa, who's just going to.
No, but they all have like different. They're being lobbied.
Yeah,
by a bunch of different teams.
And the other thing too, you get more pitchers in the All-Star game now, just because you'll have guys who get selected and then they pull out because they're pitching whenever.
Yeah.
And so that gives Blanco and Hader even more of an opportunity. Or you might pick a guy for the All-Star game, knowing that he's going to start the Sunday before, just so that you can get another guy in there.
Yeah.
And so that wouldn't be a surprise to me if that happened, but he certainly does have a case. Today, Astros and Giants played this afternoon in San Francisco. Framber Valdez coming off of a great start in Anaheim on Friday. They need to build on that. Again, the Astros bullpen is... And I want to mention one other bullpen name real quick. Taylor Scott.
Yeah.
A guy who really just came out of nowhere and was just one of these scrap heap guys that the Astros have been throwing darts at basically since Dana Brown got the job. They've claimed a lot of guys off waivers or signed a lot of guys to minor league deals, and he's the one guy that's come through and earning himself some high leverage outings now.
Yeah, that was an altogether really kind of different Astros win. Sean mentioned it. Scoring 3 runs and winning, I think, what did he say, 4 and 20?
4 and 28.
4 and 28. When they score 3 runs or
like
fewer. A lot are, but that's still pretty bad. So it was a different kind of win for that. It was a different kind of win because of the particulars, the people that came up big in that game. Jose Altuve's hit outside the strike zone. That was a big hit. It drove in a run. So that was a big time win right there just for all the players that were in it.
Taylor Scott's major league career. 2019, he made his debut, a 14.33 ERA in 13 games with both Seattle and with Baltimore. He then went to Japan for a couple of years, pitched in Japan in 2020 and 2021, came back to the States, pitched with the Padres in 2022, a 6.75 ERA in, 8 games. Last year, he was with the Dodgers, Red Sox, and A's. Combining for a 5.60 ERA in 18 games. And then this year, all of a sudden, a 1.60 ERA in 29 games coming out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
The strikeout numbers have been outstanding. A 2-inning out, or he went 2 innings on Sunday in Anaheim, or it was 2 innings on Monday in San Francisco. And then obviously he pitched the 7th inning yesterday as the Astros didn't have Josh Hader.
Yeah.
We've taken some shots here at Dana Brown in the front office over the course of this season. But give Dana Brown credit for Taylor Scott. Give him credit for having to move Blanco to turn Ronel Blanco into a starting pitcher.
Yeah, man. I mean, no question about it. And Taylor Scott, among a bunch of guys, if he hadn't produced, where would they be? Just in this, I'm not talking about the season. Yes, the season, but just in this last week. Like what would happen with this squad in the last week if he hadn't been able to do those things? What would they do yesterday?
Yeah. Oh, they basically, right now, Joe Espada went into the season with 3 bullpen, I guess 4 if you include Montero.
Yeah.
But you're basically working with a very short bullpen because the manager doesn't trust a bunch of the guys that he has at his disposal. So adding another guy that Espada can trust, now maybe you don't, put so much pressure on the big 3, on Hader, Presley, and Abreu to the point to where they're getting overworked because they've got to try and get those 3 guys through the rest of the season, and it's really hard to get through a season when you only trust 3 relievers, and right now you've got a 4th. I think Espada does trust Montero, and he's had a decent bounce-back year, Monday night notwithstanding, which, again, not totally his fault. That's more of a usage issue than anything else, but you need those types of guys to establish themselves. That's the only way that you win, at a high level in this league.
Mariners win, of course, so the Astros stay 7.5 games back.
Playing a AAA team, basically.
Yeah, oh, boy, are they. So now Mariners 9 games above 500. That, I mean, you hate to say, pivotal, but relatively pivotal today, get that sweep.
Yes, and the Astros will get the Astros schedule will soften.
Yeah.
They'll get to play the White Sox here next week. You got to take advantage of the bad teams.
Yeah.
And, the Astros lost a series to Angels back in May. They should have swept this last series, but when you have those teams on your schedule, especially when you're trailing in the division the way that the Astros are, you've got to take advantage. All right, we'll get back to the Astros a little bit later. Coming up next, you always hear about the next man up mentality. We do that everywhere. Yes, we're gonna talk about it again. But who are the guys that the Texans can least afford to lose next season? We'll get into that list next on Sports Radio 16.
Yeah, we will. Right now, let's get into your next vehicle, like literally D&M Auto Lease.
All on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, welcome in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig are here. Astros and Giants coming up this afternoon. We'll probably have a lineup for that game in the next couple of hours. Some injury questions with the Astros at this point. And listen, when you have injuries, that means you got to have that next man up mentality.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
It's next man up.
Aha. I see what you're doing.
Literally just came up with that. Aha. So when it comes to next man up mentality, guys are going to get hurt. It's going to happen. Mm-hmm. That's just an inevitability. Someone on the Texans will get hurt at some point this season.
Bite your tongue.
Multiple guys will get hurt at some point this season.
Hey.
I'm just
100% healthiness.
Yes.
I'm just preparing you for what is eventually going to happen.
Yeah.
Who can the Texans least afford to lose in 2024? Now, listen, we're taking the quarterback out of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
If the Texans lose C.J. Stroud,
it's over.
It's over. Yes. Well, at least
it's over.
The idea that they can win big is over. The idea that they could go to the Super Bowl is over if they lose C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
But after C.J. Stroud, who is the least dispensable player that they have on the roster?
I got you on this, all right? Okay. I got a list of 5 names.
Give me the first one.
The first one by a country mile, by 8 miles. Well, shout out to Detroit. By 100 miles, Joe Mixon. You cannot lose Joe Mixon.
He was on my list.
Yeah.
Not because the position is so important, but because you look at who they have behind him.
Right.
That's why he would be on my list, because they really didn't do anything to push Dameon Pierce.
And we don't know.
To upgrade. Yeah, so listen, Dameon Pierce can show up to camp and be outstanding, and then maybe he shows you what he showed you during his rookie year. But because of what I saw from Dameon Pierce last year, where he was basically an afterthought, especially once you got to the end of the season, it's important that Joe Mixon stay healthy, and that's been an issue for him during his career.
Now, to be fair, I'm talking about like right now, because I still think they're going to bring in another running back. Although they like Jordan, the guy they brought in, and what's his name, British, whatever his name is, but he's off the street and all that. Like I don't even think it's close. Like I have a list of 5 names that are very, very old. It'll make it very, very difficult on the Texans if they lose them, and they have to, the next man up has to come in. I don't even think it's close with Joe Mixon, because clearly, we know what he can do. We know he can do it in this offense. We know he can catch the ball, and we know how important the running game is going to be for a passing team. I mean, this is going to be a passing team. I said it midway through.
I would hope so.
I said it midway through last year. Forget the run, man. It's not working, and look at C.J. Stroud.
Somebody tell Bobby Slowick that, because they were still running on early downs more than they were throwing.
Yes, they were. But I think this is going to be a passing team. So Joe Mixon, and then a long, big drop-off to number 2. Now, number 2 might surprise you on my list, but I have been saying repeatedly this offseason, the only little concern, maybe not even little, but the only concern I have with this team, especially on the defense, is linebacker depth. You cannot lose Christian Harris. You just can't, because behind Christian Harris, well, actually, behind the starting 2 linebackers, 3, but there's going to be 2 on the field a lot of times. Christian Harris and Azeez Al-Shaair. You got Henry To'oTo'o. I don't know if I trust him.
He was very fringy last year.
Yes,
as a 5th round.
Jamal Hill, 6th round pick. Then you got Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen. You can't lose a guy that Andy Kalu said he thinks he might end up being an all-pro. Number 3, obvious reasons. This is pretty much a no-brainer for me. Derek Stingley. He's got to take the next step. He's got to be able to stay on the field. And you still, Ambassador looked good in minicamp, but it's minicamp. You got to have that cornerback to help the defense. Number 4, to me, as much as, and you might hear about this later in the show, because I've got a certain affinity for a player that was much talked about last week. But number 4 to me is Dalton Schultz. He's the only proven one. Cade Stover, impressive in shorts. Brevin Jordan, hit and miss, had some big plays, and as he told Texans All Access, I'm tired of talking about the Browns game because that was the big play that made it. And then number 5, and maybe should be a little higher, all things considered, Laramie Tunsil. Left tackle, best pass protector. He has C.J. Stroud's blind side. So I think that those 5, Mixon, Christian Harris, Derek Stingley, Dalton Schultz, and Laramie Tunsil.
Okay. For me, number 1 is Stingley. And part of this, I believe in corners. Mm-hmm. And if I were building a defense, it would probably start with corners. And I don't know, especially with Steven Nelson not being around, you don't really have that outside guy that you really feel like you can rely on right now. And maybe Lassiter turns into that guy, but he's a rookie. I don't want to, I don't want to be in the business of necessarily having to rely too much on rookies. You just look at Jeff Okudah over the course of his career. There have been some moments, but mostly it's been kind of a disappointment. So I don't know, like if they were to lose Stingley, who's manning the outside for them defensively? Exactly.
Yeah. Same thing with Henderson.
So who outside with them? And so for me, Stingley you just feel so comfortable when you have Stingley out there, and you don't really need to give him help a lot of times. So that's why I say it's Stingley.
It helps the whole defense.
Yes, and it allows them to be very creative with some of the stuff that they do with blitz schemes and pass rush stuff. So that's why I would go Stingley number 1. Mm-hmm. I like what you're right about Mixon. I would have Mixon number 2.
Yeah.
Just because, again, they don't have a whole lot behind him that you can trust and that can at least be versatile the way that he is. Like, Dameon Pierce can come in and he can absorb some carries, but is he going to have any sort of an impact in the pass game?
Is he going to catch the ball?
Yeah, I don't necessarily see him having that. Yeah. And then the other aspect that makes Mixon so important, especially on a team that you would think, or at least we think, should throw the ball a lot, is pass protection.
Yes.
And that's remember when Pierce wasn't playing in the overtime of that week 1 game back a couple of years ago, why was that the case? He was not on the field because of pass protection.
Yeah.
And he knew that he was not good enough in pass protection, and if they were going to have to throw the ball, he was going to struggle when it came to picking up blitzes or any sort of rushers. So that stuff's really important in the pass game. So that's why I don't know if Pierce can do that yet. That's what I really want to see from him.
You would think he's better.
Well, yeah, he's been in the league now a couple of years. But again, I felt like he took steps back last season.
For sure.
And the fact that he lost his job. He was
he was unplayable.
He was the running back when the season started, and by the time the season ended, he wasn't getting on the field really at all.
Yeah.
And Devin Singletary took over that job. That's why I was surprised the Texans didn't really try to bring Singletary back, just to have that depth, just to have that second guy. Well, the 2 linebackers, Al-Shaair.
You got both of them.
Yes. Just because, again, you brought up the depth.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of depth behind those guys. Like, for me, Nico Collins would be somebody that you would think would be on that list, or one of those receivers, but they've got so many other guys in that room, you don't feel like you need that. That's why I don't really have Dalton Schultz on there, because Brevin Jordan, who we're going to talk about later, I think is ready to probably take a bigger role. And then maybe Cade Stover is ready to contribit. And, I think that you would like to be able to have some 2 tight end sets if you can, if you're the Texans.
Well, I think they will.
Yeah. It has shown really over the last however many years that, running, having 2 tight ends on the field just makes you a better team.
Yeah.
Like, you just have more success when that's been the case. So I do think that they will certainly want to try that out, or, at least go with that formation. But they've got so much depth just at the receiver and tight end positions. I think that it makes losing Dalton Schultz a little more palatable. Plus, they lost Dalton Schultz for a couple of games last year, and I thought they managed okay without him.
I didn't. I thought they could have really used him in some of those situations. Who's your number 5?
I'll go Tunsil in that spot.
Yeah, Tunsil's got to be it.
Although, you know what? I'll add one more name. Fairbairn.
Yeah. Although he's not going to be as big of a factor in kickoffs, I don't think.
No, but I'm not worried about kickoffs.
Points,
I'm worried about extra
close
points and
games. Close games. They're going to play a lot of close games again. They just are.
I
mean,
feel
look at their schedule.
When there's a big case to be made, I feel very good about Kaimi Fairbairn. You look last year, he missed those 4 games, and it was Matt Amendola, and Amendola made some kicks.
We were so ready to get over that.
You did not feel overly confident in Matt Amendola when he was out there. So that's why I would have Fairbairn, just because when you are in the position that the Texans are in, where you think that they have an opportunity to win at a high level, every kick matters, every point matters, every possession matters, and you need to be able to convert on those drives when you have the opportunity.
Yeah, and we're getting some texts, obviously, 713-572-4610, that are mentioning receivers like Tank and Nico. Look, I get it. You want all three of them, but you can survive with the two, and who knows, they've said some nice things about we'll see about some of these other receivers out there, and they brought in,
and you paid one.
And you paid one, yeah.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, 30 years ago today, I believe the Rockets won the biggest game in franchise history. Game 3 of the 1994 NBA Finals. We'll take a look back at that game. We'll take a trip down memory lane next on In the Loop.
Out through the 16th.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
NBA World Championship, baby. 1, 2, 3, Rockets.
The Houston Rockets were a confident team after beating the Knicks in Game 1, partly because while Patrick Ewing had done his part, many of his teammates had not. But in Game 2, Ewing's burden was lifted. And how about the Ewing reinforcements? His teammates who so willingly took turns throwing their smaller bodies at 7-foot-tall Akeem Olajuwon. Olajuwon just happens to be the league's most valuable player. But the Knicks hung in until finally wearing him down, winning the battle and the game. Tonight, the Knicks will try it again, this time with 19,763 on their side. Game 3 is next.
That was the intro to Game 3 of the 1994 NBA Finals. I don't know why networks stopped doing those types of introductions.
They don't do
because,
it.
Man,
They don't do it no more.
That's just great stuff. To me, this game was played 30 years ago tonight, June 12th, 1994, at Madison Square Garden. And to me, this was the biggest win in Rockets history. I know they won the series and they won it in 7 games, but if they don't win this game, I don't think that Game 7 even happens. I don't even think Game 6 happens if they win this game. The Rockets win Game 1, like Bob Costa said, 85-78 at the Summit. Then they come back 2 nights later and they lose 91-83. So the Knicks have home court advantage, and they go home to Madison Square Garden. It's the first NBA Finals game at the Garden since 1973. It's an amazing crowd. It was a tremendous game, and the Rockets had a lead early, and then they gave it back, and then they were able to somehow sneak out a win. And I love it because it's the crowd. It's just the intensity.
Garden,
yeah,
Dream and
the intensity of
Pat
the game.
Riley.
It just had everything that you would want in a game of that magnitude.
Yeah, no, look, you can argue. Look, who knows what even happens the next year?
Yeah.
Because getting that championship and adding some pieces ultimately led to the back-to-back. No, it was, and plus the Knicks were just the Knicks back then.
Yes.
I mean, and
it was New York and all the stuff that came with it.
Brutally tough. I mean, the NBA was ugly, and they were the reason the NBA was ugly. But it was also highly entertaining because it was so physical, and yet they came out and got that win.
The big story in that game was Sam Cassell. Sam Cassell was a rookie. He didn't play a ton early in his rookie season, and then all of a sudden he started to come on. He really he surpassed Scott Brooks on the Rockets depth chart, and then there were a lot of Kenny Smith really struggled in the finals that year. Derek Harper ate him alive, and so then all of a sudden Sam Cassell comes off the bench, and I'm just going through just kind of the game log for Sam Cassell during that series. He came up big for them. But he hit so he had one big and one on a layup where he was fouled. And then probably the biggest shot of the game. The Rockets, again, they fell behind. They're down 88-86. And then all of a sudden, Akeem Olajuwon makes a great pass to Cassell. And Figgy, do we have this? Go ahead. Let's run this because this is Sam Cassell. This is Akeem Olajuwon finding Sam Cassell for a 3. Check the doc.
Yeah, and it was the other thing about Olajuwon in that game, because they were so physical, and keep in mind, Olajuwon really was their only big option, go-to option on offense.
They didn't have a ton of scoring on that team.
So they had all these dudes just pushing him. You could push him, and before he got set up, you had all these guys that were just coming at him and elbows. So scoring was at I think they scored like 83 points in the game before, 85, something like that. And so they were just, Olajuwon was really minimized, not stopped, but minimized. So he had to become more of an assist and block guy.
And so here's his biggest assist, maybe of his career.
Yeah.
Just the crowd silencer. I absolutely
It
love
was
that.
loud in there, man.
Loud in
Man.
there.
You should watch it. It's on YouTube, but just the Knicks introduction and that starting lineup, like I can understand why players might be intimidated going into that environment. Just how loud and intense that arena was.
The Garden, man.
Yeah,
I mean
it's outstanding.
I don't care what anybody says. It's just different. It's just different when you get in there. And for the Rockets to do that, unproven, never been there, and to do that was pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was. That's a really listen.
I'm glad you brought this up. It's we don't do a lot of the whole anniversary type stuff, but this one was significant.
And this was not like an aesthetically pleasing series. No one scored 100 points at any point.
In terms of like that.
No one scored more than 93 points in a game, and that was the game. That was this was the only time that someone hit the 93-point mark at any point in this series. Like you said, it was ugly, it was physical, but man, there were some great players in this series. And Patrick Ewing to me is kind of underrated. Like you watch some Patrick Ewing games from the past, he was so good.
Yeah.
But it's like Charles Barkley, where they didn't get a championship, so then a lot of what they accomplished it gets minimized to a certain degree. And I'm not a real big fan of that. And if Akeem Olajuwon doesn't deflect the John Starks 3 in Game 6, he might have gotten that ring, and then we think about him in a whole new light. I think my favorite part of this game comes out of halftime. It is.
I think I know what you're talking about.
It is Marv Albert's birthday. So today, happy birthday, Marv Albert.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you're probably in New York celebrating today.
Yeah.
So they throw it back to Marv Albert and Matt Guokas from halftime, or for the second half. And here's what happens.
Millions of you around the country can be with us tonight as we celebrate for the 8th consecutive year Marv's 43rd birthday.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The staff doing its research, obviously, Matt. I'm just emotionally crushed by this. It should be pointed out.
43.
It's your good friend Donald Trump, Matt.
Donald, yes.
What?
Business partner.
What is this, a walk-on? That's very nice. Marla, thank you very much. Thank you.
Were you around for the last?
Thank you. I told you never to bother me during the telecast. Very, very embarrassing. Thank you. Very nice. The staff very well prepared.
He's ticked off. He is so mad.
I told you never bother me during
so mad. By the way, 83 today.
Is he 83?
83.
So
Marv
happy
Albert.
birthday, Marv Albert. But the first time I rewatched this game and I saw that, I just started dying.
Marla Maples.
It's Donald Trump and Marla Maples interrupting a stand-up, getting ready for the second half of an NBA Finals game. And the best part, and you can't see this just with the audio, but if you look at the video, Marv just kind of, or not Marv, but Donald Trump sees that the camera is on, and just the pose
Stares
that he gives
right
to
at
the
it
camera and the smile. It was just so perfect. I tweeted out the video if you want to see it. Check my Twitter, Adam Spillane. But yeah, that was a that was a very memorable moment from that game and from that series.
Yes, absolutely. I want to localize something that another Houston Rocket did. And it's kind of a tease to a confession I have. And yes, I'm going to throw some of my my children under the bus. Not my children, my relatives under the bus. Did you see Tari Eason's tweet yesterday? Figgy, did you see Tari Eason's tweet?
I didn't.
This is his tweet. I'm in Italy right now, and the grapes had seeds in them. I don't know why, but I feel like the grapes in America don't have any seeds. I think they're out here feeding us fake grapes. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on?
So he's saying the grapes in America are fake?
Grapes he's in Italy.
Okay.
The grapes in Italy, he got some grapes, and they had seeds. He says they're feeding me grapes that have seeds in them. I don't know what's going on, but I feel like in America they don't have seeds. I think they're out here feeding us fake grapes. No, Tari. No. They're feeding you grapes.
He might be on the path of the flat earther.
Dude, they're feeding you actual grapes. Grapes grown wild, organically, whatever you want to say, have seeds.
All fruit has seeds.
All fruit has seeds. What is wrong with kids these days? We were talking yesterday about
This is your boomer take
boomer
right here.
takes and all that. But this is not a boomer take. Like, oh man, these grapes have seeds. Yes, grapes have seeds.
But what would he be eating though?
The grapes that you get in grocery stores are all scientifically.
I don't get grapes.
I eat grapes all the time. Do you eat grapes, Figgy?
Yeah, I do.
And they don't have seeds because they've been.
Some of them do though. So you might get some.
You can get some. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't like the ones with seeds.
I get that, but like scientists, what are the entomologists, whatever, not entomologists, bugs, whatever the agronomists have kind of scientifically, developed, like the 1015 onion.
Mm-hmm.
That was something that was produced, that was scientifically made by agronomists. Same thing with grapes that don't have seeds. Same thing with watermelons that don't have a lot of seeds. And I think some don't have seeds.
Yeah, they got seedless watermelons, seedless grapes.
Yes.
All that stuff. That's a thing.
But how do you not know, like actual grapes that you plant yourself and you put in the ground have seeds? How do you not know
How
that?
old is he?
He's 22.
22.
At least. He was
that-
older when he got drafted.
See,
compared
that's
to the other
something a
guys.
22-year-old would say.
Yes. Yes.
Because all our fruit has seeds.
Texter chimes in, Europe doesn't allow genetically altered foods or processed foods. Many areas don't allow imitation. Like, I know that's the thing with milk out there. Milk is very different when you get to Europe, just because they don't allow a lot of the things that we allow here. It's better out there.
Yeah,
Oh, cheeses?
Yeah, man. You go to Switzerland for the cheese.
How about
something?
like a steak?
Yeah.
Because they don't have all the FDA chemicals you got to put in it.
See, he's going down the rabbit hole
I am.
now. That's where he's getting at.
And a texter said, John, you're proving his points. The seedless grapes are fake because of science.
Is that-
No, he's saying the grapes with seeds are fake.
Wait, are you? He might be saying
no.
Reed is tweeting.
See,
it.
that's why I was confused. Okay.
No, because he says, I feel like they're out here feeding us fake grapes. Out here
So
in
Italy, they're feeding him. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. No.
Yeah, see, 22 years old, man. So
we'll clarify. Media Day is probably going to be in September, so we'll see if we can get a clarification from Tari Eason where the fake grapes are coming from. That'll be question number one for Tari
I just
Eason.
literally did one of these. I just slapped
see,
my
that should have
forehead.
been the other way around. Like, I would understand if he said the grapes with no seed.
Yes, I would understand that too.
So question number one for Tari Eason will be, how's the leg?
Yeah.
Question number two will be, who's giving you the fake grapes? So,
Is it America?
yeah. Get ready for that
Or
on
was
Media
it
Day.
Italy?
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, an NFL analyst put out a new quarterback ratings list yesterday. He had C.J. Stroud in a very interesting class. We'll take a look at that next and see if anything else stood out. Coming up on In the Loop.
All right, Lance.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez with you on In the Loop. We are here until 2. Chris Sims yesterday put out his top 40 quarterback list. And I know some people are a little iffy on Chris Sims, but listen, I'm not going to agree with everything, but he puts in the work, and I respect that. So so when he puts out quarterback rankings, I'm going to look at them and take them in, and I might disagree with something, but I'm going to respect what he put out there. So he put out his yesterday, and he has Patrick Mahomes at the top of the list. And listen, he's in a class of his own. I think we would all agree.
Yeah, no surprise.
The next tier he has rated basically like Mahomes is legendary, is what he has kind of in the comment in the margin. The next two guys, the next tier, are like the unicorns. This would be Josh Allen and Joe Burrow. Burrow's a little high. That's a little high for me, especially coming off last year, but I get it.
Yeah.
Then he has for his next tier. And that tier includes Lamar Jackson, Matthew Stafford, and Justin Herbert. Then, in a tier of his own, listed as a prodigy, you have C.J. Stroud at number 7. Your thoughts on C.J. Stroud at 7?
I do have occasional issues with, as everybody does, with his rankings, and he does it over the course of the season too, with various things and breaking down the quarterback position and all that. He does put in a lot of work. I think he has some certain old school biases that he always leans on, like they've done it and prove it to me another year, and I get that, and I think that's what's going on here. Like C.J. Stroud to me. Like Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, I'll give you. Absolutely. Lamar Jackson, obviously. Matthew Stafford and Justin Herbert. I don't know.
So Stafford, I can understand because he's won a Super Bowl, which matters, and he was really good last year. Like that offense was really good, and a lot of it was because of him. Yeah. They were really good as an offense, and this was with Cooper Kupp missing a good portion of the year.
Yeah.
So I can get behind Stafford. The Herbert thing, I think that Herbert has been overrated now by a lot of people.
And I'm a huge fan.
Around
I'm one of them. Yeah.
But he has been kind of put in this class.
I wouldn't put him in the class, but I'm one of them.
I think they're like, he's got Trevor Lawrence at 11.
Yeah.
That's too high when you look at what Lawrence has accomplished. So I think that those two guys in particular, Lawrence and Herbert, have been overrated by a lot of people just because of the talent that you see.
Yeah.
Like you can watch the film on these guys and it looks unbelievable, but yet the production just hasn't been good enough for each to really deserve that standing.
Yeah.
So Herbert has had his moments, but it just hasn't been consistent enough.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is, projection, obviously, but also trusting your eyes. Like Jordan Love is 13.
Who's he ahead of? Directly ahead of in this list?
Aaron Rodgers. Did you see that?
I did see that. Yeah. I didn't catch it at first.
He misspelled.
Okay, I make that
Rodgers or Rodgers.
he misspelled.
So that makes sense. Yeah, he is better than Aaron Rodgers.
Come on now, Chris Sims. Well, I know Jordan Love is better than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But
don't get the intern fired.
I've never seen Aaron Rodgers play, but I think Jordan Love is drastically low on this. I'm a big fan of what he's doing. Look at his numbers. Look at what he did with the squad. I mean, he's kind of like the Spider-Man meme, or is it a meme or whatever it is, with C.J. Stroud, just on a slightly lower level.
Yeah, I think that both C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love are in line to really move up these types of rankings. They just need another year.
Yeah.
And that's why, you have C.J. Stroud listed here as a prodigy. Like that's high praise to refer to somebody as a prodigy. And basically the only reason that he is not higher than 7 is because he's only done it for one season.
Yeah.
So like somebody like C.J. Stroud is poised to really move up these rankings probably into that Allen Burrow tier if he has the season that we all expect he'll have.
Now there's two others here that I'm like, wow. Caleb Williams is 20, hasn't done anything, much less 1 year. 3 spots ahead of Deshaun Watson. 4 spots. 4 spots ahead of Deshaun Watson. What's going on?
And the little comment in the margin for Caleb Williams is chosen one.
Okay.
So again, this is basically this is similar to C.J. Stroud.
Give me the parameters, Chris. I want to know what his parameters were. Because if you're saying C.J. Stroud, prodigy, incredible rookie of the year discussion last year, award last year, and in the discussion for MVP, C.J. Stroud up until about, week 12, 13, was into the discussion for MVP, and you got him 7. You got Caleb Williams, who, chosen one, hadn't done squat, 4 spot ahead of Deshaun Watson, which I know Deshaun Watson hasn't been much, but he's done a lot in this league.
But he's still 20th. It's not like not like he has him in even the top half of starting quarterbacks. He's still 20th, but chosen one being there, and I think that it shows you because let's look. So you have Caleb Williams at 20, 21 is Russell Wilson, 22 Derek Carr, 23 Daniel Jones, 24 Deshaun Watson. What stood out to me more than where Caleb Williams was that Deshaun Watson was behind Daniel Jones.
Yes.
That would be a problem if you are the Cleveland Browns and you gave Deshaun Watson what you gave him.
Yes, that would be a big problem. And then the other one that kind of stood out to me is Tua at 18. Boy, Tua just doesn't get it, man. He doesn't get the love. He just does not get any love.
He's got too much. He's been surrounded by too much talent. That's basically what it is.
It's a curse.
At Bama, he was surrounded by too much talent, and now with Miami, he's surrounded by too much talent. And also, I think the thing that has hurt him is that team fades at the end of every single season. And as soon as the calendar turns to November, December, that team takes a hit, and you just don't trust it.
Yeah.
And I think that they look great in September. September, they're scoring 70 points against the Broncos, but once it gets cold and once it gets windy and once the weather gets bad, they don't put up. They don't.
24 years.
Yeah. Think
24 years, man.
Let's have a meeting at 11:24. And then the other one that I get, but boy, it does make you kind of shake your head. Sam Darnold is 33. 34. Bryce Young. Man, right ahead of Jameis Winston.
That's the bullet right there, huh?
Right ahead of
I don't even know.
Jameis Winston.
I would have Jameis Winston ahead of Bryce Young.
I might.
I
might.
What is Bryce Young?
Hell, 30.
Hell, Jacoby Brissett.
How about Brissett?
Not too bad.
He's 36.
Brissett's Joe Flacco got a team to the playoffs.
All right. We go a little too far now.
Let's not get crazy here. But yeah, I wish I could ask Chris Sims. All right. So are you choosing different categories for how you put these or different parameters for how you rank these? Because obviously we get the top 3. But if you're saying C.J. Stroud hadn't done it, why the hell you got him at 20 with Caleb Williams? He literally hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
I wonder if he look at Caleb Williams and then the people after him is like, I'd rather have Caleb Williams over.
Yeah, but then tell us that.
Yeah.
Then tell us that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what's his thought process on this.
Then I think Chris Sims should tell us that because would he rather have C.J. Stroud right now or Justin Herbert and Matthew Stafford?
Call him. Biggie?
I don't know him.
I'm trying to
get on the phone.
So I think the other thing that stands so Drake May's not on here, which is somewhat surprising when you consider that he was the third pick in the draft.
Yeah.
And Jaden Daniels is. So Jaden Daniels is on this and Drake May isn't, which I think that's interesting to me. The fact that you don't have Drake May in your top 40 quarterback list. And I don't know if he's going to start right away, but it's 40 quarterbacks. Not all these guys are going to start.
I mean, he couldn't have been 40.
He's got Bo Nixon here, and he does not have Drake May.
All right, I'm starting to think Chris Sims just mailed this in.
Yeah.
He just mailed it in. Look at ready rookies and talk about the rookies he mentioned from 30 to 26. 30, J.J. McCarthy. 29, Bo Nix. 28, Jaden Daniels. 27, Michael Penix Jr. 26, Will Levis. Oh, wait. Will Levis is a ready rookie?
Well, I think that you know what he means, though.
No, I don't. He's in the category of ready rookies.
He's still basically a rookie, though. He played 1 year.
Come on.
He played 1 year.
Well, so did C.J. Stroud.
It's not like he has Daniel Jones in the ready rookie category. He has a guy who played 1 year in the league. I can excuse that, and it makes for a tier.
Hey, Chris
it makes for an easy tier.
How you got Jarrett Stidham number 40 over Drake May, who was a top 3 pick?
Well, clearly, Chris Sims not a big believer in Drake May. I think that's what you get out of this list is that Chris Sims does not like Drake May.
I get out of this list that
he loves some Bo Nix. Then
he just totally mailed this in.
I disagree. Put the work in. Come on. ranking 40 quarterbacks. I like these lists. The Athletic does a tiers list that I'm sure they'll have out at some point during training camp. So this stuff is always it's interesting how other people view some of these quarterbacks. I think Joe Burrow is probably just a little too high. Like I would have Lamar Jackson over Joe Burrow.
I love Joe Burrow. I'm very biased toward Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert, but that's just me. But I mean, I can hear
Lamar
that.
Jackson won the MVP last year.
Yes.
He was not great in the playoffs, but he still won the MVP.
Yes, he did.
And Joe Burrow really didn't play very much last year. And we're going to talk about Burrow because Burrow was depressing yesterday when he talked to the media.
Oh, man. We're going to hear
That's
that.
going to be at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we're going to hear that.
That was.
But again, he's kind of all over the board with how he.
But I think everybody is.
categorizes
I think
these
everybody
things.
is when it comes to these rankings because it's 40 guys. It's 40 guys, and it's subjective. And now I do think that he should kind of explain maybe his reasoning a little bit more.
Yeah, the categories, because that's what's confusing to me. I mean, you got a guy that's never played at 20, and then you're holding back a guy at 7, C.J. Stroud, because he's only played 1 year. You got Will Levis as a rookie, and you got Jarrett Stidham at 40 ahead of Drake May, the number 3 overall pick. You got Geno Smith at 19. You got Daniel Jones ahead of Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun sucks.
Well, he has lately.
Sorry, Figgy, but
no, you got Trevor Lawrence ahead of Jordan Love, who Jordan Love, like I said, is kind of a mirror image. You typed Aaron Rodgers.
Well, that's the intern. That's the intern.
How do you know it wasn't him?
He's not doing graphics.
How do you know it wasn't him?
He's grinding tape. He's not doing graphics.
This is no.
Maybe the intern put this together.
Maybe, yeah. Hey, can you do a list for me? Sure.
Right. We have other lists that we can get to here, and it would be DraftWire listed the best 1 through 32 picks of the last decade. So that would be the best number 1 pick, the best number 2 pick, the best number 3 pick. And I don't think that this would be much of a surprise, but C.J. Stroud was graded out as the best number 2 pick of the last decade.
Yes, and it got me thinking. Because I looked at this list. We all love these lists. I mean, you just gave us one, even though Chris Sims mailed it in. But that's okay. It was good discussion. So Sauce Gardner, in the last decade now, was listed by DraftWire as the best number 4 overall pick of the last decade. Are we gonna regret not taking him? I mean, like right now we're not. But Sauce Gardner has got more, durability. Certainly more hype, has been Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber, number 4 overall pick. This is one that you kind of just put a pin in, right? Because we love Derek Stingley. I think he's an absolute shutdown corner, but you could have had Sauce at 3.
I mean, I thought Stingley had a better year last year than Sauce.
But Sauce wasn't thrown at either. He wasn't thrown at as much as he was as his first year.
I still think Stingley was the better player.
I'm not going to argue it because I love Derek Stingley.
Because Stingley can make plays on the ball.
Yeah.
And Sauce isn't great. That's probably a weakness of Sauce's game.
Mm-hmm.
But I think right now, I think, listen, it will be a debate for years and years and years between those two.
Yeah.
Because they are taken back to back because they play the same position. But I don't think, as long as they're both great, who cares? Who cares what order they win in? You just want the great player.
No, look, we're not going to be wringing our hands like, oh, he's a slightly worse, but still an all-pro, to Sauce Gardner. This is one that is just kind of a near miss. The best number 14 overall pick in the last 10 years, they have Kyle Hamilton. You remember that draft?
Yeah, that one was tough, man.
Remember that draft?
Yeah, him possibly going to the Texans at 3. Was it 3?
I think that would have been a reach, but I think
but it was still a conversation. Like, maybe they could go Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah,
he fell down to you.
But Figgy, the Texans traded up. They traded up. They just traded up to number 15 and drafted Kenyon Green. So that was
they traded back and then traded back up, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We need to do the worst. 1 through 32.
Oh, that sounds like a good
one. Man.
That sounds like a good homework assignment.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we can probably do the worst number 1 pick of the last decade because it just happened last year.
Yeah.
And, or at least right now, it looks like it's the worst.
You're going to make me have a homework assignment, and I like this one. I'm typing it in right now. We'll do this tomorrow. But, okay, let's go to a couple more here. This goes back a way to 2015, I believe. The best number 15 overall pick, Melvin Gordon. A big fan of his. Also, a near miss. The Texans drafted Kevin Johnson at 16. So, a whole lot of sucks.
Who's the best number one?
The best number one, I would have to go back and look. But I was looking at it this morning. And then there's this one. Actually, right behind. So they could have had Melvin Gordon, perhaps. And right behind Kevin Johnson was Eric Armstead at 16. So the Texans could have done better there. And then the best number 24 pick of the past decade, 24 overall, clear on the board for the Houston Texans. But they picked at number 23, one Titus Howard, Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs was the best number 24 pick of the past decade. So you kind of look like the what if Sauce Gardner. Picture this team. Picture this team. Sauce Gardner, Kyle Hamilton, Melvin Gordon, Eric Armstead, and Josh Jacobs.
I'd rather have Titus Howard than Josh Jacobs.
Really?
Yes. Give me the tackle over the running back.
You're such a nerd.
Give me the tackle over the running back.
You're such a nerd.
I want the tackle.
I'm trying to think. Who did they have on that team during that time? Was it
a running back?
Yeah.
Is that Chris Ivory?
No, for Titus Howard.
Oh, for Titus Howard?
Yeah. I think it was.
That was one of those.
I mean, they drafted Titus Howard thinking that he was going to be, or at least people thought he was going to be the left tackle because they had to go out and get Tunsil.
Yeah, that's when they.
Yeah, that's when they were a mess.
That's when it was a mess.
Who was it? Matt Khalil at left tackle during that training camp. That was fun.
Yeah.
Lamar Miller.
Yeah.
Okay.
But remember, Lamar Miller got hurt, and then I think it was Chris Ivory.
Yeah.
Ran for 1,000 yards. That season and had a really good year for them.
Mm-hmm. Josh, you'd rather have Titus Howard than Josh Jacobs?
I want the tackle. I can go get a running back whenever.
Josh Jacobs is more than just a running back.
How many playoff games did Josh Jacobs win?
Oh, come on. Where did he play?
Hey, lift everyone up. Lift up the rest of your team. And I don't know, he has trouble staying on the field. Mm-hmm. He had that one real good year, but I'm not a big Josh Jacobs guy.
Obviously.
But I would rather have I would just rather have the tackle.
Yeah.
That's me. Games are won up front.
Look at you.
So
got to win in the trenches, man.
Trenches, man. That's how titles are won. All right, coming up next. Speaking of trenches, we'll talk tight ends. Brevin Jordan. John is ready for Brevin Jordan to take the next step. I feel like I've been hearing about this next step with Brevin Jordan for a while. Maybe this is the year. That's next on In the Loop.
Nick Caserio, exclusively. click on Payne and Pendergast. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, back on In the Loop. Adam Spillane, John Lopez with you until 2. I have been hearing about the Brevin Leap for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think this time every year we hear about the Brevin Jordan Leap.
Yeah.
Is this the year where it happens?
Lord only knows, because I've been one of those guys that has been, you see him. He's not like a training camp preseason as All-American, so to speak, because he does produce in the regular season as well, but he hasn't produced in the regular season the way he's looked in the preseason, the way he's looked, as people like to say, kind of getting off the bus. Because you've been out there. I mean, he looks like holy moly, this guy, and then he'll make some plays, and all of a sudden, but in 3 seasons, and he had a is good the right word last year? Good season.
He had 17 catches.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, so
because like in 3 years,
he caught 17 of 21 targets.
Yeah,
so that's good.
And made a huge play, which he's tired of talking about, according to Texans All Access. He was on there the other day. But yeah, in 3 years, he's had 20, 14, and 17 catches. Now keep in mind, that can get you cut. And we thought he might be cut last year. He's also a 5th-round pick. So he's a little better than a training camp and preseason hero, but not much. All that said,
you're in.
Get the jersey.
All that.
Go Capo jersey.
Well, let's let D'Amico lay it out for us.
Yeah, Brevin, I joke with the guys. I show plays from practice, from the previous practice in our team meetings. I have my daily Brevin clip. Like I show a clip of Brevin every day. He has a highlight of, just Brevin's playing so fast, so decisive, and he's making some really great catches, tough catches. He's done a great job for himself over this offseason as well, man. He's improved. I see him. He's confident. He believes that he's a dude, and he can be for us, and he is. And I'm excited to see that confidence that Brevin is displaying throughout the OTAs.
So I can't quit him. I mean, first of all, where do you stand on Brevin Jordan?
My question is, listen, the production hasn't been great, but some of that is just that he's behind guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, Dalton Schultz is going to be ahead of him on the depth chart. And it also means that when it comes to getting targets, it's going to be Dalton Schultz ahead of Brevin Jordan. So my question is, we talked about injuries earlier. If a couple guys go down, let's say Dalton Schultz goes down and one of the receivers go down one game, like, could you count on Brevin Jordan to come in and step up and take a bigger target share, and you can still be an effective offense?
Yeah.
That's the question that I think needs to be answered from him. And I don't know. I don't know if he's ready for it just because you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
This is a guy who, let me see, last year he never had more than 3 catches in a game.
Mm-hmm.
So can he do it? It's one of those things you need to get before. You need to see it to believe it.
Yeah, and this was Brevin Jordan, speaking of Texans All Access, talking about what's happening now too.
Super dope room, man. Honestly, like the camaraderie that we all have, we're like, our room is super. You don't see this in a lot of other rooms, but like our room's super unselfish. So we have ballers from A to Z, and everybody's just all about supporting one another and seeing the other guy, be successful and make plays. We have a super cool room, man. Like to have Dalton, to have Teagan, like we have a mixture of everybody. We got a rookie, we got an older guy who's making a ton of money, we got a good coach who's young, he's passionate. It's a super cool room.
Had to throw in there that
the
older guy making a ton of money. We had to throw that in there. Okay, so this is I think it might be the year for him to certainly do better than that, than 17 catches, for a different reason than you do. See, I think last year, Bobby Slowick was learning all about these guys too, and his offense was by no means sort of nuts and bolts or rudimentary or anything like that. But now that he's had an entire offseason to kind of get in the lab, so to speak. And then they brought in, this kind of helped me think along these lines too. They brought in Ben Skoranek, who can play different places on the offense, whether it's fullback or H-back or tight end or whatever. I could see that they're going to use Brevin Jordan differently this year. And it has a lot to do with Bobby Slowick. He's played a little fullback. He's lined up there. He's played in different spots. So I could see where they see the same things we are. He's kind of been a tease that a lot of people can't quit, and you expect good things of him. It just hadn't happened. I could see where they use him now in different ways, on different ways on the offense.
Well, that was the importance of Bobby Slowick coming back this year, is that you're not starting over with a new offensive coordinator. You are basically just building on what you did last year. And especially when you consider that they are bringing back so many of the pieces from last year's offense. The quarterback is the same. So many of the receivers are the same. You bring in a couple of receivers. The tight end room is basically the same, aside from Stover. So having that the cohesion from last year is important, and it
using
makes everybody's
them
life
differently.
easier. Yeah,
lining them up in other places.
But that's how you're able to line guys up in different places, because they already have the background with everything else. So you're just building on top of what you have already done.
Yeah.
So this is the year. If he's going to make the leap, this will be the year, because you look, obviously came into the league as a rookie. Then new offensive system last year. Now this is the first time that he comes into a season. Same coaching staff, same quarterback.
Yeah.
For the most part, most of the teammates are the same, so you're not having to learn a bunch of new things.
And they can add a bunch of things and twists and all that. But it is frustrating, because I just feel like come week 8, week 9, we're going to be like, oh, man. So here we go again. But I believe because of those things that we just talked about, but I just can't quit him. Let me ask you and Figgy this. Who else can't in Texans history? Who can you not quit? Who could you never quit? Like, you always thought something was like, and they were going to just turn it up. Because clearly Brevin Jordan is one of those guys. Two guys came to mind for me.
Give your two, because you've been thinking about this.
I have been thinking about it. Like, guys that I just couldn't quit. Got to go a little bit into the Wayback Machine on this one, but Jacoby Jones. That dude had, if you stood next to him, you're like, oh, wait, that's not Andre Johnson. I mean, he was thinner, but I mean, he was put together. Big T's like Brevin Jordan, could return kicks, get open, had a lot of drops, didn't have a lot of production. I don't have his numbers in front of me, but he didn't have. Then ultimately, of course, he went to Baltimore and excelled there. And then the other one is maybe a little bit unfair, but I could never quit him because I just kept waiting for 16 sacks, to go along with all the tackles for losses, and that's Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, that's one of mine. Yeah.
I just couldn't quit him.
And he still played at a pretty high level last year. But I think you wanted the stat sheet stats, and he
still have a great career, man.
Big time.
Yeah, the great career, but he just didn't have those sacks.
Yeah, and that's what, when you draft a guy, I think Mario Williams is probably the same, and Mario wound up was more of a sack guy than Clowney was.
Yeah.
But when you take a guy number one at that position, you're expecting 15, 20 sacks a year, very similar.
You want
to
a Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
You want Myles Garrett, you want Julius Peppers. That's the type of production that you want when you take a guy that high in the draft. And that just wasn't who Clowney was, I think. And I think that he's found his place in the league.
Yeah.
It's taken some time, but he's sort of figured out what he's good at.
I still feel not so bad for Mario Williams. He was really, really good. If he was taken third, we'd be talking about Mario Williams entirely different. Like, I think he had 15 sacks, 16 sacks, 14. I think it's 14 sacks his second year. And he ended up with 99 or 100 sacks in his career. Like, that's big time. Like that's very, very good, but he just number one overall.
Yeah, and he didn't get the second contract from the team.
And he wasn't Vince Young or Reggie Bush.
But it turned out he probably had a better career definitely a better career than Vince, and you can certainly say he had a better career.
Yeah, I think
they made the right pick. You look back on it now, what are we, 18 years removed, they made the right pick at number one with Mario Williams. Now with the Texans and Clowney, they probably did not make the right pick.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was the right pick.
Yeah,
That was
you
the
had
guy
Khalil Mack in that draft. That probably would have been what we thought Clowney was.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's tough. Somebody texted in Jalen Strong. was one.
I was never really high on Jalen Strong.
I was high on Braxton Miller, man, for obvious reasons.
What about Will Fuller?
Yeah, and he just fell off the face of the earth too.
Like gone.
Yeah.
Like where is he?
There was he got that one contract with the Dolphins, and that was it. I'm surprised that he could not catch on anywhere else. Some of it was his own fault, but yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good one.
My other one was Deontay Foreman. I just wanted him to win so bad, man. He was drafted in the wrong place with Bill O'Brien and all that.
Yes.
Remember the doghouse and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I just wanted him to be great.
Will Fuller just fell off the face of the earth.
Had that suspension and boom, that was.
He was
it.
27 when he went to Miami, and then just gone.
Yeah. Did he? I think he just played the 1 year with the Dolphins, and that was it.
That was 1 year. Yeah. 3 games.
Has he been in the league since?
No.
Nah.
No.
Remember, I forgot. I think it was it Brian Flores, the head coach, when he was there. He had like a weird comment saying we don't know if he'll be back or something like that.
Yeah.
I think this might have been before the suspension, but it was very weird.
Remember, he got suspended here.
Yeah.
That was his last act was a Texan, was getting suspended. He had the PED suspension, and then he went into free agency
and then
right after that. And then, obviously, nothing. All right, coming up next, we're going to play the hits. Game 3 of the NBA Finals is tonight. And then also, the World Cup is coming here in a couple of years. They got to make some changes to NRG Stadium. We'll talk about that next on In the Loop.
Celebrating 30 years.
playing all the hits. These are the hot stories you're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's play the hits here. And on this Wednesday, we'll start with the NBA, and we'll start with Jerry West, who passed away today at the age of 86. Really, obviously, one of the most important figures in the league, both as a player and as an executive. He is the NBA logo. Like, he is the logo that you see, and something that he doesn't want, and that he said multiple times that he would prefer if he were not the logo. But Jerry West today passing away at the age of 86.
And the thing with Jerry West, and obviously these days people forget just how great, truly great, legendary a player he was. I mean, he's not the logo by accident. His series against the Knicks back in the day, all that, you might forget some of that. He's remembered mostly for two things. One, which is completely unfair. And one is fair, and that is for being the general manager of the Lakers. A little bit, not surly, just kind of curt. It's kind of doesn't have time for a lot of outside things from basketball. What could be difficult, but also could be incredibly captivating. I was lucky enough to have dealt with him for a few times over the years, but brilliant as a general manager. I mean, keep in mind, drafted Kobe. Traded for Shaq. Those are two of the biggest moves in the history of the game. And look what it did for the Lakers. The other completely unfair was Winning Time. You know, the Winning Time, we all watched it. It was captivating, entertaining. Didn't really get continued, but I thought the first season was really, really good. He was just portrayed like Art Howe in Moneyball. Just every little quirk, every little difficulty that he offered was magnified for the sake of drama, and that's unfair.
They needed a foil, and he was the perfect foil in that show. I think one of the things that hurt him is just didn't win a lot of championships because he kept running into the Celtics. He kept running into Bill Russell and Bob Cousy, who I'm going to talk about here in just a minute.
Bob Cousy,
and so that was a little unfair for him. And the executive stuff, though, is
off the charts.
It might be more that he might lead a bigger legacy as an executive than as a player, because he was obviously instrumental in building not one Lakers dynasty, but two. He was instrumental in that 80s dynasty, obviously instrumental in building the 90s dynasty. But then you look, too, later on in his career, once he left the Lakers, he took over as the Memphis Grizzlies general manager in 2002. That franchise was an absolute joke. And they wound up losing the number 2 overall pick the year that Carmelo was taken number 3. They lost that pick because of a dumb trade that they had made years before. But he was able to turn that franchise into something. Like that team became a playoff team with Jerry West as the GM. And then he went to the Warriors as an advisor and helped build. He was instrumental in building up that dynasty. There were people within that wanted to trade Klay Thompson for Kevin Love. And Jerry West is like, no, don't do that. They did not do that, and they've won a bunch of championships since. And then he went to the Clippers, who he was working for, upon his passing, and he was big in building that organization up to where it is now.
For him to be better as an executive, as a player, is first of all remarkable, and secondly, just talks about how great he really was.
All right, Game 3 NBA Finals tonight in Dallas. The Celtics lead that series 2-0. It has been thrown into, it's a little murky right now, this series, because of some injuries. You have Dallas with Luka Doncic, got a pain-killing injection or whatever before Game 2. He's got a chest injury. I think people are pointing to this video of him taking a charge. I think it was from Jaylen Brown in Game 1, and he's been dealing with some lower body stuff all throughout the playoffs. And then you have Kristaps Porzingis, who is questionable to play tonight, and he's got that injury that nobody can pronounce, and who knows if he's even going to be able to play. But if they don't have Porzingis, that really changes what Boston is, and it's just because you look at Game 1 of this series on Thursday. And Dallas was right there. Dallas had a lead first 5 minutes of the game. Porzingis comes in, and all of a sudden that game flipped. And Porzingis really unlocked something with the Celtics. If they don't have him, that's a huge, huge loss.
Yeah, because you think, and first of all, I don't think they're going to have Porzingis.
I don't either.
Looking into that injury a little bit, really just scrolling, but I was
Pronounce it.
I can't again. I'll try next time. But no, looking into it, it's the tendon that connects your calf to your ankle, to your foot. Man, and everything I read is just like, this is a serious, serious injury. I mean, he might be done for the season, and they're just being coy about it. But regarding the like Luka, I don't know if that's much better. He is really struggling. You wouldn't know it from the stat line, but he is really struggling to move around. As a betting man, what would you do? It's Celtics plus 2.5.
I would take Dallas.
Really?
Yeah, just because it's a 2-0 series. The home team is always going to play with some desperation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's just a trend.
Yeah.
And especially if they don't have Porzingis in this case, because Luka's going to play. There's no doubt Luka's going to play. You have a team coming home that the role players will always be a little bit better. You make the adjustments. There's a level of desperation that comes in, and plus, let's be honest, the league kind of needs Dallas to win today. So Mark Davis is the crew chief, and you kind of know Mark Davis probably going to be a little side-eye when it comes to these Boston.
What are you saying, Adam?
I'm saying the league doesn't want this thing to be a sweep. That's for sure.
I'm actually with you on this because part of me wants to say, well, the Celtics have 8 really, really, really good players. The Mavericks have Kyrie, who's been lost in this series.
He's been bad in this series.
Let's just be honest. He's been lost in the series, and an injured Luka. But I don't think you can overstate how important Porzingis, as much as they didn't need him before, they need him in this series.
Yes, for sure. Sure.
I
mentioned Bob Cousy a second ago because he did an interview with Dan Shaughnessy from the Boston Globe, and this quote stood out to me. Bob Cousy, 95 years old, quote, "I'm 95 bleeping years old with one foot in the grave, and I can barely move. I know I'm in overtime, so everything in your life becomes more meaningful, and one of the last things I want to be able to see is for the Celtics to hang up banner number 18.
How about that?
That's
what you call a Celtic for life.
Yes.
That's what you call a Celtic for life.
Win this championship, and then I can go out happy. So good for Bob Cousy.
That's kind of wild. He's saying he in overtime.
Yeah,
he's 95.
That's a crazy way to say it, though.
Come on, he is.
I'm in overtime.
Let's be honest here.
At what point does regulation end?
He's been in overtime for a decade. At least a decade.
My uncle played with Bob Cousy back in the 50s.
Oh, I remember you said that once.
Yeah. I think that championship 1959 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, my uncle was actually on that team.
On the Celtics.
Yep.
Man.
Yeah. I got the picture. I'm gonna try to find the picture and
bring
post
it tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. World Cup 2 years from
baby.
I think it's basically 2 years coming up here.
Yeah, 2 years from yesterday.
Yeah. Obviously, they're going to play 7 matches at NRG Stadium. I'm paying close attention to the qualifying because you have some of these confederations that are going through it. I'm going to bring this up a little bit later, but one country is on to the next round, and I really hope that they make this thing somehow. But they're playing 7 matches at NRG Stadium, and yesterday there was a status check. FIFA has to go through all these different, sure that everything fits the right way. And according to KHOU, the floor at NRG Stadium has to be widened in order to fit a World Cup soccer pitch.
This is problematic because it's not, well, if I'm reading it right, it's not like the field can fit in if they just widen the field, because there's area behind the football sideline that you can widen a field. But are they saying the actual floor, like it needs to be moved back?
Yeah, like they have to move the stands is what it kind of feels
That's what I read. That's not easy.
No, it's not cheap either.
It's not easy.
It's not easy, and it's not cheap.
Like widening the field, no big deal. You just draw other lines. Yeah. Try to put some other grass in there and draw some more lines. But if they're actually widening the floor, I mean, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. But somehow, some way, my mind went immediately to the Astrodome, because it always does. Because like let's just do all the renovations now. Let's just get it all done before 2026.
The World Cup also will include a fan fest. They're going to do that in East Downtown. Again, it's exciting. It's one of those things that I'm looking forward to.
Let me tell you, 713-572-4610. Let me tell all the loopholes. Anyone listening, anyone watching on YouTube, you have to be a part of this. If you don't know the first thing about the World Cup. It is. People always ask me, well, you've been all over, you've covered everything. What's your favorite things to cover? And they're a little bit surprised when I say World Cup. World Cup, I've been to 5 of them. You cannot miss it. Like the spectacle of it all is just ridiculous. Olympics too, and then all the other stuff that I've covered. But no, World Cup is just different. It's just special. You got to be a part of this if you live in Houston.
And again, 7 matches at NRG Stadium. 2 of them will be knockout stage matches, which that's when the tournament really starts to get real. So, looking forward to that, and it's one of those things that, like you said, you have to be present.
You
for it
have
if
to.
You're here.
You
Absolutely.
Make yourself, if you're a sports fan, be a part of it. Go to a game. Go to the to the events, etc.
All right. U.S. Open begins tomorrow.
Tomorrow, baby.
Where are they playing it?
Pinehurst, number 2
in North Carolina.
In North Carolina, and yours truly has actually covered a U.S. Open there. The greens, like the U.S. Open, is always the toughest. And I'm not going to get into the U.S. Open itself. We talk about it as things happen moving forward in the week. But I will say it's always the toughest of the majors. The greens right now are like ridiculous. It's going to be wildly entertaining. But this is the question I had for you as it pertains to the U.S. Open. I think Scottie Scheffler's arrest is one of the best things that's happened to the PGA in a long, long time. Because let's think about this. Most people don't know, and figure you're not a golf fan, but even a casual golf fan would say, yeah, Scottie Scheffler, he's pretty good, isn't he? They didn't know he was the number 1 world-ranked player in the world. He is as close to dominant, like truly, truly dominant, since Tiger Woods. They didn't know any of that until the arrest. The world's number 1 player, number 1 ranked player. He's won 5 tournaments already, and the season really just started not too long ago, like in March, or maybe late February, but early March. And he's already won 5 tournaments, including the Masters and the TPC and Memorial. So here's my question for you, because I asked this to Mark Vandermeer yesterday. My boys and I are big golf fans, and we talk about this. Is this a true Scottie versus the field? I think it is. I think he's that good.
I mean, he has been that good.
Yeah.
Now this is kind of
which
a Tiger
we haven't
thing.
talked about since Tiger.
Yeah, and that's what Tiger was when he was at his apex. I don't know if he's there just yet because Tiger did it for so long.
No, for sure he's not there.
Yeah,
he's not there.
But
Tiger
I think
was.
it is trending though.
In this
that
tournament,
direction.
I think it's Scottie versus the field.
I don't know. I wouldn't go that far just yet. Like I need to see him win more than what is he at 2 majors at this point?
Yeah, but he could have won. I think he's got 3, but he's could because they have Masters twice, well, maybe 2. But anyway, could have won the PGA if he didn't get arrested. I think he finished 3rd. I mean,
no, he didn't finish that high.
He was top 10.
I think he had a really good final round, which kind of changed it. Yeah, so maybe hey, win more than 1 major in a year, and then it starts to become Scottie versus the world. But your point is taken that it was probably good for golf having him get arrested just because it put more eyeballs on him.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, there weren't a lot. They were leading morning shows. They were leading, Good Morning America with Scottie Scheffler getting arrested. Yeah. The arrest happened on video, which only makes it better and only gets more eyes on it.
Spell the name right.
So it certainly got him more attention. The charges got dropped, so nothing bad happened there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it probably helped him. It probably helped the sport, even though at the time it didn't feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it certainly it puts a spotlight on him that he hasn't had before, and it puts a spotlight on him that really no golfer has had probably since Tiger.
Since Tiger,
I don't think that there has anybody been in the 15 years since Tiger, has had his little bit of a downfall. There hasn't been anybody else who has filled that void.
Yeah, Scheffler was 8th at the PGA,
and he was
despite being arrested,
and most of that was because of the final round, because he had a really good final round, which kind of put him in that top 10. But he wasn't really on anybody's radar going into Sunday. So more top 10s, win more majors, and then it starts to become Scottie versus the field.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm with you there.
Yeah.
All right. We are halfway through this show, and when we come back here on In the Loop, we'll talk about the Astros. Astros beating the Giants last night in San Francisco. They play a day game today. Framber Valdez on the hill against Logan Webb. Really good pitching matchup. And I think we need to give Dana Brown just a little bit of credit. We'll talk about that next on Sports Radio 610.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. Half number 2 of this show. The street's calling Figgy a liar.
Man.
I know, man.
Who's going to call Figgy
Oh,
a
hey,
liar?
let me have to dig up some pictures, man.
I'm looking right now. So go ahead. Because
Figgy said his uncle played on the championship team in the Boston Celtics 1959 championship team with Bob Cousy.
Yes.
And he did. Benny Swain was the 8th overall pick of the 1958 NBA draft, and he was on the 1959 Boston Celtics championship team.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my my grandfather's brother. Uncle they used to call him Uncle String Bean.
How about that?
He's a TSU legend. He went to TSU. So yeah.
I'm looking at pictures right now. Hell, there's a picture right him celebrating the championship, man.
So there you go.
Yeah. Number 16 in your program.
Looking just like my grandfather.
Figgy, not a liar. So he was teammates. Let me see. I'm going to click on this roster real quick. He was teammates with Bill Russell.
Yes.
So yeah, your uncle played with Bill Russell.
I think he was his backup.
Tom Heinsohn.
Is that him right there?
I can't tell. I got to go in there and see.
Yeah, they're celebrating the championship. Man, played with Bob Cousy and Bill Russell.
Bill Sharman was on that team.
Come on, man.
I wonder if Bob Cousy remember him.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I'm sure he does.
For sure
Really?
he
Okay.
does. Yeah.
All right. Astros and Giants this afternoon from Oracle Park in San Francisco. Don't have a lineup yet for the Astros, but it will be Framber Valdez getting the start for them today against Logan Webb. Really good pitching matchup. Logan Webb, one of the better starting pitchers in the National League. Astros a chance to not only a chance to win this series, but have a winning road trip, which is just wildly important when you are in the position that they are in. They beat the Giants last night 3-1.
Yeah, and the difference, you would think 4-2 and 3-3. That's only one game, but 4-2 coming back where you are right now. Mariners are still gaining ground. You won last night. They won last night. They played a bad team, obviously, but still 9 games above 500. Look, it's not a tipping point, but certainly could get you moving in the right direction.
Big difference between 5 games under 500 and 7 games under 500.
Yes, sir.
And so if you can go 4-2, and listen, they could have very easily have won every single game on this road trip. They led going into the 9th inning on Sunday in Anaheim. They had a lead going into the bottom of the 10th inning on Monday against the Giants. Like these are games you have to be able to win. If you can't win those games, then you got to make up for it somehow. And so today is a perfect day for that.
And the Giants are a good squad. They're not great, but they're
okay.
They're a good squad. Facing a good pitcher today,
yes,
it could get you. Kind of rolling a little bit. I do want to ask you about something though that I showed you during the last break. So Julia Morales, we all know her, we all love her, all that.
Who? No, I'm just playing.
Posted a video of the handshake line last night in Anaheim, and in the video, I think she meant for this to be a good thing, but it had me shaking my head like, oh goodness. So she said she has the video of Kyle Tucker making it out to the handshake line
without the crutches, which was the big thing yesterday. Is that yesterday he was able to shed the crutches.
I don't care. Like you saw the video. Figure, you looking at this? He can barely walk. He half jogged out there. It was that walk jog kind of thing, like I do in the evenings. But I don't even limp that bad. I mean, he's limping bad, and it's been a week.
It's been more than a week. It happened.
Yeah.
It happened last Monday. I'm telling you, I thought when it happened, when he fouled the ball off of his shin, I thought he broke his leg. Yeah. That is how bad that it looked and how bad he went down, and he stayed down for a long time, and then he tried to stay in the game, and then he was in the on-deck circle, and he went to kind of go jog to the batter's box, and he had to shut it down after a couple of steps. So it really felt like it was a bad injury. I think they were hoping that he'd be able to avoid the IL. Obviously, that hasn't been the case, and he still hasn't started doing baseball activities.
Yeah.
So, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe he better today. Maybe he's able to do more today, but I think they are hopeful that he's eligible to come off the IL Friday. I think they are hopeful that he'll be able to do so. But yeah, the video that you just showed, it does not look that way. And so, it's hard. Like, they don't have a lot of depth. The lineup is very top heavy. And so when you lose one of those top 4 guys, it's really hard for them to make up for it.
Yeah, it is. Now they've gotten some good things going for them right now. You mentioned obviously Scott, the pitcher, and he's been doing quite well. Obviously, Altuve was incredible last night with driving in a run with a grounder that was way out of the zone. Blanco looking like an all-star on top of Arrighetti and Hunter Brown coming around. So you can kind of squint hard and think, well, maybe they'll make this thing interesting. I don't feel it. We've talked about that ad nauseum, but winning today would be enormous for them.
And you go, you win this game again, 4-2 trip. You got to just, at this point, you're just trying to stack series wins on top of series wins. You're not going to go from 7 games under 500 to 500 in the span of a week. It takes a little bit of time, but you can't have the 3-3s. Yeah. You can't have the 2-4s. You can't have the 3-4s. You have to be able to string together series wins. 4-2, 4-2, 4-2, 4-3. That is what is going to get the Astros back into this race.
Well, I go back to what was really frustrating for me going into the weekend. I said, just please win just sweep a series. Just sweep a series. Because that's how you get, that's how you make those big runs. Don't stop teasing us. And then not only did they not sweep a series, they had heartbreaking losses and giveaways, losses that could have turned things significantly. So you can't have that today. If you're going to do it, do it. My big thing about how this team is built, I don't think it's built to put 4 games in a row together. They've done it once this year, all year, and that was a 5-game streak. But this is how you can kind of get people like me to start thinking, maybe.
And they need to obviously make that happen because Seattle's playing well and Seattle's good. And when you look at, we've talked about the trade deadline quite a bit. Seattle has the means to go improve its roster when the deadline arrives, just because they have more in their system than the Astros do.
Yeah.
So the Mariners' pitching has been excellent all year. That is the best pitching staff in baseball right now. Offensively, they struggle. But if they need to go get a hitter, they have the ability to go out and get a hitter in the market. And so that's where the Astros, what they have now, it's going to be hard for them to improve on that. That's why, getting into this hole makes things even tougher on them because it's going to be hard for them to get
And
better.
let's be very clear. The Mariners are one of those teams where there is no question should they be buyers or sellers.
Yes, they are buyers.
They are buyers.
Last year, they were kind of in between, and they screwed up.
Yeah.
And it cost them. But this year, they are in first place. The rest of the division has underachieved. The Rangers have been a lot worse than I think I would have expected after winning the series. Obviously, we know where the Astros are, and the other 2 teams in the division are awful. So, yeah, they are clearly the front runners to win this division.
So this whole question of, what should the Astros do and all that's not a question up there. And oh, by the way, they're losing ground in the wild card as well. So the only path, they're 4.5 games with 5 teams ahead of them in the wild card. So the only way to get there is to win the division. And the only way to win the division is to start sweeping some series, have another 4, 5, 6-game win streak, and somehow put that pressure on the Mariners, because the Mariners are going to get better. They're going to make a move to get better. So that's the key thing for the Astros right now.
I think last night it reminds me of Dana Brown, and we have taken our fair share of shots at Dana Brown in the front office for how they have operated over the course of this season. But give Dana Brown a little bit of credit. And last night was a good Dana Brown game because you have the starting pitcher, Ronel Blanco, throw another quality start. 6 innings, he gave up just the 1 run. He struck out 8. This is a guy who, with the previous regime, was a reliever. And it was Dana Brown's idea to try and convert him into a starting pitcher. That is a move that has worked out tremendously. And it is just his future within the team, and then the team's future as it tries to figure out a way to put together starting pitchers. When you look at 41-year-old Justin Verlander and Framber Valdez being a free agent at the end of the season, they need to find starting pitching help, and Ronel Blanco has turned himself into a guy. So that's a win for Dana Brown. The other win is Taylor Scott, who threw a scoreless 7th inning yesterday after he threw 2 scoreless innings in San Francisco on Monday. This is a guy who has bounced around from team to team. He had no success in the big leagues. Going back to 2019 when he first broke in, went to Japan for a couple of years. He pitched for 3 different teams last year, did not pitch well for any of them, and he has got a 160 ERA through the first half of this season. That has been a great find for Dana Brown.
And much needed, because how much have we talked about just the way that the way that they have just buried guys, on the bench, and their roster is so short compared to other squads. So it's even more important that way.
You need, when they won the World Series in 2022 and they had that great pitching staff, it was because it didn't matter who they went to in the bullpen. Whether it was Dusty Baker, Josh Miller, whoever, they had full faith in all those guys in the bullpen. Obviously, we know that is not the case right now this season because they had 2 rested relievers for the 10th inning on Monday, and they went with a guy who was pitching 3 straight games for just the 2nd time in his career.
Yeah.
The fact that you can have now Taylor Scott break in and put himself into one of those trusted reliever roles, that gives Joe Espada more options, and it also helps them keep the big 3, the Presley, the Haters, and the Abreu's. It's able to keep them fresh, and you're going to need those guys. Obviously, you're going to have to. You already lean on them a lot, but if you cannot lean on them so much, that keeps them fresh for the stretch run.
Yeah, and they absolutely need it. Again, though, it comes back to not all you're going to need. I mean, you're going to need obviously another starting pitcher. They're not going to stay healthy or at least productive all the way through, because you brought this up yesterday, and it's a great point. Arrighetti and especially, but Hunter Brown as well. This is uncharted territory in terms of innings.
Well, for Blanco and Arrighetti.
And Blanco, Blanco and Arrighetti. So this is completely uncharted territory. You're going to have to add. How? I mean, because you're going to have to. It's not a question of if. You're going to have to add pitching, starting pitching, relief pitching, whatever it is.
They're going to have to add, or they're going to have somebody emerge from their minor league system. And Dana Brown mentioned a couple names last week as guys who they could see, who if they need a starting pitcher, who they could see step into that role. But it's nobody that gives you a whole lot of confidence, because, again, it's not like they have some can't-miss pitching prospect in their minor league system right now. They simply don't. And when they had to bring somebody up in an emergency role from AAA earlier in the year, it was Blair Henley, and he recorded one out in Arlington. And that was a name that Dana Brown did not even mention last week when I asked who would be the next guy, if somebody were to go down or if you need to give somebody a break. And let's be honest, the idea that they are going to be able to keep these 5 starting pitchers healthy from now through the end of September or maybe even October, it is highly, highly unlikely with the way that pitchers get hurt.
And don't look now, but the calendar, we're less than a month, 3 weeks or so from July 4th, and then that leads, which is another kind of mark for where are you, and of course the trade deadline, July 30th. I gotta mention this since I mentioned July 4th. Your idea is getting a little more run right now on Joey Chestnut.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. There are more and more people saying, which go ahead and say it, because Joey Chestnut, if you didn't hear, this is so dumb, but Nathan's has banned him from. First of all, Darren Rovell is weird, and I'll get to that, but has banned him from the Nathan's hot dog contest because he signed a $1.2 million deal with Impossible Hot Dogs.
A competing brand.
Yeah, I'm about to say that's a competing brand. I kind of get it, but I think it's silly.
I don't. And let me explain why. Impossible. I have experience with this because while my wife isn't a vegetarian, she's a pescatarian. She just eats fish and nothing but vegetables. So we get a lot of this stuff. Impossible meats, vegetable-based, plant-based meats and all that. I'm here to tell you, veggie dogs are not a competition for Nathan's hot dogs. They're not. It's the same look, but anyone who eats veggie dogs don't eat hot dogs. I can tell you that from experience. Veggie dogs are not a competition. They don't compete with other than their dogs. But any people who eat hot dogs, by and large, are not going to eat veggie dogs. I've tried them, and they're pretty good because my wife has had them occasionally or whatever. And if you eat veggie dogs, you have no interest in Nathan's hot dogs. This is the most bizarre thing of all. They're not a competition.
But see, I feel like the vegan hot dogs, I feel like their whole thing is to say, hey, it tastes like the real hot dog. So they're trying to pull people away from eating real hot dogs
from Nathan's.
Who's gonna go?
I get it.
Who's gonna go from eating hot dogs to eating?
I get it.
All it takes is one person,
and that's worth $1 million.
I mean, if I work for that vegan hot dog place and I say, hey, Spo, this tastes just like a real hot dog.
And who
this
agrees?
Is much healthier.
Joey Chestnut agrees.
Well, no, Joey Chestnut got $1.2 million.
Yeah, but he's still endorsing the product.
We all eat hot dogs.
Yeah.
We all, I just said it. I've tried them. I'm like, they're okay. They're good. Am I ever going to start to switch to Impossible hot dogs?
But that's you.
Hell no.
But see, I mean, if it was me, it's Joey Chestnut. So I'm gonna say, you know what? Take your money. I don't care, but you just cannot talk about this product whenever we're doing our contest.
You can't be wearing an Impossible meat T-shirt.
Why not
on the stage when you're doing?
Why not?
But my whole thing is, why does Nathan's have just this monopoly?
Okay, so that's what's getting run. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. So I just don't get why Nathan's can Nathan's can sponsor the hot dog eating contest, but why do they have the power to keep people out of it just for having a competing sponsorship deal? I don't like that. Now, the option here for Joey Chestnut, just start your own hot dog eating contest. And let's be honest,
it would be bigger.
There will certainly be more eyes on the Joey Chestnut hot dog eating contest than the Nathan's hot dog eating contest without Joey Chestnut, because Joey Chestnut is the draw. Like, let's say 10 years ago, the Masters wasn't going to let, or not, that's not a good one, but just some golf tournament wasn't going to let Tiger Woods into the golf tournament because of some sponsorship thing. He could say, okay, fine. I'm going to go start my own competing golf tournament this week, and let's see who does more business.
The Live Tour.
Yes. That's essentially what it is.
That's exactly what it is. And now more and more people are like, I'd go watch him if they did a competing tour. But yeah, first of all, to me, like, we can argue that, and I get your point. A hot dog looks like a hot dog. I mean, Impossible Dog looks like a hot dog. I don't see the crossover there, but that's just me. I don't think a lot of vegans are going to ever eat a hot dog and vice versa. All right. But then there's Darren Rovell, and he tweeted this yesterday, and I'm like, why do you just have to be contrary? Listen to this. To address the biggest news of the day, despite reports, Joey Chestnut is, all quotes, not banned from the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. He made an endorsement decision to support a competitor. Major League Eating still hopes he changes course. So he's banned. Well, he's he's saying, like, he's not banned if he changes his mind.
He's basically been suspended.
He's banned now.
Well, he's
or
suspended.
Whatever. Whatever word
as
you
long
want to
as
do
he is endorsing Impossible Meats, he is not allowed in the hot dog eating contest. So in 4 years, when that sponsorship deal runs out, then he's welcome back in the contest, the Nathan's contest, if he does not renew that sponsorship.
So
deal.
he's banned now. We're being weird.
Yeah,
it's just wording.
It's just being weird.
It's banned until further notice.
I think it's suspended.
And by the way, less than an hour after Rovell's tweet, Joey Chestnut tweeted himself, I was gutted to learn that after 19 years, I'm banned from Nathan's July 4th hot dog eating contest. Love competing, blah, blah, blah. Set the record straight. I do not have a contract with MLE. And this is where the legs on your thing is getting legs. I do not have a contract with Major League Eating or Nathan's, and they are looking to change the rules from past years as it relates to other partners I work with. So let's go. Let's do another contest.
Now, is Nathan's always like this as far as like advertisement and all that stuff, or is it just strictly?
No, he just said it. I have other partnerships.
Okay, so it's strictly just an impossible thing.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Okay,
but yeah, go ahead and do a competing hot dog eating contest. I'm sure you can find a network, a streaming service, or something that would want to televise
Hell,
it.
networks will jump all over it.
And I think they do the Nathan's one. They do that on Coney Island.
Yeah.
Go to the other side of Coney Island.
Yeah.
FS1. I'm hitting the FS1.
Yeah.
Hey, Fox, come on.
Come on, yeah.
Yeah, so there will certainly be a market for it because, again, as corny as this is to say,
he's Joey Chestnut.
He's the star.
Yeah, it's kind of silly for him to get banned like that too, man, because who do you have?
Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 6M, we'll do some lunchtime confessions. That is next on In the Loop.
Celebrating 30.
Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Before we get to confessions, let's give you the Astros lineup for this afternoon's game in San Francisco. That has just been released. Altuve, second base. Bregman, third base. Alvarez, left field. Singleton is the DH, and he'll bat cleanup. Pena bats fifth, plays shortstop. Dubon, center field, batting sixth. Caratini catches, bats seventh. Abreu bats eighth, and plays first base. And then Trey Cabbage rounds out the lineup, playing right field. So once again, no Yiner Diaz in this game, and who knows if he's even available, but playing short-handed. Not only they got a four-man bench, so it includes an injured catcher and then a catcher who is on the roster because they don't want to put the injured catcher on the IL. So basically a two-man bench for Joe Espada again today.
Yeah, and Abreu obviously there. Singleton did pretty well yesterday too, so
yeah, he was good.
And good defensive play.
They like him against, he's going to get starts against right-handed starting pitchers, and the one issue that the Astros have with this lineup today, there are no lefties to pinch hit Jose Abreu for late in game. So again, they could wind up in a position in the ninth inning where he's facing Camilo Doval, and they don't have a left-handed bat to bring off the bench to pinch it for him. So a little bit of an issue with this lineup.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So we mentioned Atari Eason earlier, and it's worth mentioning again, and it leads to my confession on two levels, because I have some family members that blew my mind yesterday with their silliness. So Atari Eason is in Italy. He tweeted that he was kind of blown away, and they're thinking, what did he say, fake grapes or something like that, because he had some grapes that had seeds in them. He's not used to eating grapes with seeds in them. Grapes have seeds. Not the ones necessarily in the grocery store, because they've been, I guess scientifically kind of like mutants, basically, redesigned from the ground up, literally, to not have grapes, just like watermelons and all that. How do kids not know that seeds, every fruit has seeds? How do you know that?
The American public education system is
going down that rabbit hole.
I think it's also generational, because this blew me away yesterday, and I'm throwing some my nieces and nephews under the bus. 100% I am. So they're working at a summer camp up in Kingwood, my wife's summer camp that they do, and she had to send something or other to their house. So she asked the youngest one, who's 13, I believe, "What's your address?" "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know what your address is?" "I don't know. What do you mean? What's my address?"
Just go home.
He practically gave his Twitter account, as his address. Asked the 15-year-old, "Hey, he doesn't know what the address is. What's your address?" And gave the street name. "Well, what about the numbers?" "I don't know." Asked the 16-year-old.
Oh, man.
"What's your address?" To her credit, had the street and the numbers, but when she was asked, "What's the zip code?" What's a zip code?
Oh, man.
Dude, what is going on? How do 13, 15, and 16-year-olds not know their address?
It's the times.
That's crazy,
I've got a
man.
question that you should ask them next. What's their parents' phone numbers?
Yeah. Yeah.
They probably just have it saved in the phones, and they don't have to.
They just go to mom.
But that's actually, in this day and age, kind of understandable. I mean, we all do that. I know your 7 phone numbers.
You
by heart.
might lose your phone, but you know the important numbers.
Yeah, as long as you know the important ones.
Yeah. Do they know the important numbers?
Figgy, 13, 15, and 16-year-olds don't know their address. They've lived there for 5-6 years.
It's not great.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. I've never not known. When I was a kid, I always knew my address.
Of course.
I still remember
I knew my address. I knew my grandmother's address.
Yes.
I knew auntie's address.
Yes.
I knew the phone numbers.
I knew about 50 phone numbers.
My mom used to make me memorize these things of like you said, my aunt, in case anything happens, your aunt's phone number, your aunt's address.
I think we actually had to learn that in school at some point.
Maybe.
Sure
where we had to copy our address and all that stuff.
But I mean, you don't know your address and you're in high school? Is this common? Because I was blown away. 713-572-4610.
So, someone just texted Lopez for grandchildren not knowing their address. You have to blame the grandparents for not teaching their kids the importance of addresses. So they
blaming you.
It's my nieces and nephews.
It's your fault.
It's my nieces and nephews, and no, this is ridiculous. What is it, Gen Alpha?
I lost count.
I think it's
I
Gen
don't know.
Alpha now. Is the latest Gen?
Someone else texted in. My daughter is 13. She does not know her address either. So this person is glad that they're not the
It's
only
your
one.
fault, buddy. No, I'm just playing.
What is going on?
It's a different generation. It's a different time.
Yes, it is.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I guess to keep with the grape discussion, I haven't had a grape since I was a kid.
What?
I
got some in the house.
I had some
I popped
yesterday.
a few before I came to work.
I think I ate a bunch of grapes when I was young, and I got sick, and I think I blamed the grapes for getting sick, and so I just don't eat them.
Grapes
anymore.
are great.
I haven't.
If
you say so. I'll take.
So
your
you
word
had a
for
bad
it.
experience with grapes. Made you not want grapes.
I think I blame the grapes for it, and so because of that, I just refuse to eat them.
Grapes I love.
Maybe you had the manufactured grapes.
It might have been. It
Plums
might have been
I
the
love.
ones that the fake ones that Tari Eason got.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, so I was driving into work today. I pull up in the garage, and I seen an all-white Tesla Cybertruck.
Oh, baby.
Man, I want one of those trucks so bad.
Have you ever seen the inside of one? I don't know what
I didn't.
I'm wondering what it
Hey, 713-572-4610. If you got one, pull up, man, so I could stunt and take some pictures.
Why
in
do you
front of
want
it.
one?
It just looks so cool, man.
Does it?
Yeah, it looked cool. And I got to be honest though, when the picture first dropped, I was just like, "What the hell is this? That look ugly." But it's growing on me more, man. I'm broke, so I ain't gonna get one no time soon. But
what do they go for?
Man, I want to say
I'm looking. Every time I see
probably about 6 figures, right?
They got to be, yeah.
Yeah,
but
about 6
No,
figures.
not that much.
Really?
According
What's
to
the cheapest one?
$79,900 is what it looks like.
Okay.
No,
That's cheaper than a truck.
The new rear wheel drive Cybertruck starts at $60,990.
That's cheaper than a regular truck.
Yeah.
Dodge that I drive now go for $90,000. Here's the thing with the Cybertruck, Figgy. I'm kind of with Adam on this one. I see it sometimes and I'm like, that's pretty cool. And then I'll see it another time. And I'm like, God, that's hideous. Yeah. Like,
I feel like people starting to do a little too much with them now.
Yeah.
Because I seen one, I guess somebody up in Cleveland made the Cleveland Browns one.
Yeah.
So it's like orange and brown with the stripe and all that. So it looked like a helmet. I thought that was doing a little too much. I seen the one that been going viral here with the elbows on it.
Yeah.
And but today, the one I seen in the garage, that was the first white one I seen.
Yeah.
I thought that was fly because you only see the silver ones.
So the Cyber Beast goes for $96,390, so $96,300.
Yeah.
It goes from 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds.
Baby.
Man.
130 mile an hour top speed, and it can get to 320 miles without, I guess, needing to be charged.
Yeah, but can you pull a boat with it?
11,000 pound towing capacity.
You can pull a boat.
Okay. Man, get you one, man. Trade in that truck, man.
Hey,
Get you a
if I'm gonna
Cybertruck.
spend $90,000 on a Dodge, I might as well spend $90,000 on a Tesla.
Yeah, man. You ain't got to worry about no gas. You can charge it up here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we got the chargers here.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I have a mission to change a word that might change the entire way that people view soccer in this country. Now, to be fair, soccer is hugely popular. A lot of people don't realize it. The ratings are really, really high. A lot of people love soccer, and they're still sort of an afterthought by and large. I've got the answer. I've got the answer. And I saw it in the story that you shared about NRG is going to have to move the walls on the floor for the World Cup. If you just call them fields in this country and not the pitch, I think that the pitch is a European thing. Like, just it's a field. And in fact, back when I was writing columns, I used to call it the field. I refused to call it the pitch. I think like it just conditions people to think, well, that's weird, that's foreign. It's a field. I think if more people in this country called a soccer field a field and not tried to be European or British and call it a pitch, it would kind of be a little bit less standoffish, you know?
I think for the most part, though, Americans don't use the European phrasing for this.
But they use pitch.
It's not like they're saying 1-0 in America. I don't think most people are.
I mean, they did in that story, and
some of these soccer geeks do be saying 1 mil.
Yeah, and Figgy, you've been to a bunch of Dynamo games.
Yeah.
A lot of the people, like hillbillies from Huffman that are covering the game, say, "Oh, look at the pitch." Like what? You know? Sorry, hillbillies from Huffman. I'm just I respect you,
but I don't think they're like calling it. They're not calling it like the touch line here.
Some do, but not as much. Set pieces, I'm good with because that's what.
Yeah, that's what they are.
That's the soccer term. But when you're talking about the field in America, now I'm sounding like whatever. But call it the field. I think it's less kind of standoffish. But the pitch, you go to Dynamo games.
Yeah.
It's a field in here. Call it a field.
There are some of the terminology though. Like I love the way when a coach gets fired, and he got sacked.
Yeah.
I think that's something that should carry over.
Yeah.
Like head coach, Mike McCarthy is going to get sacked.
How
by
about the transfer window? Instead of trades, instead of trades, they call it the transfer window.
That's a dumb one.
It's a field. I'm helping the game. Call it a field.
I'd call it a field, so
yeah.
I'm with you there. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we always talk about next man up mentality when it comes to the NFL, when it comes to all sports. We're going to talk about that with the Texans, but who are the players that they can least afford to lose to injury in 2024? That's next on In the Loop.
proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, back on In the Loop. Adam Spillane, Figgy Fig are with you. We'll go inside the NFL, go around the league because, oh boy, some of these quarterbacks,
man,
they are, it's interesting to say the least, but we'll do that coming up at 1 o'clock. First, we all hear next man up mentality. Whenever somebody gets hurt, you got to have that next man up mentality. Guys are going to get hurt. That's just how sports work. The Texans will have guys get hurt at some point this season, but who can they least afford to lose? Now, obviously, C.J. Stroud is number one on the list. I think we would all agree if C.J. Stroud gets hurt...
Don't even mention him.
Yeah, if he gets hurt, season's not over, but it is very difficult for the Texans to accomplish what they want to accomplish if that were to happen. But who else can the Texans least afford to lose? I'll go first this time. For me, number one on the list is Derek Stingley. And part of this is just how I view the sport. And if I were building a defense, I would start outside. I would start outside with corners because I think that it just gives you more freedom to do other things up front, and it allows you to almost mask some of your weaker players in a front seven, really good corners.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I think you should draft a corner every other year, no matter if you're set or not.
Well, you're never set at any position in the NFL.
Yeah, but corner especially. I value it that much, too. That wouldn't be my number one, but continue.
So, and the other aspect of it, you look at the rest of the secondary, and there's some question marks there. And I think the very, very, very early returns on Kamari Lassiter are positive. But are you trusting him to handle an outside position, to be an outside corner as a rookie? And if Stingley were to get hurt, would you trust him to be, to cover a number one receiver?
Yeah.
I don't know if I would at this point. And then you have the Okudas and the other guys that you have Henderson's behind those.
Already.
Yeah. So I just think the depth, Stingley's great, and just the depth behind him is questionable. Therefore, I think that's the guy that they can least afford to lose.
Agree. My number one is not Derek Stingley. Spoiler alert, he's my number two for many of the reasons that you just said. But I got to tell you, there is no wrong answer here, but in my view, it's not even close for my number one. It's Joe Mixon. Can't lose Joe Mixon. I mean, you just can't. He's crucial. He's crucial to your passing game, and you can't say that about Dameon Pierce behind him because we don't know. You got rookies, pretty much behind him. Joe Mixon is a 1,000-yard rusher. Seems to be gaining some big rave reviews early on, and how he's fitting in. Compliment C.J. Stroud. Joe Mixon. I mean, Derek Stingley is my number two, but it's not even close for Joe Mixon to me. You can't lose him.
And again, the problem that you have losing Stingley is the same problem that you have losing Mixon, is that you don't really have anyone behind him that you trust. I think it's a wait and see on Dameon Pierce, and I think that Dameon Pierce would probably be okay as a runner, just like running the football.
Yeah.
But there are so many aspects that you would lose with Mixon that Pierce just hasn't shown the ability to do.
So Mixon's your number two?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Because again, Mixon obviously he impacts the passing game both as a receiver, but also he can pass protect. And if you need someone to pick up a blitz, I think you feel comfortable that Mixon is able to do that if you want to keep him in the backfield, or he can go out and be a receiver if they need that. And I just don't know if Dameon Pierce can handle that. That's one of the things that whenever training camp starts and when the preseason starts, that's number one. That's like top 5 on my list, is to just see what else can Dameon Pierce bring to the table. And I think you've also brought this up as well. They can go out and get another running back. Like there will be running backs.
There's still some out there.
There will be guys who are available, and I do think that's probably a position that they need to add some depth to before camp starts.
Yeah, and go ahead. Oh, I thought Figgy.
Because right now it's Mixon, and then it's Pierce, and then what?
And then
Ogunbowale?
Yeah, Ogunbowale, who's more of a special teams guy. Yeah. And then Jordan and British Brooks, or whatever the guy's name is. We'll figure that one out.
And if more than anything, I have someone who can maybe push Pierce a little bit. Like don't have Pierce like thinking he's a lock to make the roster.
Yeah.
Bring in someone that would have a chance to maybe take his spot, so that maybe there's more of a sense of urgency with.
And who's your number 3?
Number 3. This one is tough. I think I would go with Laramie Tunsil. And he's missed time the last couple of years, and you have to be prepared for that.
Mm-hmm.
But you have Titus Howard, but then the depth that you have behind those two, so I guess you can almost put them in the same category.
Yeah.
One of the tackles. And I do like Blake Fisher, and I think that Blake Fisher has a chance to be good. I don't love the idea of my best reserve tackle being a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I would want a little bit more experience.
Yeah, no, I'm with
there.
you on that.
And, do you think that Charlie Heck would be able to step in and start a game at a high level if you needed him? So that's why I would have. I think eventually Blake Fisher can grow into that role.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess early in the season, Tunsil/Howard would be that area where I wouldn't want to lose him.
I have Tunsil on my list, but he's 5. My number 3 is Christian Harris. I just feel very uneasy, not scared, not worried, just a little bit anxious about the linebacker position. They're set everywhere. This is good. This is going to be, and we're not used to it, a pretty loaded team, considering it's the NFL and it's hard to be loaded, at every position. It's a pretty loaded team. You look at at every position group. Linebacker is the exception, and you can even throw. I think you did this all with him. I'm worried more. I'm not worried. I'm leaning more toward just Christian Harris because I think he's a truly athletic, instinctive, fast, big playmaker type where, Al-Shaair is just going to be the hammer, against the running game and stuff. You can't afford to lose a big-time playmaker like that when all you have behind him, all due respect, is Henry To'oTo'o and Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen. So that's another position where maybe before training camp they're going to add another linebacker. We'll have to see on that.
I think it's interesting, the guys that we haven't mentioned. Like you look, neither one of us have mentioned any of the receivers.
Mm-hmm.
But I think part of that is just the depth that you have in that receiver room, where I think there are going to be good receivers on this team that are on the roster now that won't make the 53-man.
I mean, just the math
at the end of the preseason.
I mean, simple math.
And then so like we haven't mentioned Nico Collins, haven't mentioned Stephon Diggs or Tank Dell, which is somewhat surprising. I think that when you started this exercise, you figured that you'd have one of those 3 on the list, but we don't. And again, part of that is the depth. The other area that I'm surprised neither one of us have mentioned, Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
I figured that I would have him on there, but I'm surprised that Will Anderson.
I think there's actually
list.
a safeguard there with Derek Barnett. Obviously, a drop off, but you got Danielle Hunter on the other end. And you still have Derek Barnett, who really played pretty.
Yeah, he was
pretty dang well.
A really good pickup.
So it's not like, okay, we're falling off a cliff. I think you fall off a cliff, so to speak, at running back, off a cliff at that elite linebacker. I can't believe I just called him elite, but that elite type play at linebacker. You could even say the same thing, arguably, and that's the only other player that I have on my list. That's Dalton Schultz. Who knows on Cade Stover? Looks good, but who knows? Who knows on Brevin Jordan? We spoke about him earlier. I can't quit him, but the dude had 17 catches. I mean, people are talking about Brevin Jordan like he had 78 catches or something. It's 17. So I think Dalton Schultz is a big one.
One more that you left off that I'll include here, Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah, I don't know. We missed him badly last year, like badly. When it was an Amendola,
yes,
came in and kicked for him. Very much a good one to have on the list. I don't know if I'd put him in my top 5 though.
The drop off is just so steep.
Yeah,
and that's the big
kickers
thing.
off the street.
But again, you don't want a kicker off the street in a big spot. Yeah. And if this team is as good as we think it's going to be, and a team that we think has a chance to compete for a Super Bowl, the margins are so slim.
And you're going to be in close games.
Yes, and so you're going to need to make kicks when it really matters, because that's good. That could turn you from 11-6 to 12-5, and that could be the difference between hosting round 2 or playing on the road in round 2. Mm-hmm. And that's why that position, it obviously it goes overlooked a little bit. It goes overlooked until you need one. You don't you don't realize the importance of it until you miss that big kick. So I have Fairbairn on my list.
Hear from Brian McTaggart, turning to baseball real quick because it is important for what the Astros are doing. The Astros told Brian McTaggart just about 10 minutes ago Kyle Tucker probably will not be back by Friday, but, quote, is feeling better, still has not done any baseball activity. So it ain't great. It ain't great. We saw the video. We talked about it where he was limping pretty badly in the handshake line last night.
Finally shed the crutches yesterday, which was obviously a step, but this is something they were hoping that he'd be able to play last weekend in Anaheim.
Yeah.
And so for this to have lingered as long as, they were certainly trying to avoid the IL with him. Obviously, that didn't happen. They were hopeful that he'd be able to come off the IL Friday when he's eligible. It does not look like that's going to happen. And the fact that he's not doing baseball activities yet, it makes it seem like he's not a couple days away. He might be, a week away at this point. So if he's not ready to come back Friday, it's hard to think that he's ready for that Detroit series over the weekend. And then maybe you just hold off and hope that he's ready for Chicago next week.
And not great. No. It ain't great.
No. Yeah. And so, again, Kyle Tucker not in the lineup today. Yainer Diaz is not in the lineup either. He got hurt in Anaheim, I think it was on Sunday, so he'll miss his third straight game. And I imagine the Astros are trying to avoid the IL with him. But if it looks like he's not going to be ready to go, if you don't think he's going to be ready to go Friday, you almost have to IL him at some point because you're playing with a short deck again. Yeah. And they don't have, they're facing a right-handed starting pitcher again today in Logan Webb. They don't have a left-handed bat bench. And we saw this on Monday. You have Jose Abreu up in a big spot against a hard-throwing right-handed reliever. You would like to have a left-handed hitter off your bench to maybe hit for him, and they don't have that now.
Yeah.
So remember, the Astros sent down Joey Loperfido yesterday to make room for Cesar Salazar to give them an emergency catcher if something were to happen to Vic Caratini. And we mentioned this yesterday, and I know some fans were outraged when Loperfido was sent down. The Astros aren't quite as high on Loperfido as maybe they gave off when they brought him up.
Yeah.
And I think that the way that they have used him since he's been back and the way that they handled this demotion, it kind of proves that point. There are words, they have said a lot of words about Loperfido, but the actions tell you something very, very different.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next on In the Loop, we will go around the NFL. There's some weird stuff happening with quarterbacks. You have one star quarterback talking about his mortality, another one talking about how he feels reborn, and then there's Aaron Rodgers. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 6. Pendergast. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here, and it's that weird time of the NFL calendar where you have some teams in mini camp, some teams getting ready for training camp, and so you're just going to get weird stuff. And we are getting some weird stuff out of some quarterbacks. Let's start with Russell Wilson, now with the Pittsburgh Steelers after getting traded from the Denver Broncos. And say Russell Wilson's feeling good about where he's at.
I feel the fountain of youth, man. I feel I feel revived in every way, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I feel confident. I think that at some point you got to know who you are. As a player, as a man, as a competitor. As somebody who's been fortunate to be able to play in this game, and I don't doubt it. I just trust it. I felt really good last year playing. I felt really confident in the midst of everything. And so I think right now I have all that confidence times 10. So I just use it all. You just use it all. You just trust it, and you take one day at a time, and you just put in the work. And I just think that's the part that I love. There's nothing like doing the work. There's no substitute. There's no substitute for the hard work. And that's the part that I love.
Throughout the beginning stages of this thing, Justin Fields says he's been leaning on you as a mentor, and he says he's been picking your brain as much as possible. Just how's that relationship been?
Yeah, we don't need any more.
Oh, brother.
I'm impressed with the way that he's able to stick to the script and memorize the script question after question after question, because it's always the same thing.
This was actually going to be one of my confessions. I can't listen to anything Russell Wilson says without a complete eye roll. I mean, Figgy, it's like you're right. Like, it's all variations of the same thing, but it's like I can't listen to him anymore.
Physically, mentally, spiritually, like, oh my God.
It's just a complete eye roll.
One of my good friends, was his first minor league hitting coach with the Rockies.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Anthony Sanders travels.
Huh?
And let's just say Russell Wilson didn't exactly remember most of the people that were working with him when he was with the Rockies from back in the day. He kind of shoved them off to the side.
Kind of got over that. I could see that.
Yeah.
He's just an eye roll. Everything he said. Yeah.
It is all very programmed and very like, I'm going, it's just,
yeah.
So Russell Wilson feeling great. Joe Burrow.
Yeah. R.I.P.
Yeah. Joe Burrow is not quite feeling as great or has that same sort of enthusiasm as, say, Russell Wilson did after he missed the last half of last season with the wrist injury.
Your football mortality kind of comes into the back of your mind. So that's definitely something that I've thought about and something that I've had to fight through. That's every injury that happens. They stack, and you continue to think about how you can get better from those and how you can come back an improved player when maybe you're not getting the reps that you had because of your injury. So it's always a challenge. It always is. But I'm built for it. Our team is built for it, and the people that I have surrounded myself with have been through it with me as well. So I'm excited about the season. I'm excited about what we're going to do, and I'm excited about all the guys we have in the locker room.
I don't know what you got out of this. I don't think he's well. Like, you can just hear it. Like, he's starting to wonder, why am I not? And again, I'm totally reading into this, but he just sounded like a guy that's not, not.
Well, he's been in the NFL for 4 years.
Yeah.
Suffered a real bad, he blew out his ACL as a rookie. And then last year, remember, he had the calf injury in training camp. And then he had the wrist injury that cost him basically the last half of last season. So that's a bunch of serious injuries in a short amount of time. So I kind of understand where his head is. It's almost like you're expecting the next shoe to
He
drop.
doesn't sound well. And he still hasn't played a preseason game, has he?
Well, I mean, nobody plays a preseason.
No. I mean, because of health reasons. Maybe he's played in a game, but he's missed time in the preseason his entire career because of injuries.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, if I were a Bengals fan, I'd be like, I don't know about this.
They paid him.
Yeah, they paid him.
At least he got his money. There is a mental toll that when it keeps happening time after time after time, and you're having to rehab one thing and then the next thing happens like right after, man, that takes a mental toll on guys when that continues to happen, because it's almost like you're expecting another one to happen.
It can almost make you plumb crazy, like Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. And I don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers anymore. Remember, Aaron Rodgers is not at Jets minicamp. He has taken part in basically the rest of the offseason program for the Jets, but he was an unexcused absence for minicamp this week, the mandatory part of the minicamp this week. It was unexcused, but Robert Saleh said he was told ahead of time. So I don't know what's going on there.
But
and
still
now it's getting
inexcused.
And it's getting weirder.
It's getting stranger and stranger. Now, as of this morning, and Colin Cowherd, I guess, reported today. He said that he knows that Aaron Rodgers is on vacation. Mike Florio is speculating, because he's doing the math, those ayahuasca retreats, those darkness camps, and all that stuff where Aaron Rodgers is vomiting and pooping all over the place and finding himself are happening right now as well. So there's speculation on that. There's speculation all around this. Here's where I think the most important thing comes into play. You've got to be losing your mind, first if you're a Jets fan, but if you're in that building, because Aaron Rodgers played 3 snaps.
4.
Was it 4?
4. Got hurt on the 4th.
4 snaps. And he's missing the minicamp, and he's criticizing people about, what was that quote I told you earlier that he was talking about, like getting all the bad vibes out of the building or whatever, and then he's out of the building. Like, this is, like, first of all, he's a strange cat. We knew that already. But to be doing this stuff when you are getting $40 million or whatever it is, and you've played 4 snaps, and you're voluntarily missing minicamp, that's inexcused for whatever, I'd be, by the way, the tabloids just torched him in New York, and they should.
And they will continue to do so.
Yes.
Unless especially if they lose games, like it will only get worse. There's also more speculation about where Aaron Rodgers is. Apparently there's an RF camp event tomorrow, and so some people think that he wants to be at that. I don't know. It's just it is very strange, and this is obviously a big year for the Jets and for that head coach and for that GM and for his handpicked offensive coordinator, where it feels like they have an opportunity. Like the AFC East is open to them a little bit, just because the Bills seem ready to take a step back after the way that they lost some guys over the course of the offseason. The Dolphins seem like they're ready to take a little bit of a step back as they've lost some people, and that roster has gotten more expensive, and there's question marks about the quarterback, and Tyreek Hill is getting older. And then the Patriots are just bad. So this is the best time. This is a great opportunity for the Jets to win their first division title in more than 20 years.
And here's the other thing. He's got the Jets just groveling at his feet. Robert Saleh looks worse than Aaron Rodgers to me. Like, if he's going to have this, whatever it is he's doing, that is in an inexcused absence, don't say, oh, it's good with us. It's inexcused, but it's good with... No, man. Yeah, you are putting your career on this dude. You have done everything he's asked, from players brought in to offensive coordinators to everything else. You can't. Robert Saleh is a big, tough-looking dude that is soft. Like, you can't be soft on this. Because, like, what are people going to think of you? His job is on the line as well.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But there's nothing that he can do.
But there is. At least say it. At least say, this is not right. He's chose to do this. We're going to do the best we can until he gets back. And he doesn't do it ever. You can't be soft like that, because Aaron Rodgers just clearly takes advantage.
You want to start a war with your most important player right before the season starts when your job's on the line?
Well, he's making you look like a fool.
It's a very tough position to be in. And frankly, I don't know if Robert Saleh is quite built for that. Travis Kelce, there was some speculation last year during the Super Bowl that he might retire, that he might win that 3rd Super Bowl and head off into the sunset and go on tour with Taylor Swift and do all that stuff. Travis Kelce said yesterday he is not planning to retire. Like, this is not 2024 will not be his final season. Quote, I love coming to work every single day and doing this, so I'm going to do it until the wheels fall off, and hopefully that doesn't happen anytime soon, end quote.
Yeah, my first thought was admirable, but remember you said that, because it could get when the wheels fall off.
It happens quick.
It could get real ugly, and it could be very painful and long term, as we well know.
Now, the good thing for Kelsey, there's no signs that it's like that he's still really good.
Yeah,
like, he's not the same player that he was, but he's still really good. And let's be honest, he was probably Patrick Mahomes' most reliable option in the passing game. So he's just got to be smart about. They're going to have him on a pitch count, I imagine, and he's not going to take nearly as many snaps as normally he would. And I guess my question is, are the Chiefs good enough for him to essentially be on a pitch count? Like, do the Chiefs have other guys that can step up and make plays for them if maybe Kelsey misses a game here or a game there, or they sit him for a quarter? Can the Chiefs survive?
Yeah, no, that is the question. But I also think, like, Travis Kelce is one of the guys that you would bet on could do this. It's hard to just dial it up too. It's not like basketball where you can sit out a day and it's just 2 days. Sit out a game, it's just 2 days or whatever. No, you start being on that pitch count, not taking as many hits, not taking as many plays, being as effective week in, week out. It's kind of hard to dial it up, especially as you get older.
And the Chiefs are an older team, and they've played a lot of football. They played a lot of extra football the last few years just from their deep playoff runs. Yeah. I do wonder if they handle their regular season a little bit different to where maybe they give, Mahomes ain't going to take a day off.
No.
But, somebody like Chris Jones, do they look to maybe sit him one game just to save him for down the road? Do they look to do the same thing with Kelsey? Like, are the Chiefs going all out to try and win 13 games this season to be the number one seed?
Yeah.
My guess is probably not. And what that does is that it opens up an opportunity for somebody else within the AFC to win 13 games and finish with the best record in the conference.
Yeah. No, I think that could be, but good luck. We love watching you play. I hope the Texans beat you and you don't win the Super Bowl this year, but when the wheels come off, they come off fast, and it's lingering.
All right, Sean McVay.
I love this.
Yes, so the Texans have not announced when training camp will start. They have not announced any joint practices, but it seems like the Texans will have a joint practice with the Rams.
Yeah. He was talking to reporters yesterday and talked about how the Rams at the inter-squad practices, joint practices, whatever you want to call it. They got 4 different ones, which I love. You know how I feel about preseason games. But he just casually mentioned, we're going down to Houston, have that game. I think it's August 24th, and we'll be having those joint practices with the Texans on that Thursday. I'm like, all right. Well, we got that wired. The Texans haven't quite announced everything that's gonna happen in the preseason. They're clearly going to be starting preseason earlier than usual. But not only do we now know they're going to have joint practices against the Rams here because McVay said so, but you can't pick a better team, especially for a young defense with young cornerbacks. You got Pook. I mean, the best thing about joint practices is you can do ones versus ones, and you can actually redo a rep. That's what I love about it because it's full speed. I mean, they go at it. You see fights and everything else. It's better than preseason games.
Yeah.
Joint practices are just flat out better than preseason games. Plus, the coaches are there, so you're going to have Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, Derek Stingley, Lassiter, or whomever. I think that's going to be awesome to see that team in a joint practice.
You're going to try and get McVay on the show?
Let's get McVay on the show.
See if you can get him.
I'll try to stump him with some of the play calls that he's made over there. That's one of the most amazing things he does. He's like Rain Man.
That's the Joe Mazzulla thing from yesterday.
Yeah, like the Joe Mazzulla thing.
Those coaches do have pretty remarkable memories for just the recall. I'm always amazed just like at coaches after a game. They seem to remember everything that happened within there's a Rockets game that you might go to and you might have no recollection of what happened in the first quarter, but yet Ime Udoka remembers. So I'm always just amazed at just the recall and the memory.
It's pretty crazy. Have. Yeah.
Astros and Giants today from San Francisco as the Astros look to win a series and finish with a winning road trip. Joe Espada is going to talk to the media here at 1:15. So that's right now. Mm-hmm. So we might get a better idea on what's going on with Yainer Diaz, who again,
Kyle Tucker.
Tucker, it seems like we kind of know where he's at. But Diaz, there hadn't really been much of an update on just what he's able to do and if there's a prognosis on when he might be able to come back. Because, again, When you don't have Diaz available to you, it just means that your roster is even more shorthanded than normal, just because you have a guy on the 26-man roster who can't play, and then because it's a catcher, you have to bring up another catcher who's not going to play really in case of an emergency. So while the Giants are going with 13 position players, the Astros will essentially have an 11-man, or will be going with 11 position players today.
No. But I just want to know more about Kyle Tucker, simply because this should not, if you get hit in the leg like that and it's a bone bruise, I'd very rarely see them go.
I think it's a deep bone bruise. If that means
must be
anything.
really pretty dang deep.
I mean, he fouled a pitch right off his shin.
Yeah,
so.
you thought he broke his leg.
Yeah, when I saw it happen, I'm
not going to argue with that. But so and if you didn't hear earlier, they don't expect him now to play, be ready by Friday, and he still doesn't have any baseball activity.
Yeah, that's a team spokesman said that to Brian McTaggart, and so again, it happened last Monday, so we're now on day 9, still no baseball activities, and he's walking around without crutches, but not walking around very well. Framber Valdez getting the start for the Astros today against Logan Webb. Really good pitching matchup. Framber Valdez coming off of maybe his best start of the year, where he threw the complete game in Anaheim on Monday. Astros bullpen should be in a little better shape. At least, Josh Hader should be available. Who knows, though, about Ryan Presley, who was good yesterday in getting the save. That's something that we might have to bring up a little bit later. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, the internet is going nuts, and I think we might have a new best rivalry in sports.
Okay.
And that's next on In the Loop.
Nick Cass- Don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right. The internet going nuts for a few reasons today. And the first one was something that we talked about yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Danny Hurley elected to remain at UConn instead of going to the Lakers. And this got into kind of a bit of a battle between the two most, I guess, well-known newsbreakers in the NBA with Shams Charania and Adrian Wojnarowski. And remember, Charania had been reporting for a while that the Lakers had zeroed in on J.J. Redick to be their next head coach. Then all of a sudden, late last week, Wojnarowski comes over the top and he says, no, the Lakers have now in serious conversations with Danny Hurley.
Offer.
Yeah, and they have given him a massive offer. Now, remember, Wojnarowski wrote a book about Dan Hurley's dad. So he's got a good relationship with the family. And he also was able to take an opportunity to kind of take a shot at his chief rival and say, no, he's wrong. This is what's going to happen. And then, of course, Hurley wound up staying at UConn. Well, Charania came back yesterday and basically said, quote, this was on FanDuel TV where he does a show. He was not the number one candidate to go and pursue from the start, this being Hurley.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, he chose to stay for $20 million less at UConn. So basically, Charania is saying that Dan Hurley was never going to the Lakers. This was basically just a ploy between Wojnarowski and Hurley to try and get him more money at UConn, which he succeeded in doing so.
Yeah, and that's very plausible and believable. But I do like the fact that they're going at each other.
It is so petty. There is a level of pettiness between these two. And remember, Serrani got his start working under Woj at Yahoo.
Yeah.
And then Woj went off on his own to ESPN. Serrani has gone off on his own to a couple of different places. And I don't know, there's just a level of pettiness and immaturity here that frankly isn't all that surprising. But it's rather funny to say the least.
It's actually funny, Figgy, because I came across this story this morning. When you're a newsbreaker, like that is your world. Like a lot of guys, there are, in our industry, in the written word industry anyway, there are storytellers and there's newsbreakers. They're newsbreakers. Mark Berman was a newsbreaker. He would tell you that. Today's the 1 year anniversary of him retiring. I saw a story about him, so shout out to him on that. But no, that is your world. If you get beat, that's your rival. They don't even talk to each other, etc.
No, they hate each other, and they seem to be trying to take each other down a peg at every opportunity that they get. And I know there have been multiple profiles written on Charania just in recent years, and he makes a big deal about like screen time and that he's basically on his phone 20 hours a day, and he does not have a car. He does not drive because he doesn't want to be able to he can't take his eyes off his phone. If you're driving, technically you're not supposed to have your eyes on your phone. And basically Woj said something, I don't remember when he said it, but he's like, who cares about screen time? So it's just kind of a fascinating rivalry between the two, and it's all so dumb. Like, it really is.
That got to be so stressful, too, man.
It is an awful, awful life because, again, all they do, they're just glued to their phones and then basically trading favors with agents or with teams.
Yes.
Like, that's really all news breaking is.
And you truly never are not working.
Yes.
You could be on a 10-day vacation, do Turks and Caicos, whatever. You're working every day.
And you're never asleep because you get that call at 4 o'clock in the morning. And then all of a sudden you got to go to work. And I don't know about you. When Woj was Woj at his peak, and this is like late 2000s, early 2010s, there was not a better journalist out there.
No.
The stuff that he wrote about the NBA was so good and so well sourced that it was must read. He was all over anything.
Yeah.
And what he's kind of become since going to ESPN, he would hate it. Like, he would see, like Woj in 2010 would absolutely despise 2024 Woj.
I totally
agree.
And
it's just, it's too bad. But listen, he's elite at what he does. He has great relationships with people around the league. But I remember when he would show up at a game, like he wouldn't you wouldn't see him at Rockets games a lot, but all of a sudden when James Harden showed up, all of a sudden he shows up and he's got his little notebook and he's just kind of off to the side doing his own thing, and you're just watching him because you know that there is nobody
on it.
Yeah, there is nobody who is better connected than that guy. But again, an elite, the best of the best. But now it's not the same.
Now he's a one-trick pony.
It's kind of disappointing.
Doesn't really even write that much,
he,
other than tweets and news stories.
And he'll basically write news stories based off of the tweets. And it's a loss for the basketball community just because of how good the reporting in the Zoom was.
Yeah.
When that's what he was trying to do, and there really isn't anybody doing that anymore today. All right.
I got the internet going nuts.
Scott Hansen found himself in a really interesting situation.
This is pretty cool.
I think it was his last night, or I think it was the night before.
Yeah, I don't know.
But he was on the scene of a car accident. And he wasn't involved in the accident, but he was like checking on the people who were. And there's this guy that's in the car, and he's taking a watermelon out of the car, and Scott Hansen is on this video saying, like, what are you doing?
And videotaping and all that stuff.
So somebody literally just recorded the scene. They made a TikTok at the scene, and here's Scott Hansen coming onto the scene, and Scott Hansen is in this TikTok, and somebody posted the TikTok, and then somebody replied to it, wait, is that Scott Hansen?
I just love that, and I'm sure he didn't go to the bathroom the whole time.
No,
just like always.
and Scott Hansen had to clarify that yes, that was him. No, he was not in the accident. He's okay, and he was just checking on everybody that did. But that was a wild story. To say the
pretty
least.
dang wild.
I got the internet going nuts.
So, did you see the Reds game? The fan on the field?
No.
This is awesome. And I got a question for you too. So a fan ran onto the field yesterday, 19-year-old. He's actually Chase Younts posted the video. But this kid is actually in court today, still wearing his Reds jersey. So in the Reds jersey, he jumps over the outfield fence, goes left field, tries to get like a high five or whatever from the left field. That doesn't happen. Police jump on and security, and he starts running to the middle of the field, does a backflip as the officer is closing in, lands the backflip, starts running away again, and this is where it gets awesome, and this is why it's got the internet going nuts. The policeman pulls out a taser and tased him in right center field. Dude, just there's a great picture. A great picture.
I'm watching the video now.
Oh, but the picture's incredible. He's just in agony, and the officer has this very focused look on his face, and the dude is getting tased in right center field for running on the field. Here's what I'm saying, Figgy. I would pay more money if the security officers and police officers could tase fans that run on the field. That was entertainment. The dude just went full sprawl, and you wouldn't have as many.
Well, I would hope not.
Yeah.
But listen, if it makes the thing go away sooner, I'm all for it. Because these fans, they run on the field, and it takes 5 minutes to corral them and get them off the field.
Yeah.
I just want to go home.
Yeah.
Let's end this game.
When was the last time you was actually entertained by somebody running on the field?
Last night.
You weren't there. You weren't there for it. You weren't
but
in person.
I'm highly entertained. Why can't we should see more tasers when runners when fans run on the field? Well, that was incredibly entertaining.
It's always wild when you see anybody get tased. Sometimes you see some wild videos
they just lock
in the street,
up.
and they try to run for it, and then
yes,
and they just fall.
I saw one last week. This resource officer I think it was at a high school, basically told the students, "Hey, if you guys lower your tardies by X amount %, then he would get tased in an assembly." He went through with it.
He got tased in an assembly?
He got tased in an assembly in front of the kids, and it was actually very entertaining. Very fun.
I'm telling you. It was I was
principals should do that.
And the other thing, why haven't people thought of this before? Dummies have been running on the field for decades. Why hasn't somebody thought, you know what, just give the security guards a taser?
Well, this was an actual cop, though, who did it.
Yeah, it was a cop.
A lot of these people who are doing security, they're
can't.
just normal security guards. So they don't have the weaponry to make this happen. But because you have some cops that are on the field, but for the most part, the people who are lining the field during breakages in play, they're just they're normal security
or work for a security department.
Yeah, that's basically
or whatever.
There's that Andy Frame security company that does stuff here.
Yes, I've watched this video far too many times. He just makes a clean break, thinks he's free, and then, time to lock up. Got whatever 5,000 volts of energy or whatever it is.
I am like, there was a fan ran onto the field. I think it was during the ALCS a couple of years ago, just to like say hello to Jose Altuve.
Mm-hmm.
Like they took a selfie.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember
guy
that.
Took a selfie with Jose Altuve, and that was it. And Altuve obliged. He took the selfie with the fan. So the guy got arrested and probably banned from Minute Maid Park, but at least he got a selfie out of it.
Is that worth a selfie?
I mean, I don't.
You know what?
So.
I mean, depending on the fan would say yes.
713-572-4610. Would you get arrested and take a selfie with Jose?
I guess it depends where you are in life. I guess that is worth it.
Oh, I'm still watching this video. Need more fans tased. They deserve it. They deserve it.
Why don't we tase the fans that start the wave?
Well, now we're
oh yeah, I know.
Now we're talking.
I was in San Diego a couple weeks ago, and we went to a Padres game, and there is this one guy who tries to start the wave, and I'm not like in one section, but in multiple sections, and he is trying probably 10 times in each section to start the wave. And nobody's going along with it.
That's the worst.
Yeah, you're just like, hey man, sit down and be quiet.
It.
Enough.
No one wants to do this.
Like, it's one thing, okay, hey, great, you got it. Everyone's doing it. But when nobody's when you can't get it
they're
past
just like
one
sitting
section,
there looking at you.
Yeah.
Just give it a rest, man.
Yes.
We're trying to watch the game here. Stop it. You're annoying the hell out of everybody. Just stop.
Yeah.
Stop trying to start the wave, everybody. And if you do,
that's a rule of thumb, actually.
Get tased.
That's a general rule of thumb.
All right, we got one segment to go. When we come back, we'll welcome in Ron and Clint. They're on
Twin Peaks, so for 290.
So we'll bring them in here coming up in about 20 minutes. But when we come back, we've got a new quarterback list. Everybody likes quarterback rankings. We're gonna Chris Sims, the NBC football analyst, put out his quarterback rankings yesterday. We'll take a look at where C.J. Stroud is listed, and also, does anything else stand out to you about this list? That's next on In the Loop.
Celebrating 30 years as Houston sports.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, final segment of the show. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Couple updates from San Francisco where the Astros will finish out their series against the Giants here this afternoon. According to Joe Espada told reporters in San Francisco, Kyle Tucker will not be ready to come off the IL on Friday when he is eligible. He still has not started baseball activities, but Espada did not rule out the possibility that he could play against the Tigers. The idea that he has not taken part, it's Wednesday and he has not taken part in baseball activities, doesn't seem like it's possible that he would be able to play this weekend. And if anything, you might just say, chill for the rest.
Well, at this point, you almost have to.
Yeah, chill this weekend and then come back for the Chicago series when you got there's another off day coming up. So bad news there on the injury front, but some good news. Espada said Yainer Diaz is improving and he hit in the cage today. He's, quote, almost there 100%. He's a guy that could come out there and help out, but definitely will be ready for Friday if we need him to start that game, end quote. And it sounds like the finger injury, remember he hurt his finger in Anaheim on Sunday. It's affecting his throwing more than anything else. So if they do need a bat off the bench today, then that would seem like a direction that they could go in.
Yeah, and that'll obviously be a big help, especially with Kyle Tucker. See, the Kyle Tucker thing for me, you just got to keep an eye on that. I mean, that's a lingering, deep bruise that, who knows, there might even be a little small hairline, something in there. We don't know. But there's no way. Because he said if he doesn't play by Friday, he still may play this week. Well, that's only Saturday.
Yeah.
I mean,
or Sunday.
Well, that's next week technically, but I'm not trying to be that guy. But still, I think it'll be a while. It'll be a while. It'll be in the next week before he plays.
It feels like this is like next week in Chicago.
Yes.
It's probably when the earliest that he would be able to come. I mean, they were hopeful that he'd avoid the IL altogether. And clearly it's a good thing that they put him on there just because this thing has been I think that Espada said in Anaheim that he was healing a little slower than they thought that he would. But so bad news there. Good news with Yainer Diaz as the Astros today. They will have no lefties on the bench. Or Cesar Salazar is a switch hitter, but you're not pinch hitting Cesar Salazar late in games. But if the Astros do need a pinch hitter late in that game, while they might not have any lefties to do so, they could at least maybe bring Yainer Diaz off the bench. And remember, you got Jose Abreu starting at first base today, and I don't think you want him facing Camilo Doval if you're behind in the ninth inning.
You don't.
So
and you're facing a good pitcher in general.
Yeah, Logan Webb, an excellent starting pitcher in the National League. Not a guy who maybe people here are all too familiar with just from being in the National League, but he is very, very good. One of the better starters in the National League. Again, Astros winning last night 3-1, a chance to win this series. And with a winning road trip, which would be nice with the fighting AJ Hinches coming in over the weekend.
Yeah, and more than nice, just the feel of going 4-2 versus 3-3. I just don't. If they go 3-3 again, I'm just going to be sitting here doing the same thing I've been doing. Quit teasing us. Just quit. I didn't say tasing us. Quit teasing us by winning a couple, losing a couple, just making that run. It's going to be frustrating. It'll be big if they can get 4-2 road trip.
And the Mariners have another game against the White Sox today, so you just assume that they're going to win. So you need to win this game in order to keep pace with the White Sox.
Astros have the White Sox coming up, though.
Yes, they have the White Sox next week in Chicago. Those are the games that you have to be able to take advantage of. And they are 7.5 games back of Seattle for first place in the division. 5.5 for the last wild card?
Yes, that's where they are right now on the wild card.
They are in reach, but at some point,
5 teams ahead of them.
Yes, you have to go on. You have to start winning games at a more consistent level, and you have to put a dent in this 7 games under 500 mark. All right, Or I guess it's 6 games under 500 now. Okay. Quarterback rankings. Chris Sims does a quarterback ranks the top 40 quarterbacks in the league every single year. He put some real thought into it. He's watching film. Yes, he did. Stop.
Did he?
Just because he went to UT, you don't need to.
No, I like Chris Sims.
Doesn't sound like it.
Everybody has one of those days where there's like, yeah, I'm just going to mail it in today.
I don't. This is like what he's known for, though. This
Mailing
is like,
it in? No, he's not.
This is his thing.
Somebody said AI. Yeah, AI do this.
Oh, he might have, Figgy. Okay, so
do that. See if you can, Figgy. Go to some AI source and top 4 quarterbacks in the NFL and see if you get the exact same list.
I'm not mad at Chris Sims. I'm disappointed because he does. This is his thing. You just said it. Like he is the quarterback rating tiers, puts these fancy little names on them and all that. Totally mailed this thing in. I'm not trying to put a big bucket of cold water on your list here, except that I am.
Yes.
Because I was like rubbing my hands. You sent that to me, and I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't know that came out. Let's see what Chris Sims had to say. It's always interesting. Totally mailed it in. Yes, he did.
If he'd have worn Texas A&M across his chest in college, you would not be saying that.
No, you know me better than that.
No. All right, so number 1 on this list, the list that John thinks Chris Sims mailed in because he went to Texas.
No, I do not.
Patrick Mahomes is number 1 on the list.
Okay, that's cool.
And in the margins, he has...
Not a lot of thought has to go into that.
I would hope not.
Yeah.
So along the margins, Patrick Mahomes is legendary, which he is.
Yeah.
He's won 3 Super Bowls, and he's not even 30 years old yet.
Yeah.
Then the next tier are the unicorns. And this would be Josh Allen and Joe Burrow. To me, Burrow is a little high here, especially when you look at the guy who is directly behind him.
Yeah.
I would have Burrow either one step below or in the same tier as Lamar Jackson, who he has in a tier with Matthew Stafford and Justin Herbert. Now, Herbert is probably a little overrated here, but I think that this is also film-based. And I think that when you watch the Justin Herbert film, it jumps off the page because of how good it looks. And there have been times where he has been incredibly proud. A lot of people tell you that the problems for Justin Herbert have been more coaching than anything else. And they did not... The first coaching staff that he had... with Joe Lombardi running their offense, basically did not put him in a position to exceed because Joe Lombardi did not understand how to take advantage of his talent.
I love Justin Herbert's game. I'm pulling for him. I don't know why. I don't have any allegiance to his college or anything like that. I just think he's really, really good. But that said, I think it's a little bit rich to put him there ahead of the next guy.
The next guy is C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
Now, the little comment that he has for C.J. Stroud, or the tier that C.J. Stroud is in, and Stroud is in a tier on his own. There is nobody in this tier, but he basically has C.J. Stroud as a prodigy.
Yeah.
Now, why is C.J. Stroud 7th on this list? The only thing that I would say is that he's only going into his second year. Like if he had the year that he had last year, if he does that again this year, then C.J. Stroud is probably going into that second tier with Allen and Burrow.
Yeah.
So to me, that's fine. Like I don't have any issue with C.J. Stroud being 7th on this list. That's really high for a second-year quarterback. There is nobody else going into their second year that is rated this high. So
okay.
I think he's fine.
Go ahead and finish all these good points that you're going to make, and then I'm going to put a machine gun to his list.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead and finish. Go through it all.
Well, so he has C.J. Stroud rated ahead of Dak Prescott, who finished second in MVP voting last year. He has him ahead of Jalen Hurts, who went to the Super Bowl a couple years ago, and I think MVP voting 2 years ago. And then Jared Goff, who has gone to a Super Bowl already and was in the NFC Championship game last year.
Yeah.
And then you have Trevor Lawrence. So he's ahead of Trevor Lawrence. He's ahead of Kirk Cousins, Jordan Love at 13, Aaron Rodgers at 14. It's Rodgers, trust me. I double-checked this. Baker Mayfield, 15, Kyler Murray, 16, Brock Purdy, 17, Tua Tagovailoa, 18, Geno Smith, 19, Caleb Williams, 20. Then you get into the 20s. Deshaun Watson, 24, behind Daniel Jones, Derek Carr, and Russell Wilson. Take out your machine gun.
Okay, so look, I can respect what he does, and I'm kidding. He does put a lot of work into this, but here's why I'm saying he mailed it in. I don't think he really put the right parameters on all these quarterbacks, the same parameters on all these quarterbacks. Are we talking now, or are we talking recent production? Or are we talking potential? Or are we talking success? And the reason I say that is because, like, some of these, I could be down with this list if they were all based on the same thing. But clearly they're not, because he has C.J. Stroud, number 7, prodigy, kind of holding him back because he's only played 1 year. But he has Caleb Williams, 20, who hadn't taken a snap. He has, like, we all know Deshaun Watson has not been good. He has not played a lot of games. So are you basing it on the recent production or what he is as a talent, like Caleb Williams, or what he is as a talent?
Is Deshaun Watson a talent, though?
No, he's talented. Come on.
Is he?
I mean, he has been, or even Justin Herbert.
Been a while.
Even Justin Herbert. He clearly has him as 6 because he thinks he's really, really talented.
When is the last time Deshaun Watson won more games than he lost?
2019.
I mean, maybe he did last year, but it wasn't because of him. It was because of the defense.
Yeah.
It was because of that Browns defense. So that's why I think Deshaun Watson is properly rated here, just because.
But he's behind Daniel Jones?
Daniel Jones was in the playoffs a couple of years ago.
Okay.
I mean, but I think that tells you what Deshaun Watson is right now. And Deshaun Watson has not been a good quarterback now in quite some. We're going on 2020 was the last time Deshaun Watson was a good quarterback, and the team was terrible when he was.
So would you take Deshaun Watson or Daniel Jones?
I would still take Deshaun Watson.
Thank
probably.
You. That's my problem with this list.
But it's not like he has Daniel Jones 17th and Deshaun Watson 24th. They're basically on the same level.
No, I get that. But like it's just like how is he defining this? Maybe that's the best way to put it. If you're defining it 3 different ways, you're confusing me. Because if you're defining it like potential and trusting your eyes and where you think this quarterback is in terms of just greatness, you could argue C.J. Stroud 2nd or 3rd, but instead they got him 7th.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Who are you putting C.J. Stroud ahead of right now?
I'm saying you could argue
okay.
because of what you think he's going to be.
Of the 6 guys that C.J. Stroud is behind on this list, I'm not going to put him ahead of Mahomes. I'm not going to put him ahead of Allen. I'm going to put him ahead of Burrow. I'm not going to put him ahead of Lamar Jackson. Maybe Matthew Stafford, but I mean, Matthew Stafford was great last year, and Matthew Stafford has also won a Super Bowl, so I'm not going to put him ahead of Matthew Stafford.
What I'm saying is you could argue he's going to be super special, and I use the word super.
But so are all these other guys. C.J. Stroud could have a great year next year, like an elite type year, but it does not mean that he will be better than these guys that are ahead of him. I think he's better than Herbert. I would take him ahead of Herbert. But I don't know if I would, and I would take him ahead of.
But see, that's kind of what I'm saying, like projecting.
Well, it's hard.
I'll take him ahead of Matthew Stafford.
Okay,
maybe Burrow, especially after listening to him yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, if that's the way you're going to do it, then C.J. Stroud should be 3rd or 4th at the worst. But no, you're saying he's a prodigy, and then you're saying you're kind of holding him back because he only played 1 year. You got 5 rookies on this list, and by the way, you call Will Levis a rookie. This list.
That's semantics.
And you call Aaron Rodgers Aaron Roders?
Well, that's a typo.
I mean, like.
That's a typo. The AI screwed up the typo, okay?
See, now you're admitting it.
But I think Caleb Williams at 20 is fine. Caleb Williams is considered to be an elite level quarterback prospect. Like there have been he's basically in the class that Trevor Lawrence was when Trevor Lawrence was drafted. Trevor Lawrence was considered to be a generational type quarterback prospect. I think a lot of people think that Caleb Williams is that same level prospect. And you look at the other quarterbacks in that class, none of them, those other guys are highest rated quarterback that's in this rookie class is Penix, and then you have Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix. And McCarthy. He doesn't even have Drake May on this list, which I think is more interesting than anything else.
Yeah.
That the 3rd pick in this draft is not even among the top 40 quarterbacks, while guys like Bo Nix and J.J. McCarthy, who were not first-round picks really when last season started, they're in the top 30, and yet Drake May, who was 1-2 basically on every board this time last year, is not even in the top 40, not even on the list.
Yeah. Thank you.
I don't think I made your point for you.
My only issue with this list is Trevor Lawrence. I feel like Jordan Love need to be above Trevor Lawrence.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
That's the one issue I have with it. And I'm not the biggest Trevor Lawrence guy, but I think they probably need to switch.
So why
spots.
did he have? Well, see, that's another question. Why did he have Trevor Lawrence 11?
Probably the film. I think there are people, and I think that people probably get sucked into the projections that they had on Lawrence coming out of Clemson, because again, Trevor Lawrence was a generational level prospect
They had him next
when he
to
came
Peyton
out.
Manning and John Elway.
He was that level of a prospect, and he was that level of a prospect when he got to Clemson. Like, we're talking when he won that championship at Clemson, people had him on that list. So I think that that's maybe clouding the judgment that people have of him. And also, there are times when he does look really good and he looks like he's that guy. There's just not a level of consistency to it. But yeah, I think 11 for him is way too high. I think probably Kirk Cousins at 12 is way too high. I think you guys are right.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about Kirk Cousins.
Talks about Kirk Cousins because there's never like a reason to. Especially coming off the Achilles injury.
Yeah.
I do agree that Jordan Love is too low, and I think that what he did second half of last year showed that he was really good last year. It took a little while. It took that he was not good the first half of the season. It's not easy to just like come in and be a starting quarterback in the NFL. And he showed once he got his legs under him that he was really good.
Yeah. It must just be film. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask y'all. I was going to kind of change a little bit. How do y'all feel about Brock Parody being that number 17?
I wouldn't be surprised if that's how he spelled it on the list.
I feel like Cam Newton might have made this list. Put him at 17.
Yeah, Cam could have made the list at 17.
That is low for Purdy.
That is low.
And I'm not sitting there saying Purdy need to be top 5 or nothing, but I would think people would probably have him top 10 at this point.
He was really good in the Super Bowl. Like the fact that he played, like he led them back in that NFC Championship game, and then the Super Bowl, he was really good. Yeah, so I do think that he's probably a little. But
he had a couple years in, so I felt like this is probably what we're going to see consistently.
I think that might be kind of the draft evaluation that you had on him, where you probably didn't think he was much of a prospect when he came out of Iowa State.
Yeah.
So that kind of that's in the back of your mind when you're doing these rankings, even when he's had success at the NFL level.
I think he clearly must have just gone over film, like his film interpretation, because if we really think about this. How the hell do you have 5 rookies, including Caleb Williams, in the top 30?
Well, they're all going to be starters for the most part.
But does the film tell you that all 5 be? I mean, history tells us maybe 1 or 2 are going to make it.
You know what's interesting about this? So let's look at the quarterbacks who are outside, who are 31 to 40.
Yeah, with 5 rookies ahead of
them. So
him.
Tannehill, who doesn't have a team right now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Anthony Richardson is 32. Like, I thought that Richardson would be higher than that. But then, are you putting Sam Darnold ahead of any of the guys from this rookie class?
Probably not.
Are you putting Bryce Young over any of the guys from this rookie class?
Maybe some of the guys. I'm not completely sold on him, but we know what we saw. You talk about prospect coming out of college. Come on now.
But I'm talking about now. I'm talking about today.
Okay, but then see
maybe Chris
then it's
Sims,
not film.
Maybe Chris Sims didn't think he was a real good prospect. I don't know.
Okay, maybe, but I'm saying that's why it's so confusing to me, because he's kind of all over with it.
Well, it's a subjective list.
Yeah, but if it's based on film, or is it based on production, or is it based on your eyes?
Would you have Jameis Winston?
Hell yes. Over Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, probably Michael Penix, maybe, although I like Michael Penix.
The league doesn't seem to agree with that take.
He's been around for a while.
But which is, again, plenty of teams have had plenty of opportunity to go out and get Jameis Winston over the last 3-4 years, but not as a starter. No one wants him starting for their team. Nobody's willing to make that sort of investment in him.
Yeah.
Would you take any of these rookies over, or would you take Jacoby Brissett over any of these rookies?
Well, probably not.
Joe Flacco?
Come on now.
Most improved player?
Come on now.
Kenny Pickett?
No.
Gardner Minshew? Jarrett Stidham?
Not Stidham. I'm kind of pausing on Gardner Minshew now.
Come on.
I'm not saying overall.
I like, the Gardner Minshew floor is okay.
Yeah.
The Gardner Minshew ceiling is like a small car.
Basically. I can guarantee you, history tells us there's 5 rookies on this list.
Oh, there will be some busts out of this.
At least 3 of them won't be as good as Gardner Minshew.
For sure.
Right?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know which one though.
Yeah.
But it's that is how it works with these picks. We're waiting on Clint and Ron right now. They're over at Twin Peaks in
on 290.
Off 290. Tyler Milner is here. I have a question for Tyler.
What's up?
What's the deal with you, and are you playing golf against Clint?
I've been trying to, but he apparently is. I mean, it's something. I assume he's just not wanting to smoke, but
so he's ducking you, basically.
Yes, yeah, and he likes to try to frame it as like, it's both of us, and we no. My calendar's cleared. That's the dude with all the plans and all the stuff going on. So I
You
think
will clear your calendar.
No, he's already cleared it. It sounds like
I'm open.
Tyler has already cleared his calendar, but Clint, you're saying Clint is making up excuses for not wanting to play you.
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
100%.
Are you that much better than him?
Oh, I mean, I've never played with him, but I would assume so. I would assume so in a big way.
But the fact that he's ducking you would make it seem like you are better than he is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it all begins to add up, But no, I've been saying we need to do this. We need to make it big, too. It needs to be like the match, the drive edition. And we could have listeners. We could have a gallery of some listeners. Ron could be getting drunk in the car.
Yeah.
We just got to make this happen. We got to get Clint on board and stop talking and actually do something about it.
So we just have to find an opening in Clint's schedule to make this happen.
Yeah.
Is basically it.
Easier said than done, but yes.
Apparently.
Yes.
Apparently.
Yes, that is it.
Okay, I just wanted to double check on this.
I got invited. Well, I'm not invited. I'm going to play golf for the first time in probably 8 or 10 months on Saturday. My boys want to take me out for Father's Day.
Nice.
Now, I love golf, and I can knock it around, like any other amateur, decently.
Are you better than Clint?
I mean, probably, but I think I'm generally, 90 to 95, probably about 105 on Saturday, just because I haven't played in a long time. I just love golf. I love watching golf. I'm on all these golf pools and all that. I love playing golf. My thing is, if I have time off, I'm going fishing. Yeah. Like, you got to prioritize your hobbies. You know what I mean? So, but I'm going to be playing.
All right. Do we have Clint and Ron?
We do.
Gentlemen?
Hey, medium sexy is here, right here, baby.
There we go.
I'm right here for you now. All I heard as soon as it came on, I heard, yeah, I'm better than, I think I'm better than Clint.
I mean, I think so.
I don't know what y'all talking about, but that.
We're basically wondering why Clint is ducking Tyler on the golf course. So that's our big concern right now.
Listen, I love you, Tyler, but this ain't just a one-sided duck.
See what I was talking about, guys? See what I'm talking about?
This isn't a one-sided duck. Like, this has been between the both that haven't gotten us to this place. I don't think it's one side to blame of why this event hasn't occurred.
Wait, I just tuned in. Is somebody trying to sell that I'm ducking somebody?
Yeah, you're ducking Tyler apparently.
Oh wow,
that's not much to sell, man.
That sounds like something that that Lopez probably conjured up there.
I'm just.
I know Tyler being fully aware of the communication that there's been no ducking, there's been no plans, there's been no attempt from either side.
You got to go to the Odyssey app then, because that's pretty much what he said.
Sources say Clint is ducking Tyler.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Y'all figure this out.
Who is that source from, Spolane?
I'm just telling you what the streets are saying.
No, he said, hey, stop this right now. Adam, nope, that didn't fly.
What
you
the
can't do
streets
that,
are
man.
saying.
That wasn't it there, Adam. That wasn't it, baby. I love you.
It rhymes with Kyler Wilner.
I loved it. Thank you. That's better. But I can't. Adam Spolane can't say that.
I got to protect the sources here. I mean, come on.
You got to. There's another
journalistic
phrase.
integrity.
Yeah, come on.
No, I know it. There's just another phrase for you to use. I just that didn't come off quite right when you said the streets is talking. So that just didn't come off right. I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I tried. All right, we're going to hand it off to Ron and Clint. They're over at Twin Peaks, over off 290. For John Lopez, for Figgy Fig, I'm Adam Spillane saying thank you for listening to In the Loop. You are listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey Sports station, and The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live. Appreciate you fellas holding it down for us as we are live at Twin Peaks, getting ready for a little day baseball. As we were talking to Clint, was saying, boy, we hope that the Astros can put a game together tomorrow night so that our day game here at Twin Peaks, and we're off 290, our day game here at Twin Peaks would be for them to have a chance to win the series. Well, they took care of business last night, winning 3-1, and so they will get going here in the next 40 minutes or so to see if they can win their third consecutive sweep. And if you're out, come on up, man. Come on up and come on out to Twin Peaks 290. Clint, we're having a good time. There's a good crowd out here already. We got 4 guys out here drinking in front of us. I see Taheen. I see shot glasses over here. I'm putting y'all out. I ain't going to say your names or what y'all look like just in case y'all get in trouble. But y'all having yourselves a good-ass time, and you can come on out here and have a good time with us as well. And, Clint, let the people know they got a chance to win a little something.
Little Chris Stapleton tickets.
Uh-oh,
We're going to give away some Chris Stapleton tickets today. And do we have the details on that yet? Do we know exactly what time? Do we have a time that we're going to give them away? We just need to figure that out. But we're going to give away some Chris Stapleton tickets. He's coming to Minute Maid Park August 24th, right there where the Astros play, obviously, Minute Maid Park. Chris Stapleton, one of the best in the game, one of the best voices in all of music, not just country music. Be a hell of a time. And right. We're going to give away a few tickets today. So you got to be here, got to be present.
Yes, and if you're in the building, just come use your phone and get that and hit that QR code, and it will take you exactly where you need to go to give yourself a chance, to win those tickets to see Chris Stapleton coming up here. My man's taking pictures. You might as well walk your happy ass up here and get Chris Stapleton tickets. All right, that sounds like a hell of a date night, baby. That sounds like a hell of a date night. So if you're in the building, come on up as we're set up here, and you can use that right there, that QR code, to give yourself a chance to win those tickets. So come on out and have a good time with us as we roll through. Clint, the starting lineup is out for this game, and I don't know, I've been talking to him, Tyler. Clint had some prerequisites.
Yeah, there you go. One more time.
Nailed it.
I got a little drink in me. A little drink in my mouth, not deep in me. But you said there was some folks that you needed to see in the lineup today. You had to have in the lineup today, or you would have a real issue if they didn't make their way into the lineup today for the Astros as they take on the Giants.
Look, I mean, it's like we're beating a dead horse at this point in time, right? I mean, it's after what we saw yesterday, John Singleton playing first base. He goes out and gets 2 hits. 2
big hits. Got to be in the game.
Mauricio Dubon goes out, gets 2 hits.
Almost got another one.
I think Singleton actually walked one time, too. Dubon scored twice. So whether you're looking at the hits or you're just looking at the action, man, the guy getting around the base pass and producing, we're just at a point where if Joe Espada and Crane and Dana Brown, whoever in the hell you want to say is making the lineup, I don't care who it is. if those two guys, if John Singleton and Vaughn were in the lineup, if they just keep trotting Abreu's ass out there at first base, they are just priority number one is not winning games. Priority number one is not trying to dig your way out of this hole that you put yourself in the first 70 some odd games this season. You just can't sell it to anybody. And so, for me, those two guys have to be in the lineup, and it would help me tremendously if Abreu wasn't.
Well, here is the lineup. I think you got some of your wishes, and then I think Joe and Dana, whoever it is, got theirs as well. Altuve leads off with Bregman batting second. Yordan Alvarez, he is in left field today. And batting fourth, John Singleton, who's moved up to the cleanup spot.
Wow. That's aggressive, but I'll take it.
That's a tad higher than I thought, but he is in the cleanup spot. Jeremy Pena, playing short, is batting fifth. Dubon, there you go. He is in center field, so Jake is not in the lineup today. He is in center field, batting sixth. Victor Caratini is the catcher tonight. Jose Abreu is in at first base with Trey Cabbage playing in left field. That is the lineup, so it does have Singleton, which would have been like that would have made no sense. Like if Singleton, with one of the best right-handed pitchers in the game, and Logan Webb, if Singleton coming off of 2 hits wasn't in this lineup today, a lefty against that righty, like that's like baseball illiterate for Joe and whoever's putting up the lineup. So he had to be in it today. But they do bring you in the lineup today as they're facing one of the best right-handed pitchers in the game.
Well, that's one way around it is the other two guys that could play first base and have played first base and are more productive, put one of them in center field and put the other one at DH and in the 4-hole and let's ride. That's one way around it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's look, with the Tucker injury, you got some flexibility there for Espada to get this thing right, even with Abreu on the field. But I mean, I'm sitting there watching John Singleton and how the bar has, how I've dropped the bar significantly. I'm watching John Singleton last night, and the
But that bats just look better.
That's where I was going. I mean, you took the words out of my mouth. That's exactly what, like, it's just, you want to talk about having some confidence in a guy at the plate, and look, he is going to swing for the fences. He's swinging for power. He's wild at the plate, but damn it, he's committed.
But even with him being wild at the plate, you still feel like one, he's wild at the plate, but he's disciplined. He's going to take his walks.
Yeah.
Right. He doesn't go out of the strike zone a lot.
Yeah.
It's just when it's in there, he's trying to hit it out of the stadium.
Yeah.
But that's fine. But he just has better at bats. Like for me, like right now, you talked about it. You know, I'm not a huge Jake Myers guy, but I ain't no fool. I mean, Jake is having a great season, and in a series in which you got to keep winning, and you can win this series, and it's like, all right, hey, I could have John Singleton playing first base and have Jake in center and have Gordon as the DH and have Dubon in left. Like, that lineup is better defensively and offensively in a series that you need. But for some reason, no, Jack, we got to have Jose in. We got to have 7-9, the Pirate in. We got to have Jose Abreu in. And I'm like, whatever. I guess at this point you just have to say at least he put Dubon and Singleton in the lineup, and I think a game you got to win.
Yeah, I mean, the truth of the matter with this is like Joe Espada, it's fixing to go national, right? I mean, I think locally how close we are to covering the Astros and watching them every day and bitching and moaning about the lineups here and who's playing center field and who's playing first base. Like, the Astros are coming up on, hey, man, you're at the point of no return. Like, you dug a hole, right? You got a little bit more consistent. You kind of leveled things out, but you never got hot. You never started to really climb out of this thing, and you're running out of time. At some point, everybody that covers baseball is going to start talking about how the Astros, 7 straight ALCSs, have been eliminated or on the verge of being eliminated, or they're running out of time, which I think is going to shed a light on this Abreu situation in a way that it hadn't been shed on it yet with Joe Espada. Yeah. So it's going to get really loud around the Astros if they don't get really hot really quickly. And I think the first thing they're going to look at is the first base situation. Hell, Blummer last night said it. Blummer's being as nice as he possibly can last night when he was asked about Singleton at first.
And you could tell he had to choose his words.
Well, you can tell he's having to be as nice as he possibly can. But he just flat out said he ended his thoughts with, I think John Singleton's done enough to be your everyday first baseman.
It feels huge.
And that's a lot when you coming from him and his position. Yeah. That tells you how he feels.
Yep. Absolutely.
How he feels. All right, as the drive is live, we are live here, Twin Peaks 290. Come out, hang out. My man just walked up here, and he just used that QR code to get himself entered to have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Chris Stapleton. All you got to do, walk up, take your phone out, put it up right there, and you can have a chance to enter that as well, as we'll be here till 6 o'clock, so come on out and hang out. Some news and notes real quick, Clint. Kyle Tucker is unlikely to return Friday, coming from Captain Joe Espada. Your favorite Tyler Tucker is still isn't doing baseball activities at this point, but Espada did not rule him out to return during this weekend series against the Tigers. Clint, Tyler, I don't know if you watched and saw him try to get himself into that handshake line. He don't look like he close. He don't look like he can beat anything out. He can run it all. So we'll see. It'd be nice if he can get in this weekend. But looking at what we saw, Kyle Tucker don't look like he's close.
How far are we removed from him hitting?
It's over.
I don't think it's been a week, has it?
Has it not been a week? It wasn't last Wednesday?
It's got to be up against it.
We've got to be close to it. It was early last week.
I don't know that I've ever seen somebody that got hit with something that it didn't break a bone.
Yeah,
that's still limping around like that. Look at everybody that's had a deep bone bruise. I get it. I know what a deep bone bruise is. But I mean, damn, how it didn't break his leg, but he's still limping around like that. He looked awful.
It happened on the 4th.
Oh, it happened on the 4th. So
today's the 12th.
So today's the 12th.
We're over a week.
Yeah, we're over a week. So no, but I mean, it was bad, and they said he was on crutches for multiple days. So, it's not surprising, but we'll see. We'll see when he gets there. He didn't rule out him playing in the series this weekend, but he did say Friday would be a stretch. But boy, I'm telling you, boy, that ain't look good. That did not. That
hobble up to that line last night was rough.
No,
Julia Morales caught it in the post game handshake line. Woo.
Yeah.
I'm sure them X-rays were negative.
I'm not going to let these people get to me.
What happened?
Text line. Y'all really need all caps Singleton's 219 average in there. Oh man. What?
No, I need my manager to quit lying to everybody talking about that Abreu's getting quality at bats and he's got. That's what I need.
Put it. What's Abreu's numbers? Champ. What's Abreu's numbers?
Nightmarish.
Again, I used this term earlier. If you look out there and you think to yourself, Jose Abreu is giving you better at bats and a better chance than John Singleton, hey, that's on you. I think you need to sit down and watch again. Because I hate to say it, that's baseball illiterate. I mean, it's clear. I mean, it's absolutely clear. It's like you saying Gray Kessinger gives you a better shot at shortstop than Jeremy Pena. Please stop. Like, it's not even close.
Well, I mean, look, here's the fact of the matter is if the texter's talking, like, I would prefer Dubon play first, right? But since John Singleton seems to be the other option at first base, he is clearly the better first baseman right now, defensively and offensively.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I don't know what they're watching.
Yeah, I don't either. All right, as we are live here.
Block that guy.
No, I'm not blocking him, man. He can give his opinion. You only get blocked for the racism. And if you just continue to just keep texting in things repeatedly, like that gentleman did yesterday. We had a powwow. He's good.
You set him down?
Yeah, I set him down.
Okay.
I said we talked. He said he apologized yesterday. He said, apologize. I was just really passionate. It's cool, man. If you try to send in 78 consecutive texts of the same thing over and over again, that might get you blocked. That and racism. That right there. Those are the things that get you blocked. But come on out, hang out, have a good time. Chris Stapleton tickets. You got a chance to win those. All you got to do is be here, and you'll see that chance. Come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. We are at Twin Peaks 290, getting you ready for a little day baseball between the Astros and Giants. Coming up, Jake Myers is off today, but his name is starting to be a talked-about name for the Astros when it comes to the trade deadline. We'll discuss what that means coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you a little bit about Orchard, man. The biggest mistake you can make.
Stoerner and Hughley. The biggest stories in Houston sports.
Would you go to a manscaping place and enjoy a good shave?
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
Hell yeah.
You wouldn't purr like a walrus if you shaved my back for me.
Do you have any experience on how walruses purr?
And whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off 290. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Jake hits it well to left field. Got a shot. Two-run bomb. Jake Myers connects on a 3-1 pitch. And just like that, puts the Astros in front.
Jake with the rake.
Jake with the rake.
Jake with the rake. Jake.
He finally lived up to it, didn't he? Jake from Rake Farm. He's finally starting to live up to it. Good for him, man.
Good for him. No. Yeah. Well, as I said, I had to earlier. I got to give him I had to apologize to Jake.
You must have did that when I was out.
You were in. You remember him? He don't even remember.
I think you just
Tyler. Do you remember how much he was against the apology?
I do.
oh no, that apology. That was forever. That's not since. I'm talking about since he's been raking.
No, it was when he started hitting. I said I got to apologize because I thought I didn't think he was a major league baseball player. I thought they had a minor league player up here playing.
Well, even since
Major League Baseball.
You're right. Yeah.
And I said I apologize. He is at least. Now I'm not saying he's.
There's no reason to apologize. There was a rough couple of years with Jake. I mean, anybody that's sitting here beating the Jake Myers drum right now should have been doing it a year ago, and I'd buy a little stock.
No, I'm just saying.
Ain't nobody was beating that drum a year ago. Everybody was hiding from the comments.
But I think what I said was a bit different. I said I think that man needs to be in Sugar Land, and you could have convinced me that he needed to be.
You got a little aggressive with it,
but he's a major league hitter.
But here's the reality: like you're having a hard time coming around on Jake now. Like you're having a hard time giving Jake props for what he's doing now.
I'm not. I'm giving him like what do you mean? Like do I think he should be penciled in every day? No, I don't.
I screwed it up.
Oh, you don't think he's done enough right now to be penciled in center field every day?
Well, I think Mauricio Dubon's a better player. I think
Mauricio Dubon can be on the field every day and play multiple positions. I mean, right now he can play right or left or first.
Sure, but I think he's this team's. But he doesn't play every day, and I think he's this team's. I think he's the team's best center fielder, personally. And I think he's a better hitter than Jake.
I don't think either of those.
But
are
I'm not
wrong,
saying.
But let's go back to like. You just refusing to give Jake the credit that he deserves now.
Hold on. Stop this. I'm giving him credit. He's a major league baseball player.
I mean, he was hitting 300 and was knocking the cover off the ball. And you every time we talked about it, you minimized it.
I didn't. I just said, do I believe that Jake's hit it and turned around and now we're about to see
the
Jake that they're dreaming of? I'm giving him compliments. I have. I've given him the credit that he deserves. No, I don't view him like I view other players.
Well, let's clear this up though. He should be the everyday center fielder right now for the Astros. I think it's fair to say he's not the best hitting or defensive center fielder with the Astros right now. But the way the Astros roster is constructed right now, Jake should be playing center field for the Astros.
I don't think it's a. To me, I still think Mauricio Dubon should be. But that's
Dubon
fine.
should be playing first base.
See, I would. If you did that, that's fine. I mean, I think on this roster, to me, you know what you said is fair. The way that Jake is swinging the bat to get them both in the lineup,
yes.
That's fair.
He's in the top 9 hitters on this team.
That's fair. I'll give you that.
You give Jake a look.
I'll give you that. I gave him that, right? Yeah, I think if you're saying who should be in the lineup, if it's down to Jake or Singleton, and you have to mix around, I would say Jake. My thought is, though, I think you potentially are getting worse in 2 defensive positions, but not bad enough to swing Jake. So I'll go with that with you. I'll give you that. That's fair. What do you feel though about some of the trade talk? John Morosi of MLB Network, I like him. John P. Morosi. I bumped into him, and I tell you that I've never told that story. I accidentally got a little bit of salsa on him.
Let me guess, you pissed him off.
No, I didn't. I bumped into. We were up at in the press box one time, and I was turning around, coming out, getting some chips and salsa in the press box. He was behind me a little tight. I got him on the side of his suit with a little salsa.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
So really, technically, it was his fault, right? The way I explained that, Tyler, that's his fault.
Just got up to the press box.
He was on me tight.
It sounds like it to me. Yeah,
it was on me tight. He apologized. It was nice.
I could imagine if he'd have been on air with us, it would have gone something like this. Just got up to the press box, and this jackleg spills hot sauce on me.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
It was salsa for starters.
My bad, salsa.
But yeah, I took him out a little bit. But this is his report, potentially with the Astros looking at Jake Myers on the trade block.
I'm going to mention one name that I don't think has been talked about enough as a possible trade deadline candidate, Jake Myers in center field. I mentioned Jake Myers because he's actually playing exceptionally well. It's been, in a lot of ways, the best year that he's ever put together in the major leagues. And for that reason, for a somewhat struggling up and down Astros team, got Joey Loperfido. I would say Jake Myers is a natural trade fit to a team like the Phillies, going for it, wanting to maybe shore up that one spot of their club for the trade deadline and beyond, and that clears a spot for Loperfido. I like the notion of putting Myers out there, especially because you've got Loperfido to succeed him, to see what maybe a team like the Phillies would give you at the deadline.
All right, so talking about Jake on the trade block potentially, and going to a team like the Phillies, who have the best or one of the best records in Major League Baseball, them and the Yankees. Your thoughts about Jake, the way he's playing? You just said it. Jake is the best to you. Jake is the best center field option, and to this person who is insane, who says I'm nuts and says Dubon doesn't have Jake's range, speed, or glove. Okay, but you said all that about Jake. What's your thoughts about potentially trading Jake, a young center fielder in his 20s right now, playing the way he is, putting together his best season, as Morosi said?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to get a good to great haul in return, like something that changes the dynamic of this team in return. But I wouldn't be opposed to them trading one of their outfielders, and Jake is the only one that I think right now is going to bring anything in return. So I wouldn't be opposed to it. I wouldn't be opposed to Jake or Presley being moved.
Oh, yeah, Presley. Jake is fine because for me, like I said, I don't think even though he is young and he plays center field which is a premium position, but I don't think Jake is a star or even has star potential to me. Like for instance, Yainer Diaz. I think Yainer Diaz has star potential with what he can do with the bat. He has all-star level potential. I think what we're seeing from Jake is the best we've seen from Jake. So I wouldn't have an issue with moving him.
This is the best we've seen from him. Right now he's starting to level back out, maybe into somebody that he can be.
Yeah, he slid into them 260s.
Maybe somebody that he can be year in, year out is what we're looking at. He's hot right now, I think. So you could get more for him. But let's be honest. I agree with you that, like, while Jake has been good of late,
this is the best we've seen him.
There's nothing defensively that Jake does that is better than the other options. Like the range, the glove, the arm, the jump, none of that is better than Dubon or White Boy Chaz. I mean, none of that's better than your other center field options. And let's be honest, we talk all the time about Dubon and what Dubon's done at the plate. Myers ain't got there once, much less been consistently over a year and a half. And then if you remember correctly, last year for a good chunk of the season, White Boy Chaz OPS had like the top 3 in the American League.
Yeah,
Jake still hasn't done what White Boy Chaz did last year. He still hadn't done that. So I don't know how people like none of these
Jake Myers is definitely not untradeable, unmovable.
Right. But you like a lot of folks will believe that these other outfielders aren't options and that Jake is just head over heels better. And if you prefer Jake, cool, I'm not going to argue with you. But I just don't know where you watch all these guys play outfield and you think Jake all of a sudden is a better option in center than Dubon or Chas McCormick. And you want to build a case against it. Like outside of the prospect and what this guy might be and what all these scouts will tell you they might be, what we've seen on the field year in, year out, I mean, Dubon and White Boy Chaz have been flat better and more consistent.
Yeah. Would you be fine if they said, all right, man, we're going to make a move. We're going to trade Jake to try to get something.
Yes.
And Dubon's going to now be the center fielder.
Yes, I'd be A-okay with
His value's never been higher, man.
And I know you're looking at the Texans. I know we got to move, but the amnesia that many of you all are having about Jake, like someone say, Jake, a minor league player, you can't be serious. Do you remember what Jake Myers has shown us before the last month and a half?
I screwed it up.
Jake got struck out by a second baseman for the White Sox last year on a 60-mile-an-hour fastball.
It's not ideal.
Hold on. Like, I don't know what y'all remember from Jake. Like, Jake has had a nice last month and a half. I know that some of y'all have completely forgotten the Jake Myers that you're talking about, the guy who didn't make the playoff rosters. That guy. Like, he is playing well right now, and I'm trying to give him his credit, but damn.
I mean,
it's crazy.
I actually defended it earlier this year. He got pinch hit for in a clutch situation in the first week of the season.
Yes. For John Singleton.
It was John Singleton, and that was not the John Singleton that we know today. That was the John Singleton that nobody was
hadn't got a bat flip off yet.
Right. Yeah,
all right.
That's it's interesting.
Coming up, I got a question about a pretty stacked position for the Houston Texans. Who's going to have the bigger impact? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Generator Supercenter. Look,
Autos. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off 290. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here at Twin Peaks 290. Come hang out. Come on out. If you are in the building or you're on your way, if you come up to our desk right here, you have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the great Chris Stapleton. He will be performing live here in Houston at Minute Maid Park August 24th. All you got to do, take your phone out, hit that QR code, and you will see what you have to do to register to win. I've seen a few people come up and do it already. But if you're on your way in or if you're in the building, all you got to do is come on up, and you can have a chance to win those tickets to see Chris Stapleton coming up in August at Minute Maid Park. Again, come on out. We're live here getting you ready for a little day baseball as the TVs will be on the Astros and the Giants as they get going very, very soon. And we'll see if the Astros can get a series win. It would be 3 series in a row if they're able to get this done against one of the best right-handed pitchers in the game, Logan Webb, for the Giants. So stay tuned for that. TVs will be on here. They are going to get going any minute now. We will keep you updated on what's going on there. All right, Clint, I want to look at the Texans here for a second, and I know it's going to be a minute here before training camp starts, and then we'll be full bore on a lot of the Texans and what's going on there because of how special this potential season can be. Clint, I'm looking at that wide receiver position that is really, really stacked. The argument could be it is the most healthy position group that the Texans have is the wide receiving core. And I throw this out to you. I throw this out to Tyler. I throw this out to the people. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can chime in that way like my man Corey B. and Mike Gonzalez is doing. You can chime in on the text line, 713-572-4610. And we look at impact of the wide receiving core. We know the big 3. I'm curious from you guys out there, who you think makes a bigger impact? It's just a question I'm curious about, and I really would love the thought process from people because I think it could go either way. Who do you believe makes a bigger impact to this offer? Noah Brown, who they brought back, or John Mechie, who they drafted in the 2nd round, moved up to get him a few years ago, and now he is, a full year plus removed from his amazing recovery from cancer. Who has a bigger impact this year on this offense, Noah Brown or John Mechie?
It's Noah Brown 10 out of 10 times.
10 out of 10 times?
Noah Brown is your number 4 wide receiver. It's not up for debate.
You said the way you're saying this, like you don't even think it. You just said not up for debate. It's not even a. You'd be shocked if John Mechie had a bigger impact if both of them were healthy. It seems like.
I will be shocked if John Mechie is active.
Wow, dude. Is active? Like during the whole season? Like he was active last year. I guess they didn't have Stephon Diggs, but he was, and Tank was injured. You would be more.
If everybody,
you think it's more likely he's inactive?
Yes.
Than he is impacting this team.
If everybody is healthy. And they keep 5 receivers. If they keep 6, there's a really good chance. But if they keep 5 receivers on this roster, I don't know how John Mechie's active. I'm referring to game day. I'm not referring to the roster. I'm referring to game day. Active players. I don't see John Mechie.
Who's the 5th receiver then?
I think that's what he's competing for. Shocked if he's not active.
And he's competing with Robert Woods, who's still there,
Woods,
Steve
Xavier
Sims.
Hutchinson, Steve Sims, who's going to be the return guy.
Man, yeah.
And the return guy is going to be it's a different ball game this year, so maybe it is Dameon Pierce, and maybe Sims is the odd man out. So Mechie does have that foot in the door. Yeah, man, I have not seen. Now we've only seen a very small sample size this year, but I don't see a level of explosion, a level of twitch, a level of speed. I don't see that's going to all of a sudden catapult that guy into getting run. Noah Brown 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, I'm. See, Clint, I feel like they want John Mechie to be a part. I feel like he's a second-round pick. I'm not saying they're going to force it, but it feels like clearly Nick saw something in him. They moved up to get him. We've heard CJ talk glowingly about him and talk him up. I feel like they want John Mechie to be a part. It feels like John Mechie is going to have every single opportunity he can to be a part of this offense. I feel like that's what they want, and it almost feels like to me I can't get off what you just said with Noah Brown. Hell, they brought him back. They gave him a contract for a year to bring him back.
We've seen Noah Brown go for $150 plus. We've seen Mechie drop balls, open touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna tell you this.
But he was still kind of getting acclimated, getting over with everything.
I think
there's a want to for him.
I think there's a want to from and for him. I think there's a want to from and for the organization. I think everybody's in his camp, but I just don't think it's going to happen. It's a small sample size. It's an OTA observation, if you will. But I can't get it out of my head, and we hadn't even talked about it on air yet. But I watched him catch a ball over the middle of the field in OTAs, and you know how they do. You leg everything out to the end zone, and I watched 3 DBs suck up John Mechie like I was out there running.
We don't like
that. That was the big thing.
And it appeared
he struggled to get.
I'm talking about after he caught the ball.
Yeah.
It appeared to me like he was still getting after it running, like trying to get there, digging to get there. It didn't appear to me like, he was easing up. I watched it and I went, ooh. I mean, either them DBs are 4.3s or Mechie lacks that explosion, and that separation hadn't quite kicked back in yet. Again, small sample size OTA, but as I'm looking at it, given everything we know about John Mechie, I'm looking at it and I'm going, that ain't a good sign.
Yeah, text line coming through. Mechie will do more than Noah Brown. Haven't seen one thing about Brown from the team. Well, he's still recovering from an injury. But to the point Clint said, like
they re-signed him.
They re-signed him.
He went for $150 twice
with
last
John
year,
Mechie. Yeah, he had some big games against the Bengals, the Buccaneers. Like maybe the 2 best games for C.J. Stroud were also big games from Noah Brown. Yeah. In that one. My just deal is I feel like they're going to give John Mechie every single chance and opportunity because I think they really want him to be a major part if they can, because I think they believe in his talent. And if he can just show anything, I think he has a chance to get those opportunities. But I mean, I can't go against what Noah Brown did when he was healthy last year.
Yeah,
I mean, he had a level of explosion I didn't know.
Noah Brown has earned the right to not be competing with John Mechie for a spot on his football team. Noah Brown has done enough to be a solid.
I ain't ready to say he's just going to be inactive. That caught me off guard.
Well, I'm just telling you, the fifth receiver. I mean, what are you going to? I mean, they're going to until they cut Bob Woods. I got to believe that he's going to be the fifth.
Yeah, what? He's still on the team, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, it just like they got too many receivers. There's too many guys in that room. And if we're being honest and we're talking about ability, whether it's what you're watching now or production from the past, I mean, John Mechie falls short on every category. Yeah. Other than being a second-round pick, other than having a great story that you would love to see come to fruition, this guy be a difference maker and be a playmaker, I mean, it's just not there.
A big thing in training camp and preseason is going to see if he improves on his ability to get separation. Because that Jets game is hard to get out of your mind. But I know it was Sauce Gardner at times, but it was on the other side too. He just seemed to struggle a lot to gain separation. And the only time he really did is when Bobby Slowick really, designed something for her to get that separation. But I can be willing to hear, like, all right, now he is getting his body and getting everything together, and that's going to be a change. All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated here as the Astros are looking to win this series against the San Francisco Giants. We'll keep you updated on that, give you the latest on what's happening in that game, as well as we'll get you ready for a must-win up the road, I-45 with the Dallas Mavericks. They got to get this one right. And a legend in sports passes away. All of that as we continue live here from Twin Peaks 290. The Drive continues to be live.
Nick Caserio, not a huge fan. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, the first thing is we are live here, and the drive is on the road. We are here at Twin Peaks 290. Come on out, hang out with us, as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. And we got a big one for you. The Astros are looking to win this series. It would be their third straight series win, and we got a little day baseball here for you. Twin Peaks, come on out for some good cold drinks, good food. You can hang out with us and cheer on your Houston Astros as they look to take this series. They're facing one of the best right-handed pitchers in the game in Logan Webb for them, but when he is on, one of the best left-handed pitchers in the game, Framber Valdez, is pitching for the Astros as they try to get this series win. They are in the second inning. Scoreless game up to this point. Bregman does have a hit in the game thus far. If you did not hear or Roland and didn't see, Framber Valdez, who does have the lineup out today. Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez is in left field, and the DH today, batting fourth, is John Singleton. Payne is at short. Mauricio Dubon, he is in at center field. Caratini is in at catcher. Abreu is at first base, and Cabbage is in right field. That is the lineup today behind Framber Valdez, and it is 0-0 at this point. Clint, Kyle Tucker, by the way, Joe Espada spoke on it. Says that he doesn't rule him out to be in the series. To play in the series against the Tigers, won't play on Friday, is unlikely to play on Friday, is what Joe Espada is saying. So he may miss some more time today. But Framber has the ball. They got a big win last night, 3-1. Clint, Ron Blanco had another great start. He was key, man. It was good. It was good to see him get back on it because he had some struggles here since he had come back from the suspension. But he goes 6 innings, 1 run, and the offense scored just enough as the bullpen was able to hold it down. So that was a big one last night. They had to have it to put themselves in position to win this series today.
And Ronel Blanco had his stuff.
Yep.
There was a couple of games there after getting popped with that substance in the glove that you got to wonder what the heck's going on with Ronel Blanco. How much of an impact did that substance actually have that he was using? For him to recover and pitch last night and confidently. I mean, he looked like a veteran when he was on the bump last night. It was impressive, man. So it was not only a great win, but it was great to see another young pitcher that the Astros are going to have to depend on big time. It was good to see him recover in a big way.
Yeah, it was. And I look at that, and Clint, I think that it's big for them with that right now, and I think that's something that is starting to become a trend. We'll see if Framber can continue that today, but they're getting quality starts, right? And for you to go on the run that they need to go on, and to win series like they have, and hopefully they can do it today, you've got to have quality starting pitching. And Spencer Arrighetti is giving you quality start. Ronel Blanco is giving you a quality start. Hell, Framber, the last time out, he went complete game, and he's giving you quality start. I mean, really the only one who has kind of struggled here, and not that bad, is Verlander, right? And he's the only one. So it is big to see them getting quality starts, and that will be the thing that gets them back into this thing. I will say I am still a bit disappointed, Clint, to see that Jose Abreu is in the lineup today. I don't think that is.
We all are, man. We all are.
I don't think that is the best foot forward. But Clint, at least they recognize Singleton, who got 2 hits last night. He is still in there, and they do have Dubon still getting at bats in. And to me, this is. Maybe with the exception of Abreu, this is probably as close to their best lineup that they can have without Kyle Tucker in it. So hopefully they can score some runs and get something going behind that. I just gonna have to. some Astros fans, Tyler, you're one, Clint, you're one, you just got to get used to it. Like, Jose Abreu is just going to find his way in this lineup until they do something.
I disagree. I disagree wholeheartedly. I think the noise, as the Astros get closer to not being able to dig out of the hole that they've dug, I think the noise is going to get really loud nationally. You know what I mean? I think the bigger voices in Major League Baseball are going to come down hard on the Astros about what they're doing at first base. You heard last night, TK and Blum. You heard Blum say last night that he feels like Singleton has done everything that he could possibly do to be the everyday first baseman for the Astros. When your own color guy is saying that during a game, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before the national.
The general
media
manager
latches
said
on.
it before. That before Abreu came back in that Seattle series, Dana Brown said, "For me, we'll see how it goes. We'll leave that up to Joe," is what he said. But he said John Singleton would be our first baseman right now, and that's what he said. So I don't know. It's an interesting thing there. Also, a little note as well with the Astros. Joe Espada also commented on Yainer Diaz, said he is improving, and he did hit in the cage. They did bring up Salazar as another catcher, but he said he hit in the cage. Joe Espada said of Yainer Diaz, he's almost there, 100%. He's a guy that could come out there today and help, but will definitely be ready for Friday if I need him to start the game. So it looks like they won't have to, by what Joe is saying today, it looks like they won't have to place Yainer Diaz on the IL, and that will be big for the Astros. So stay tuned for that. We'll keep you updated as they finish 2 innings there. And Framber Valdez got out of a bit of a jam as they finished 2 innings there. Still 0-0. We will continue to keep you updated. Just got to stay right here. We'll keep you updated on what's going on with the Astros.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint. Tonight is. Would you say this is must win for the Mavericks? Is this must win for them? I think. I mean, they can't go down 3-0, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, because
it's never been done
well,
before. But
you can't go down 3-0, and then I don't think that they're going to have the ability to go win multiple games on the road in this particular series. If you just watch the first 2 games, I think that'd be a long stretch. To be able to win your home games and still 1 on the road, I think you got a shot to do that if you're the Mavericks. But to lose a home game and then try to think that you're then going to go on the road where you just struggled mightily and pick up 2 games, I think that is a huge stretch.
Yeah, I do too. The latest here, Kristaps Porzingis has been listed as questionable with that lower leg injury, that rare injury. You know, they said it's only 32 people have ever had that injury in the world.
Really?
That injury, it's so rare that he has it, but he is listed as questionable in this game, and that would be a huge one for the Mavericks if Porzingis is not in this game. I tell you what, though, this to me is, we talked about Tatum yesterday. If Porzingis isn't able to go, this becomes like an opportunity, because that means I don't think that the Celtics can afford to have Tatum going missing. Or Tatum scoring 16 points like he did in one of those games, and he had scored over 20 in any of the games. I don't think they could afford him playing that way if there is no Porzingis. So this is a big opportunity for Tatum. If Porzingis, even if he's limited, that he can come out and have a big game.
Absolutely changes the dynamic of the game for the Celtics. And I don't mean just this game. I mean the Celtic game. Like, when the Celtics have Porzingis on the floor, it's different on the offensive end as well as on the defensive end, and in a bigger way on the defensive end of the floor. And so, and I think the way in which it changes it the most is it puts major pressure on your 2 superstars. Right? You're not going to be able to kick it to somebody that literally is shooting over guys with their head in his armpits, and he has the ability to go get you 20 or 25 points. Like, no longer are you going to be able to force the issue out on the perimeter, get beat over the top or underneath, and be able to rely on Porzingis and his size and his rim protecting ability.
Your defense takes a hit.
Both of them.
And then the ability to stretch the floor.
Both of them.
And do things.
And the thing is, Ron, we throw Drew Holiday into this mix with the stars on the Celtics is now on the defensive end of the floor, if you want to get real aggressive out there, so be it. And Drew's good enough to do it. They're all good enough to do it. But if you get beat, you're legitimately getting beat. You no longer have that eraser that's the rim protector. You no longer have that guy. So it changes the game in a big way on both ends of the floor, and it definitely changes the game, to your point, with the superstars for the Celtics in terms of putting more pressure on those guys on both ends of the floor.
Like I've listened to a lot of people have conversations and really boiled this thing down to Kyrie. And yes, Kyrie can't go out there and score 12 points. He can't go out there and score 16 points. And I'm going to tell you this, Tyler. I know you're looking at this. I got nothing for you. That is a line that I am.
That's okay. That's okay.
Did you? That's one. Like in my mind, I still view Kyrie as a great player and a person that has been embarrassed with his performance the first two games, and I feel like he is going to come out like a house of fire and go off. I don't think he's going to go another game without making a three like he did in the first two games. But also, fellas, like I don't think that Drew Holiday and Derek White are jokes. Like I don't think they're getting lucky when they're defending him. Like I don't think I could see him getting 20, 21, or I can see him saying to hell with it, because I do think he still has that to hell with it. I'm going for it. But everybody has talked about, Kyrie's got to come, and I think he does have to come to play. But they need what everyone says, hey, the role players really step up at home. They need that too. They need the P.J. Washingtons. They need the Liveleys. They need Derek. I can't remember his name. 5'5", the leaper. But they need their other guys.
Wish I could help you, bud.
I can't remember for some reason. I can't remember 55's last name at this moment. Skinny, slim, shot blocker and leaper. But anyway, they need Max. They need him to step up off the bench. They need Tim. What's his? Good Lord, I have lost. Damn, what is his?
The bad thing is
Tim Hardaway Jr. They need him if they're going to bring him off the bench. Shots like he did in the OKC series.
The old boy you were trying to think of the first time's an Arkansas guy.
Oh, I know Gafford. I didn't think about Gafford. No, they need him to. They need.
That's right, Bryce. We do.
They need their role players to chip in as well as well with Kyrie. So it's got to be more. They've got to step up because, Luka and Kyrie can score 30, but, I mean, that don't mean that the rest of them can't do nothing.
I agree. Like, they're the others, like outside of Luka.
Jones, thank you for the text line.
Outside of Luka and outside of Kyrie, the Dallas others have looked overwhelmed, completely outmatched. I mean, they've looked like they've been manhandled. I mean, they're flying around and flopping around like they're in a wrestling match half the damn time.
They're not bringing anything.
They are completely outclassed the first two ball games. You're correct. It doesn't matter what Kyrie and really doesn't matter what Luka does. The others have to get, and I'm talking about on both ends of the floor. I'm not just talking about scoring. I'm talking about rebounding. I'm the whole thing defensively. Like they are getting pushed around in a way that you just can't afford to do if you're going to compete for an NBA title in a final series. It ain't going to happen. So those guys have to change their entire approach. I don't care who scores. They've just got to be better on both ends of the floor.
I don't think I said it earlier. I don't think Dallas can win this series, but I would like it to at least be interesting.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
I'd like for them to get it to at least get a win today. But I'm really intrigued to see how Luka approaches this game today, because him going off and coming out, all right, I'm going to bang 20 in the first quarter like he did, or first half. I think Luka should be really saying to himself, I got to get all these other dudes going, because I can get going anytime I want. I got to get these other dudes going early, and we'll see. Luka's over under 32.5. I feel like he'll probably hit that.
I like overs tonight on the Dallas end of it with
Kyrie and Luka. You like that?
Yeah.
I don't want to mess with that, man. I don't know, because I just don't feel like that Boston defense is a fluke.
Woo! Love that money.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, sad news. This was earlier in the day. Legend, the logo in the NBA. Jerry West has passed away. Jerry West, who played all those years with the Lakers and then was in the front office, the general manager for the Lakers, put Shaq and Kobe together, worked for the Grizzlies, worked for Golden State, and their run was big in the Durant time with Golden State. But he passes away at the age of 86 as a tough one. Every day you can't miss him. You see him every time you see the NBA, you see the logo, you see old Jerry West. And the one thing that I remember now, Jerry West, is how angry he was and how he was portrayed in that Lakers HBO series.
Exactly what I thought of, dude.
Oh my God, he was. Oh, he is pissed. I mean, when you know, sometimes they take liberties in shows and stuff like that. He said they took a hell of. I mean, they feel liberties. They said
he did not like that.
Oh no, he seemed like the way they made him look. Clint, I can see you haven't seen it. They made him look like a grouch and an a-hole all the time. Like, and he was pissed about that.
I hadn't seen it. I'm just trying to think if there's another, like, just a single gesture that could be made that's bigger than you're the logo.
The logo of the sport.
I mean, that's wild. I mean, I don't know. Maybe a trophy?
Yeah, but the trophy. Yeah, but the trophy. But that's different because you see him. Like, you see him, what he's doing. That dribble, that's him.
Yeah, like the Heisman has to come around before you get that. I mean, you see it every time a game
every
comes
time
on.
you see anything on everybody's stuff.
Yeah,
he is the logo. 12-time All-Star, and he's got one of the most impressive feats, Clint. He is the only person to win Finals MVP while his team lost.
Really?
Yeah, he won Finals MVP while his team lost. He could not get past the Celtics. They won one championship. As he said, it was relief, but he won Finals MVP while his team lost the series. Like the only person to ever do that. So sad to see Jerry West pass, a real giant in the sports landscape and in the NBA. Coming up, this is going to be the final one. All right, because I'm not going to do any silly ones. We got one final. AFC teams on Wednesdays, and we ask you, are you confident or concerned? We got one more left. We'll discuss that coming up next.
every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off 290. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live here at Twin Peaks 290, before we get to a little are you confident or concerned, our last one, a little update here with the Astros. They trailed 2-0. Framber gave up a couple of hits to start off the inning and a sac fly and a double later gives the Giants a 2-0 lead as they play in the fourth. But the Astros have just tacked on another run here as the Astros have cut it to a 2-1 lead just now. Not Dubon, I'm sorry. Alvarez had a double, and Jeremy Pena just drove him in with a single. So 2-1 now. 2-1 at this point now for the Astros as they trail the Giants as they look to try to win this series. Again, if you're in the building, I've seen a couple people in here. I see people with tall beards. I've seen some folks in here come in. They have given themselves an opportunity to win a pair of tickets to go see Chris Stapleton. My man is coming to do it right now. All you got to do is come up at our desk, use the QR code, and you can register for a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Chris Stapleton August 24th at Minute Maid Park. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. You have a chance to do that. All right, Clint. Well, this is the last one, all right? Because I'm not going to do, any confident concern with the Denver Broncos. I'm not going to do any confident or concerned with the New England Patriots. All right, those teams are awful, and the Texans better not be anywhere near any space to have to be concerned about any of those teams. They're in a completely different class of those teams. So one, and it is the Kansas City Chiefs. And they are the defending champions. They have been the gold standard of not just the AFC but the league here of late. And you have to play them. You have to go on the road Saturday in December to play the Kansas City Chiefs. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, are you confident or concerned? I know what Clint is, but this is to one for me. Obviously I think you have to be concerned. I mean, this is the team that has been the best team in the sport with the best player in the world, and I believe the best coach in the world. But Clint, even though I would say I would say concerned, I do think this is a good matchup for the Texans. I said this before. I feel better about the Texans matchup with the Texans the Texans matchup with the Chiefs than I do about them with the Ravens. It just seems like something about the Ravens gets them. But I like the matchup for them against the Chiefs. I think they match up pretty well against them.
I don't like the matchup at all. I mean, this is where we're at with the Texans. This is what I'm talking about. This is what's crazy to me. You played a well below average schedule last year, and you had a lot of success. Well done. Congrats, man. They're not even in the same ballpark right now until they prove it with the Kansas City Chiefs. I am overly concerned in terms of this matchup with the best team in football.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying, I think their receiving core against this secondary without L'Jarius Sneed. We look at some of the departures they had. They lose L'Jarius Sneed. They got a lot younger in that secondary, and they're gonna hope for some of these young guys to step up. I think the Texans receiving core has an advantage in this game currently right now with this Chiefs secondary. Now I think they have a great coach in Spags that can get it together, and you'll play them late in the season. But I think the Texans have a quarterback that can be in the same game with him. I'm not saying he's on the same level of Mahomes, but I think you can put him in the game and feel like, yeah, we got a quarter. We're not handcuffed. We got a quarterback that can play with him. I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying they're in the same class. I just like the matchup for them. I like the matchup in this game. The Ravens, I think the Ravens just absolutely just physically get in their heads and potentially dominate them. I think the Chiefs kind of want to play in the same game that the Texans want to play, not as physical, not as we're just going to try to run it down your throats the way that other teams do. I'm not saying I think they would beat them, but I do like the matchup for them.
Yeah, look, I don't. It is a different matchup than the Ravens, and I do agree with the thought of the Ravens can just out physical people and almost intimidate. Kansas City Chiefs can beat you as many times and even worse, but they do it in a finesse fashion, if you will. So yeah, I mean, I could see where the Ravens could concern you a little bit more, but I'm just talking caliber of team before we ever get off in the weeds of how they play ball and is it run the ball and play defense? Is it pass happy? Is it a great quarterback? Is it a great run team, defense, whatever? Before we get into that, like these are caliber teams that are year in, year out in the thick of things and in the hunt and are disappointed if they don't win a Super Bowl. I'm just not ready to put the Texans on that same level playing field with those particular teams, so I'm concerned.
Yeah, I got some. We got one. Who tell Clint to move to KC? Texans played the schedule that they were given.
That made a lot of sense.
I know where you could live.
If you think if you think that the Texans played a weak schedule and benefited from it, you can just move to KC. That makes.
I like that one right there.
Someone said, "I'm confident that the Texans are not in the same class of team as the Kansas City Chiefs." It's going to be one to watch. Like you said, it may be a prove-it game when they play them. A prove-it game that you can play with them. Like you don't think that they can play with the Chiefs, though, don't you? Like you don't think this is like they're just completely overmatched. I don't get that feel.
No, I don't think they're completely overmatched. No, I don't. I think the way in which Nick and D'Amico have built, and as you mentioned, with C.J. Stroud being a guy that gives you a chance to move the football, I don't think they're completely overmatched. But when you look at how the Baltimore game last year in the playoffs, how that game unfolded, and how it appeared that the Texans were completely outmatched. And then I want you to turn around and say, okay, how did the Texans address that not happening again this year? Defensively, they didn't do a damn thing that's going to keep that from happening again, right? And offensively, they added Stephon Diggs, they added Joe Mixon.
Their running game is better.
Are those guys gonna be the weapons that get you over the hump to being completely, just incompetent on offense last year against Baltimore in the playoffs?
Yeah, couldn't get it done.
Yeah, just had no clue whether it was personnel, play calling, scheme, whatever. You had no answers. You had nothing. You had no chance. Never gave yourself a chance.
Those are the two teams clearly that are a different type of matchup for the Texans, the Ravens and the Chiefs for different reasons. I just like, to me, if you were to say who do you feel like that the Texans match up better against, the way the style of play the game is going to be that we know of right now, I would say they match up better against the Chiefs than they do the Ravens. So we'll see what happens there. They play them both. They do play them. The Chiefs have added guys like they've added the Texas wide receiver Xavier Worthy. They do lose, as I said, L'Jarius Sneed, Willie Gay out of that defensive group. So we'll see what that looks like, what that team looks like, and where they meet in December. So we'll be able to see where they are. Coming up, as we will continue to keep you updated here with the Astros. I think there's a group that we need to shout out. We have been, and I think very fair, and have hammered the Astros and their coaching staff when it is well-deserved. I think there is a place where they deserve praise. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Nick Caserio, exclusively with Payne and Pendergast.
safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off 290. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Line drive over Altuve's head into right center field. Will score 2 runs. Dubon's throw comes in to second base. It's a 4-1 Giants lead on the 2 RBI base hit by Austin Slater, who is now 3 for 3 today.
All right, that made it a 4-1 game, and that put runners on first and third, and then Ramos just hit a sacrifice fly for the Giants, and they now lead the Astros in the bottom of the fourth. They now lead the Astros in the bottom of the fourth, 5-1. San Francisco, as Framber Valdez is struggling a bit today, and we'll see how much longer he goes in this one. We'll see. Hey, the Astros gonna have to come back. We'll have to come back. You know, I always like to pose this question to you two. It's 5-1 in the bottom of the fourth. Do the Astros ever get the tying run to the plate today?
Oh yeah. Come on, man. Kidding me? Oh, they'll flirt with it for damn sure.
Tyler, do they get the tying run to the plate? 5-1.
Yeah, it's early. They'll get the tying run to the plate.
You two always say that with such confidence. What was the one? It was 7-1 or 7-0. That one time you were so confident on that bet.
Oh, I made the bet and it was 12-1 before we hung the phone up. Good God.
5-1 as the Astros are going to have to do some work to get back in this thing. All right, fellas, I do want to say this, as once again we are live here, Twin Peaks 290. Got a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Chris Stapleton August 24th up at Minute Maid Park. So all you got to do is my man here, that man got them lips on his hat and his shirt. He ain't playing. He's about to come up here. All you got to do is hit that QR code, and you can have a chance to register to win a pair of tickets. Got to be here. Got to be here to do that with them hot lips right there like my man got on his hat. That's kind of hat I feel like Tyler Milner's going to wear in about 20, 25 years.
Oh, he'll be rocking that thing right now.
That's right there. There, got to cut to the side a little
like
bit.
a good lid.
Yeah, man, it's clean, baby. He's going to have himself a good time. So come on out, your chance to win Chris Stapleton tickets and have some good food, good drinks, and hang out with us. But, fellas, I got to say this, man. Listen, I don't take back anything that I've said about Joe Espada. All right, I think he's a bench coach. And I think he has struggled mightily and been a big reason why this team is in the position that it's in. And I think their coaching staff and their decision makers as a whole have been not nearly to the level that it has been in the past here for the Astros. But I do want to give credit to the guys running the pitching staff, Josh Miller, the rest of those guys, the guys down in AAA and AA for this organization in Sugar Land and in Corpus. Clint, I want to give some credit to the pitching coaches in the organization because we saw it last night from Blanco. He's been a revelation. He's been all-star worthy, what he has done. Spencer Getty had a tough, rough start of it, but now he is starting to put together starts and put together performances. I think your guy and our guy Hunter Brown is doing the same thing. Rocky start, but something has clicked. I think Taylor Scott, another guy in the bullpen who's been young, has been able to do some things. I think we got to give them some credit because, Clint, where these pitchers are, they are all becoming reliable. Taylor Scott is arguably the next guy outside of Hader and Bryant who has been most trusted in that bullpen to get arms out or to get bats out. And then Blanco, Spencer Getty, and Hunter Brown, what they've done, those young guys, I got to give the pitching coaches and the staff there a lot of credit for what they have done and what they've been able to get out of these young dudes.
Yeah, it's been wild if we're being honest, because not only are you getting a ton out of young dudes when you need it the most, because the older heads, well, I say older heads, I guess the more established guys from Luis Garcia all the way up can't stay healthy, right? Yep. You've got the three youngsters that are rocking and rolling, and then you got Taylor, Taylor Scott, a guy that that I think I read a little earlier, Ron, where he had a 7 or a 9 ERA coming in, and these guys have him as one of the more dependable pitchers out of the bullpen for the Astros right now. And I think he's got under 2 ERA. And so, yeah, I mean, look, there's no way. Now, I don't know what they're teaching in terms of does it have anything to do with so many arms that are falling apart. But as it pertains to youngsters appearing to pitch well above their ceiling damn near immediately, it's been a lifesaver for the Astros in the past and in the last couple of years, as well as Ronel Blanco is the most recent one this year. So, yeah, it's been you got to give those guys some credit. There ain't no doubt about it.
No, I'm just – if you would have told me that they would be struggling like this, I would have thought that, boy, a lot of these young guys they got to depend on have stunk. I mean, they've been pretty consistent here of late, the last month or so, and I think it's been big because now with a guy like Spencer Urquidy and Hunter Brown, Clint, you've got to feel like, hey, these guys are ready for the future, ready for the down line, and you got to feel a lot better about, especially if they can continue this, you got to feel a lot better about the future of your rotation when you know your Christian Javier is going to be out for a while, you know that Urquidy's going to be out for a while, you know you can't depend on Lance that much, you don't know what you're going to get out of Luis Garcia. This was a huge, if anything happens with this season, it was huge that we are starting to see guys that you can depend on.
Ron, to me, out of all the guys you mentioned, there's 2 of them that have just flat-out electric stuff, right? Lance McCullers and Christian Javier.
Right, yeah.
In terms of the guys that are hurt, those are the 2 guys to me that I look at and I go, those guys would be in the rotation in the postseason. These aren't just innings eaters during the regular season because of how electric their stuff is. If you turn around and when those guys are injured, along with a bunch of your innings-eating guys are injured, and you bring Hunter Brown and Spencer Urquidy, and their stuff is as electric as those guys, as promising as those guys, and they pitch well on top of Ronel Blanco, I mean, you got something definitely big time for the future if you can make it all work.
Shout out to you guys, man. I know we've crushed the coaching staff deservedly, but shout out to Josh Miller and company. Done a good job. Yeah, I mean,
they've saved the damn season.
Yeah, Framber's had some up and downs, but one, he's going to be doing that, and hell, man, Framber going to do Framber stuff, like not go with the game plan at times. And then they've just had to deal with a lot of injuries, and that's a lot of this was not what their plan was, and they've been able to make this thing work. All right, as we said, we're live here, Twin Peaks 290. Come hang out with us as we're going to continue here till 6 o'clock, having a good time. Chris Stapleton tickets, your chance to win those as well. You got to be in the building to do so. Hey, did I tell you, fellas? By the way, yes, score still 5-1. Did I tell you, fellas? Nicholas this weekend, they put the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on him. They put the Lou Alcindor rule on him.
What'd they do?
Man. Yeah, man. They
Nicholas, for the record, Nicholas is Ron's youngest.
That's my youngest. He's 4 years old. Just turned 4 in March. He's tried out soccer this weekend. His first time playing soccer. He's played all the other sports. Had a mean flag football season. But he tried.
Soccer's probably really good for a 4-year-old that has too much energy.
Yes.
And most of them do, right?
Hey, listen, I ain't going to lie to you. I wasn't confident on what he was going to bring to the table. But he went out there for warm-ups. By the way, his mom's the coach. He went out there for warm-ups, and I was watching him, and then they had all the kids stand out there together before the game, both teams. He's towering over those kids like he is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It is clear, like, boy, who is going to stop that son of a gun? And I'm telling you, I've said this to you all before, I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know why he is continuing to measure the 90th percentile in height, and I don't know how or why.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Not calm down, Tyler. All right.
How tall is old Red?
5'9". Or 5'8". He's shorter than I am.
Yeah. How tall is Courtney's mom?
5'3".
Well,
Courtney's 5 foot.
I'm searching.
I don't know. I don't have it. It's like my best friend. My best friend Ian, like
Nicholas, going to be the tallest guy in the family, and by the time he's in 8th grade.
My best friend Ian, we joke with him because his mom his mom dated a former football player before she married her dad, but his dad's 5'10", his mom's 5'5". He's 6'6". Nobody understands it.
Well, I got one with blue eyes and blonde hair. I'm checking all the FedEx guys, to be honest with you. Amazon, FedEx, UPS, I don't know where it came
Just
from.
saying, man, some people like to slide in jokes. She used to date Otis Taylor, the former almost Hall of Famer. We try to figure out.
Hold on, Joe.
Try to figure out Ian, man.
Ian, you sure?
You sure? Because Otis is about 6'4". You sure, Ian?
Need a trip to Mari, man.
But listen, they came to Courtney and they told her that Nicholas's goals don't count anymore after he scores 5.
Oh, that's weak.
They said they have to stop the amount of goals a player can score. A player can't score any more than 5, and they won't count.
Oh,
so we're trying to tell him to pass because he came down, he just took the ball away from everybody, and he scored 45 seconds. Like he's
right.
Like I felt like he could probably get 15 in by the half. But they stopped. They made him stop. And they were like, so we're telling him to pass it. So he ended up scoring 6 goals. He ended up scoring 6 goals, but only 5 of them counted. He did get an assist for 2 others, but I mean, I didn't even know that was a rule.
That's so weak, dude.
He's 4. I didn't even know there was a rule, and I'm just like, wow, okay, all right. Got to stop. Got to start passing.
In America, you score as much as you can, and they all count, baby. Someone needs to change something over there.
We've had conversations with the league. We're trying to move him up.
That would be the smart thing to do.
We're trying to move him up to the 5- and 6-year-olds.
That'd be the best thing to do.
Clint, if you out there and watch this, it was unfair.
Well, the best thing Nicholas has going for him is Trey. And Lauren, for that matter, because Lauren can hold her own. But your 2 older kids, he's steadily playing uphill. Everything he does,
he's almost bigger than Lauren.
Well, but I mean, but she's more mature. I mean, it's like he's constantly playing uphill. Then he gets around kids his own age. He's like, what the hell is this? You kidding me? Who are these guys? And he's bigger than him.
I mean, he was just going to just taking the ball. I mean, just kick it. I mean, it was just
manhandling.
Oh, he missed a couple. Hell, he hit the post on like 3 that went out of bounds. He went in there, and I'm just like, I felt bad though, Tyler. I'm looking at him, I'm like, hey, don't pass it.
Yeah,
like,
man.
Pass it.
You shouldn't have to be in that situation.
And then after a while, I just said, hell, man, just keep going. Just score. just score them all.
There you go, son.
Get 10 or 11. Get 10 or 11.
Show them what we're working with, son. Let's go.
Yeah, we did have to pull him off the field to have a fair game between the rest of the other kids.
Yeah, you just pull him out.
We've given him breaks, and then the game went a little bit more flowing. But yeah, we're gonna try to get him into the 5- and 6-year-olds.
Hit the shower, son.
Yeah, just sit down for a little bit, man. Grab your water. I think he ate a donut in between one of them bad boys, and then he went back out there and
that is great.
Scored 2 more. All right, what you got coming up with the 4?
Well, I mean, the situation in Houston is getting hairy. I still think they got a chance. I said I'm carrying my little white towel. I didn't bring it into Twin Peaks today because I didn't want anybody to get grossed out in here. But I'm carrying my white towel. I'm about ready to throw it in on Joe Espada's ass. But last night helped me a little bit. But there's a rumor, a little trade rumor out there floating around with the Astros, one particular player. And I want to gauge your thoughts and gauge the thought of the people on this particular player. How'd you feel if this guy ended up getting traded mid-season? How would you feel? What would it say about the Astros season? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about
advancedhair.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
I like to have a good time. I like to have a party. We got a little party going on for Twin Peaks. I'm sure all 5 locations right now have parties going on with the Astros, playing a little day game here. By the way, Yordan Alvarez just went yard, which means Tyler won a little bit of money. Anytime he gets over 1.5 bases, Tyler wins some money. So he's back there.
And I get turned on.
He's got a double and a homer today.
It'll make your nipples hard, that's for sure. 5. Can I say that on radio?
Yeah,
yes.
5 assists. Giants are up right now, but the Astros are coming. We got a little party going on at Twin Peaks. We're up off 290. Come on through, hang out with us. We're giving away some Chris Stapleton tickets. So anybody in the building that hadn't done it yet, there's a QR code you can scan up front right here. You sign up. We'll give them away at some point during the show. Ron, do you know when we're going to give these away? Bob, Bill, anybody? Anybody know when, how
we'll do it in the 5 o'clock hour. How about we do that?
That sounds good. We'll do them in 5 o'clock fire. Did you say fire or hour?
I said hour.
Okay, 5 o'clock hour. We'll give them away in the 5 o'clock hour. Anyway, come up, scan the QR code. If you're out there driving, you want to hang out, watch a little Astros to end your afternoon, come on through. Scan this QR code. Maybe you can win some Chris Stapleton tickets. He's only one of the best voices active right now in all of music, not just country music. So come on through, hang out with us. Ron, there's the Astros are believed to need to make some kind of move. I read an article this morning. I think it was in The Athletic. Maybe it was on ESPN. Not real sure. But it was talking about how time's running out for the Astros to dig out of this hole, and they need to make a move, some kind of move in order to provide and I can't remember if they were talking about bringing in more pitching or a first baseman. Or I can't remember exactly, but they were talking about needing to make a move at the trade deadline. And the one name that continues to surface and has been surfacing over, I would say, the last 4 or 5 days is Jake Myers. Just before we go to any of the substance behind this, Ron, Jake Myers potentially being traded, how does that touch you?
No, it makes sense to me in a couple of fashions. One, I don't put him in a category as somebody like, oh my God, if you're trading him, like this guy is somebody that's a star that is a no-go, right? Like I think to me, Yainer Diaz is somebody I wouldn't trade or wouldn't touch because of what his potential future can be. But then you look at it from another way. If this team is going to make some kind of improvements, especially to try to help this team, gain ground on the Mariners and get to the postseason, it's going to have to come from somebody who is ready to play at the major league level just because they don't have the prospects to be able to do it. So it would have to be, to me, somebody up here, somebody that is already playing because they just don't have the prospects that people are like, ooh, I got to have that player. I want to have that player. So Jake Myers probably makes the most sense when you talk about the control. And as Tyler said earlier, his stock will never be higher. This is the best he's ever looked, and the highest that people value him will be at this time.
Well, here's J.P. Morosi of MLB Network, one of the talking heads that covers MLB specifically across the league a lot closer than we do. Here he is talking about the Astros should or should not trade outfielder Jake Myers.
I'm going to mention one name that I don't think has been talked about enough as a possible trade deadline candidate, Jake Myers in center field. I mentioned Jake Myers because he's actually playing exceptionally well. It's been, in a lot of ways, the best year that he's ever put together in the major leagues. And for that reason, for a somewhat struggling up-and-down Astros team, because they've got Joey Loperfido, I would say Jake Myers is a natural trade fit to a team like the Phillies, going for it, wanting to maybe shore up that one spot of their club for the trade deadline and beyond, and that clears a spot for Loperfido. I like the notion of putting Myers out there, especially because you've got Loperfido to succeed him, to see what maybe a team like the Phillies would give you at the deadline.
Morosi really leaning into Loperfido. I don't know how accurate that is, and I'm just saying I don't know. I'm not saying he's wrong. I just personally don't know how accurate that is. As I see it right now, is I'm with you. I don't believe that Jake Myers is untouchable. And
he can't be.
I believe Jake Myers, which this is not rocket science, Jake Myers is worth more right now than he's ever been. It's because the last month of his career has been the only thing he's put on tape that is even tradable. It's the only thing that it's the last month has made him a piece where he was a higher rated prospect who now has a month worth of tape that a team can legitimately say we're going to make a move for a everyday center fielder. I do believe that Jake Myers, personally, I believe that Jake Myers, an everyday center fielder level of player in Major League Baseball. The reality of it is with the Astros is you've got options. I don't know if Loperfido is that option. I don't know if White Boy Chaz McCormick is that option.
He certainly was good enough last year.
Exactly. I don't know if Dubon is that option. But they're all very viable options in center field, given that the Astros have put themselves in a position, whether it's with previous moves, having drained your minor league system, or it's digging this hole and having the need to make the move at this point in time. All of that is irrelevant. They're in the position. They could potentially have to make the move. Jake Myers is worth more right now than definitely he's ever been, and probably ever will be, given how hot he was. And you've got options at that position. I think it would make perfect sense. If you do need to move anybody, I think he is the player that is more attractive, that is going to bring back more of a haul than, say, a Bregman, who you got to pay a bunch of money to, who's on the backside of this thing.
He's cheap, and you've got years of control.
And you can't afford to move any of the pitchers, obviously. So it's just nobody wants Abreu at this point in time. So I think there's limited options. And I'll say this, Ron. I don't – the thought that there is not a better center fielder in Houston than Jake Myers right now, I can't get down with that. Jake Myers has been really good, and Jake Myers has played his best baseball. Jake Myers still has not Chaz McCormick did last year.
No.
Come on, one more time, Gil. That man right there. And look, I'm not saying that Chaz should be playing right now over any of these guys. I'm not saying that at all. But what the sample size of Chaz playing center field last year, I mean, at one point in time, he was a top 3 center fielder in the American League in OPS.
He came into the season. MLB Now did their top 10 center fielders, and Chaz was in it.
Yes, and again, I'm not saying Chaz should be playing. I'm simply saying you've got options, and you've got really good options. Jake Myers has not played up to the level of center field that White Boy Chaz did last year. And I'm with you, Ron. I firmly believe that Dubon is a better center fielder and a better hitter than Jake Myers. I think at this point in time, I think that's safe to say. Unless somebody wants to bet that Jake Myers 4 years from now is going to be an all-star center fielder, which it may happen. I could be wrong. It's a risk that I'd be willing to take, man. I think the Astros could be in a position to have to make a move, and I would be A-okay if it were Jake Myers, given that they get the return that is obviously garnered from a prospect of his level.
The scary thing to me with the Jake Myers situation, and even the thought of trading him, is I hope to God they don't feel this way, but I can tell you I'm not 100% sure that they don't. Like, I look at Diaz, who's 25 years old, who plays a premium position as a catcher,
yes,
as somebody like, that's a guy that's going to be a building block.
Untouchable.
And it is untouchable. We want to see through because we believe he has extraordinary talent that can really be an above-average, top-level catcher at his position. He's 25. I think they look at Jeremy Pena, and they should, as a shortstop at a premium position, is 26 years old, that has talent that you feel like, let's roll. The thing that makes me nervous is I'm not 100% sure that they don't view Jake that way. That they don't view Jake playing a center field, a premium position at 27 years old, and view him as a guy. Because the way they have treated him, hell, even before this year, the way they've looked at, they've given him so many opportunities to try to take the job. They walked into this year, he didn't deserve that whatsoever. Dubon was a center fielder as they're going to the ALCS. He's in the playoffs, he's in, and he was productive. And he wasn't even active. Jake wasn't. But they walked into the year and said, that's a center fielder. I'm not so certain, 100% certain, that they don't view Jake as untouchable. And that's the part that is a little bit concerning to me.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you there. It doesn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me one bit if they didn't.
Because that's how they've acted.
It wouldn't shock me one bit. It's just at this point in time, they've dug that hole, and if making some kind of move at the deadline becomes necessary, I don't know that they have any options other than potentially moving Jake in terms of anything that's going to bring back some value, Ron. So there you have it. Jake Myers is not playing today. He's getting a little rest day, a little load management here. Rubber match against the Giants. Game we must, I think, is you need to win this series.
Try to win 3 in a row.
From now on, the series are must win. Like you've got, in order to dig yourself out of this hole, you can't be dropping series. And we're load managing a 25-year-old center, 25 or 27, 27-year-old center fielder. It's that happens to be at least one of your top 9 bats in the lineup. That's a tough one for me to. But I'm old school. I don't. The load management stuff really doesn't sit well with me. I mean, I like the way Tucker. I like the way Bregman. I like the way those guys play the game. Is like I'm not sitting the bench. I'm not resting unless I got a broken hand or my leg is. I got a bone bruise.
Certainly not sitting him to have Abreu in the lineup.
Well, that too. I didn't want to get back on that. I didn't want to get back on that horse. Boys, you ain't gonna believe it. You ain't gonna believe it. The cabinets are in. Home Depot. Cabinets are in, boys.
Thank God.
Holy hell.
Cabinets
the last hour that has been Clint through the brakes, struggling with that. The damn cabinets.
I tell you, man, I'm typically easy to deal with, man. Okay, I paid extra money. I paid extra money for cabinets that were put together and that were delivered next day delivery. Literally said next day delivery. I clicked a button. I said, "Yep, them the ones I want." 3 weeks ago, I've been given every under the sun. Nobody at Home Depot knows a damn thing. Every time I call, if I got to give that order number one more mother freaking time,
where's your damn head at?
I mean, it is disgusting. I've gone from being pissed, I've gone to frustrated, I've been mad, to the point yesterday I told about the 9th customer service agent that I talked to. I said, "Ma'am, I'm just exhausted. I am just."
They give you anything off of him?
He took the guy. This was a week ago. I finally got forwarded to a customer get right kind of deal, and the guy took $250 off, which I paid more than that in delivery fees that never happened. Right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, it was just like, God, I mean, Home Depot has been nails for me up until this order, and I was just, I mean, I had to tell my little girl 4 times yesterday in my morning time with her. I get to hang out with her. I had to tell her 4 times because I'm on customer service call for 45 minutes to hang on, baby. I can't right now. Hang on a second. 4 times yesterday. I paid extra money for these damn things. I paid extra money for these things. I had my contractor this morning tell me, "Hey, Clint,
Did you have to pay extra money to the contractor?"
I haven't yet, but he'll hit me. He hasn't invoiced me. He'll hit me for it. Yeah, he was there waiting, so he's on the clock. Hell, like, you don't work for free, do you?
No, I don't.
Right, I'm going to get hit for it.
Damn,
I mean, he told me this morning, I said, "I got another unit I need to do." He said, "We can't do it like we did this one." So he's pissed at me.
No, I bet he is. I mean, he's running people out there.
And right now I got 14 cabinets sitting out by the street in the middle of the damn day. Ain't no telling who's going to run by there and help themselves. So
nobody will do that.
I mean, luckily it's in favor.
My man here, Ray.
Yeah, right. Where's that?
Luckily, said, "I'm not only going to take them Chris Stapleton tickets. I'm going to take some cabinets."
Arkansas. So we
people writing them down. What size them cabinets, by the way?
Hey man, I got them. Gosh dang, man, it has been an absolute mess.
Now, Tyler, as you're playing this
Home Depot,
this home improvement. Now, I'm Tim the Toolman Taylor in this situation, right? Like he was the one.
I don't know because if you can be Tim the Toolman.
But I'm just saying.
At least alter the name.
But Tim the Tool, he was the one who was always messing up, though, wasn't he?
I see where your head's at with that.
Al Borland was really the one who knew what the hell he was doing.
I mean, Tim knew what he was doing. He was just kind of like a accident-prone type of clumsy guy.
He messed up a lot, though, didn't he?
Yeah, but he knew what he was doing, though. He would just screw up.
I mean, but do you know what you're doing if you screw up the amount of times that Tim Taylor did?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Like, he was always going for it. Because I'm definitely not Al, but Al knew more than anybody else.
Well, I want to be the neighbor Wilson then. I'll offer Clint some life advice anytime he needs it, and I'll just poke my head just right above the studio window in here.
That's one of the more creative
I wish somebody
ideas.
would have said, "Hey, Clint, man, you've had really good luck with Home Depot. Won't you go elsewhere with this order right here?"
Right, Lowe's.
I damn sure wish I should have. Golly, man. I mean, years off my life, Tyler.
Years off
my
relax,
life. At least months. At least months.
Think about it. Get them in there, and they're going to look
now,
good.
if my contractor doesn't get this kitchen done, because it's a college town, right? So, if you don't rent if it's not ready to rent by August 1, it might sit 2 or 3 months.
No, he's
yes, that's what that is. That's $2,000 a month
June
right
12th.
there.
When's he going to get started?
These
Tomorrow?
jacklegs are going to end up. Well, no, he's been started now.
No, let's go now.
But they've already costed me money. If they cost me $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 of rent,
Somebody get this man a shot, man. You got to calm down, man.
Just tell the contractors to go relax at JJ's Live.
Look here,
man. Somebody get him.
Let Ron have about $6,000. Let Ron have about $6,000 on the line. Hell, let Ron have about $6 on the line. He loses sleep.
Man, calm down. Don't see,
am I wrong?
Why do y'all deflect on me? When y'all get mad about stuff, y'all deflect on me. I'm just telling you, calm down, man. It's going to happen.
You know it's not.
All right? Now, I'm not in that position.
After a week, I was chalking it up to, hey, no big deal. It just happens.
That's what I'm telling you right now,
3
man.
weeks in, 9 customer service agents.
You're doing all that homeowner stuff.
Today, the delivery guy didn't have service on his phone.
Yeah, you want to do all that homeowner stuff and rent stuff out. I'm telling you, I'm not about that. All this money you lose.
I've been sitting out here 15 minutes.
Coming up next
on my phone.
As we are live here, Twin Peaks 290. Come on out, hang out with us, get some Chris Stapleton tickets. We'll get you updated on the Astros. They're trying to make this a game and come back, and we'll give you the latest on their best player. All of that coming up next, live on The Drive.
All right, are you ready to be?
Thanks to Planet Fitness, there's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app, thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off 290. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sends this one into center field. Ramos going back, still going back. He's at the wall. He'll watch it go. Yordan Alvarez into left center field. Hit one off the brick wall in right. Now he goes over 399 in left center for home run number 14 on the year. And the Astros back within 2 with a 2-run home run.
Big fella heating up. Big fella heating up, and he put the Astros right back in it as they now trail 5-3 in Sean Dubin, or Doobie or Dubin.
No, he can't have Doobie.
No,
Even though he looks like he's probably hit a few in his time.
Listen, man, come on, man.
Hey.
He's doing gummies.
Oh, you think he's a gummy guy? No, I mean, if anybody's smoking,
I would like to see what his fingernails look like.
What are you going to check his fingernails?
What if he got a long thumbnail?
Oh, just the thumb?
If he got a long thumbnail,
he been splitting them splits.
It's splitting. Yeah, baby.
Hey, what do you think? I know. I mean, Tyler's great at his job. Don't get me wrong.
Well, thank you.
And that was a great joiner right there, picking up that.
He's getting me going with this Rosa
on home. But let's be honest. Do y'all think Tyler's like doing his job like really well, or do you think he just wanted to hear himself win $100 and something again?
When both things
that's
can
an
be
every
true,
night bet.
that's
like,
great.
Tyler doesn't even. I think he's
How much
got
you
an
win off
automatic bet every Astros game.
$185.
$185. Because did you already have it with the double, or did you need that home run too?
I already had it, but
yeah, he got the double.
Oh, you already had it with the double, so you already won it. Well, I mean, it makes you put a smile on your face.
I know it puts one on my face.
I told you well, are we still talking about bets? I told y'all that the worst
bet. You just can't get this nasty at 429.
The worst loss, I guess, of a bet I've ever had, it was turned into a Burger King commercial. Did I tell you that story?
What?
Hold on, what? Jake Plummer, the Denver Broncos, are on the 1-yard line going in. The only thing that beats me is a Baltimore touchdown. Denver's got the ball going in on the 1-yard line. There's under a minute left in the game. Baltimore's winning at the time, but they're not winning by, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was the longest interception return for a while. It was the longest in the NFL. It was 108 yards. You know when?
Oh yeah.
Ed Reed catches it in the back of the end zone.
Did that?
It was Jake Plummer and Ed Reed.
Yeah.
And Ed Reed took it up the sideline. They're winning. My bet's covering. All he's got to do is run out of bounds, take a knee. Game's over.
Or to get tackled, something.
All the way to the house. My bet lost $500.
How did it become a Burger King commercial?
Took that play.
Oh, and they kept playing.
And when he picked it off, they put a Burger King head. Remember, they put a burger. They put a king on. They put a king. I think it was a king crown on Ed Reed's head, and he ran it the other direction.
Yeah.
So I had to watch my $500 go down the drain every time I tried to watch TV.
Yeah.
That is a true story.
Yeah, I would have to turn every time.
It's unbelievable.
I turn the channel.
Not to mention it was Burger King.
You got an issue with Burger King, huh?
I had a buddy with real small hands, so I called him Burger King hands, so it'd be even better. Remember that Burger King commercial?
No,
the guy
the King
trying to make their hamburger look real big.
Yeah,
by
they had
making
the
their
little
guys,
ass hands.
Do you hold his Whopper for him, Clint? Do you hold it?
No, but he did tell me. I would make fun. It was actually Pat Bradley who was. At one point he had the most 3-pointers ever made in SEC history, and for somehow, some way, he had little bitty hands. And I'd always make fun of him, and he would tell me, well, it made his Johnson look bigger.
Good for him.
And Burger King made their burgers look bigger by having guys with little bitty hands.
Yeah.
Right?
Who's that bigger for? Yourself? Like when you're holding it, you're like, wow.
Well, if you're holding it and using the restroom, or if you're holding it and showing it to people.
Yeah.
And Pat was the caliber that would probably hold it and show it to people.
Framber Valdez struggled today.
Huge. Remember back in the day when you take pictures and stuff? Remember Brett Favre got in trouble for that? If you had little bitty hands in the picture, it'd make your Johnson look bigger.
59 pitches is how many Framber threw. Are you done with your being nasty? Good God Almighty!
I mean, I'm talking. No, I mean, if I was going to be flopping down here and talk about that, I was just telling a true story. And Burger King came,
It came through. All right. Transition as we're live here. As I see B. Scott behind us, he's coming up doing a little Texans, Texans report coming up here in a little bit. But I did want to get a couple of updates. One, Framber, we talked about seeing a more consistent Framber. He goes complete game his last outing today. He struggled, to say the least. 59 pitches. He allowed 5 runs on 8 hits in 4 innings, and he got ran after that. But with that home run from Yordan Alvarez, they're still in the game. It's 5-3 as the bullpen's going to try to hold it there. Clint, this one I want to watch. We talked about Kyle Tucker, and I know you didn't want him to go on the IL. He ended up going on the IL, and Joe Espada said it's unlikely that he plays at least Friday, the first game of that Tiger series, but it doesn't want to rule him out. I don't know if you all saw Kyle Tucker trying to move to get in that handshake line.
Oh, Julia.
Like, I mean, if he plays this weekend, I'm just saying my man didn't look close. I don't know what in the world like he has to, what he's going to have to do to get himself ready. But that didn't look like somebody who's going to be playing in a week, let alone this weekend.
Last night was the first time I wished I didn't follow Julia Morales on social media.
Yeah.
She posted that damn video, and I see Kyle Tucker come limping from one side of the screen to the other, and I thought, hell, there's Trey Wright.
You said no way it's negative, huh? That's a hell of a bone bruise.
I mean, it was 8 plus days ago, and he needed crutches.
He does not look like somebody who can run a ball down to the line to catch it. He doesn't look like somebody who can go play right field right now.
And Joe feels the need to, probably not going to play Friday. Well, no, really, what is Wednesday, Joe? It's Wednesday, and he can't even get in the handshake line. No, definitely he's not playing on Friday.
Yeah. I don't know what. Yeah, that looked like that's going to be a little time there. But Kyle Tucker, hopefully something happens and he starts to look better than he did the other day, than he did last night, and he can play very, very soon. But I'm telling you right now, based on what I saw yesterday, I'd be surprised if he plays this weekend.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
What X-rays come back negative and how long it's been?
In any way, shape, or form, a guy get hit with a baseball.
It could be a very, very severe bone bruise, though.
Right. Yeah, I've just never seen. I got hit and it like my what is the shin bone, fibia and tibia, they hit.
Yeah.
And it was a tibia plateau fracture, which is one step beyond a bone bruise.
Yeah.
And I did miss a game.
But you were moving better than.
But it was because I couldn't get hit. Like I couldn't go out there.
But you were moving better.
Better than that?
Yeah.
8 days? Hell yeah! I was out there on Broadway in Nashville hunting.
Okay. All right.
I was back.
You don't have to be 100%
cougar hunting.
I was out there. Yeah. Well, but Tucker ain't hunting with that limb.
Yeah. You crazy?
If he was on Broadway in Nashville, he'd back.
Maybe not Broadway, but he can get down Printer's Alley.
Hey, before Nashville's Printer's Alley. Now you got to go to Printer's Alley.
He can get on the Mumbrium for a little bit.
Yes, indeed.
And track that.
I'm gonna tell you, before Nashville blew up, I don't know if there was any better hunting in the world.
Texans report coming up. Brandon Scott will get his thoughts. Let's dive into this defense. This defense for the Houston Texans. Brandon Scott, Texans report coming up next as we're live here on The Drive here at Twin Peaks 290. Come on out.
All right.
Select request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks with Stoerner and Hughley. Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into The Drive as we are live. We're live here at Twin Peaks 290. Come on out. Your chance to win Chris Stapleton tickets. We got you right here hooked up. Come up to the front. All you got to do is use that QR code, use your phone, and you can register for your chance to win. We will be hooking someone up with a pair of those tickets in the 5 o'clock hour. So come on out and come in and do that. Astros, they currently trail 5-3. We'll keep you updated on that in the 8th inning. But B. Scott's in the building. Texans report as he joins us, and he does this every Wednesday, 4:40. He is in the building. And, look, man, there's a lot. There's going to be a little bit of time, a little dead time before we get to training camp. But everybody is excited for good reason. Everybody's excited for good reason about all the weapons, about Stephon Diggs and seeing what Tank Dell and seeing what Nico Collins, who just got paid, and seeing what C.J. Stroud will look like year 2 with a running game. But the one thing we remember, Clint and Brandon, the San Francisco 49ers, they had a great defense, and that was a big part of why they got where they wanted to get. The Baltimore Ravens got to the AFC Championship game where they wanted to get. They had the number 1 defense. The Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl, got to the AFC Championship game. They had the number 2 defense. Even the Detroit Lions took a big step defensively with Aiden Hutchinson and the gang that they had over there where they improved to get to where the Texans are trying to get to the AFC Championship game. Everybody loves the fun with the offense and what it could be. But my question is, that defense has got to take a stride and step like those other defenses did for them to get where they want to get to.
Yeah, and it's not a doubt about it for me. Like I think it's the question about the team is what exactly are you getting from the defense? You know you've got some promising defensive players. You know you've got a really good defensive coach, if not the best defensive coach, one of the best defensive coaches in football in D'Amico Ryans. But I also feel like it's where the biggest question marks reside with the Texans. Like, we did this segment earlier in the day with Sean Pendergast. I was in for Seth, and we were talking about what would be the things that would surprise you most about the Texans if they didn't work out. And most of it is on the offensive side. The only thing on the defensive side that I could think of that would surprise me if it didn't work out is the pass rush. And so so I'm focused a lot on that, on how critical that is, that he develops into what we feel like and believe he can be, and what the promise was of last year. And then obviously Daniil Hunter and Danico Autry, you're adding 2 double-digit sack guys to your roster. If for whatever reason this was a team that could not get after the quarterback or did not get pressure on the quarterback, that would surprise me, and that's the thing that I think is really important. Last week, paying attention to minicamp, the thing that I was most locked in on was all the defensive headlines that we were getting from, hearing from Will Anderson Jr. to hearing them talk about Azeez Al-Shaair as a leader on the defense to, hearing really just every Kamari Lassiter going out there and making plays. Like, it was a big week for the defense in terms of storylines and anticipation and asking the questions of how good do we think the defense can be.
I think you're hitting the nail on the head. I mean, I think the biggest story, which we don't talk enough about because it's not as sexy as Diggs and Stroud and yada, 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 is the defense. We've talked at length ad nauseum, to be honest with you, about the interior defensive line, I think fairly. I think one thing, too, is as we look at these youngsters, this is an organization, B. Scott, I say organization, D'Amico Ryans and his staff, that they firmly believe in in rookies playing and rookies being impact players and them getting a big chunk of the snaps, right? They're not afraid of that. The former regime gave us every reason under the sun why they could coach them up, develop them, almost drafts them to play early, right? I mean, you can argue when you're drafting guys out of Georgia and out of Alabama, you're expecting them to play right now. They're as developed as anybody in the league, right? But you look up, and I look at two guys on this defense, and tell me if you guys have thought about it from this perspective. Kamari Lassiter, obviously, and the Bullock kid at safety.
Caleb Bullock.
Yeah. If let's just live in this fantasy, this perfect world. If those two guys are legit rookie starting caliber players, right? They're rookies. There's no denying that. But starting caliber players, that changes the game for this defense. I don't think there's any change. Like, I think there's going to be depth issues at linebacker. I think the interior defensive line is going to be a problem. But when you look at the secondary, you can argue right now Jimmy Ward's getting older and he struggles staying healthy, and Petrie was on the sideline.
We'll see where he.
You look at the other two corners opposite Stingley. What is that? You look at the nickel defender. I like Des King, but clearly they're not huge fans. My point in saying all that is, if Bullock and Lassiter end up working out, you want to talk about having not only a great secondary, but an extremely deep secondary if those two guys happen to pan out. And they're trying to push at least one of them, Lassiter. They're trying to push him into a spot where he's damn sure going to play a lot of snaps.
Yeah, the way I look at it is at both of the positions that those two guys play, the Texans are either lacking or in need of another. Like that part you cannot deny. They are either lacking or in need of another playmaker at safety and or at cornerback. So I think it's undeniable that changes the game for you. But I still feel like there are question marks about the defense from like every level, from the interior defensive line to the depth at linebacker. I think you feel good about two linebackers on the team. And past that, if for whatever reason you're running base and who, like your third linebacker, do you feel as good about? Or even if one of those guys gets hurt, God forbid Christian Harris is out, what are you doing?
That's a scary thing.
The depth there is an issue. And then we get to talking about the positions that we just addressed at safety and at cornerback, which, to restate, you either need or are at least lacking one other playmaker. So there is a question at every level of defense. I led this off by saying the thing I feel surest about, the thing I feel best about, is that they're going to be able to get to the quarterback, and maybe that can help everybody. Maybe that can make everybody else better. But there are question marks everywhere else on the defense.
This may be unfair, but I look at D'Amico Ryans at the top of this thing, and of course, obviously, fellas, if there's a rash of injuries, that's one thing. But with D'Amico, who I think is one of the top 3 to 5 defensive play callers and minds in the game, they got enough dudes over there. I know there's some spots that we have questions, but they got enough dudes over there where it's like, he should figure it out. Like, he should figure it out, be good enough to be able to do what they need to do. Because I don't think we're going to view the Texans as a defensive-led football team. But, I mean, when you talk about, we got Danielle Hunter, we got Will Anderson. I mean, that wasn't even close. We got Will Anderson. We got Derek Stingley. We got Christian Harris. We've got Alshire. We've got Jimmy Ward. The guys that they have, they seem to have enough dudes where you give them one of the top defensive minds, they should be good enough to be able to do what they need to do to play with this offense.
I think that's where a lot of the trust and lack of attention to that side of the ball comes from. Mm-hmm. Honestly, like in terms of how we think about offense is sexier, we know that. So we're going to be kind of more inclined or more prone to talk about offense to begin with. But also I think there's an element of trust in D'Amico. You saw what they were able to do last year. I mean, the improvement that they made as a run defense. I know by the end of the year it didn't look like that because they got the ball ran down their throats by, the Baltimore Ravens.
And the Colts, yeah.
And the Colts. But overall, as a unit throughout the season, they were a better run defense. D'Amico Ryans came in there, and you could see them taking to the defense as time went on. So I think that there's a trust factor for the fans and even maybe in the way that we discuss it. And, hey, DeMeco's going to figure it out. But it doesn't mean that those questions don't still exist. It doesn't mean that you should necessarily feel better about the fact that, hey, if Christian Harris gets hurt, you don't know if you've got somebody that can chase around any of the mobile quarterbacks that you're going to have to face.
The injury thing is
you know that's out there. That can happen. It's the game.
We were talking about this, about high school football the other night. And it's like, at some point, having the more disciplined team, having the better schemer, at some point when you get into the playoffs and the cream's rising, at some point all that stuff is a level playing field, and you got to have dudes. You got to have fewer weaknesses. And while I think DeMeco will do work wonders in terms of putting a defense out there and overcoming some shortcomings and getting to the playoffs. Like when you bump up against Baltimore, like right now, if your interior defensive line is not, if there's not a couple of guys that are better players and more dominant players than I believe, and if Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and Autry don't play the run damn near as good as they rush the passer, you run into San Francisco, you run into Philly, you run into Baltimore, you run into, hell, in this division, if things are looking up for Indy, I mean, you run into those teams, DeMeco's not going to be able to scheme you up out of it. So I agree with the thought of, like, to a certain degree, to get you 10 or 11 wins, to get you to the playoffs, but at some point in time, them dudes better wreck shop.
Yeah, and I think part of the trust is not just about the scheme part of it, Clint, but I think the evaluation. Mm-hmm. Like DeMeco and Nick have both built some level of equity over the last year or so, and I think it's not just, hey, he's going to scheme it up, but, hey, maybe Fatukasi must be better than we think.
We're gonna see.
Maybe Tim Settle must just be better than I think, and we'll see. Like you said, we're gonna see about it.
I see, man. That's as comfortable as I've said that.
Hey,
Fatukasi.
I slid that in there, didn't I?
Fatukasi.
I like that. And I'm just assuming that's right.
We did a one day you were out,
just
Ron.
Straight Foley, baby.
I think you were on vacation in Bijani. Bijani was full. He was full naming that joker.
Yeah, he dropped you a Fatukasi.
Oh, he was nailing it, boy. He was good.
That might be where I got it from.
He felt really good about it, boy. Yeah, you could tell he felt good about that.
But think about it. Like, I'm throwing that out there, but I mean, you want to hang your hat on that?
No, I don't. But
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. These questions exist. As good as I feel about Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter on the outside and Danico Autry kind of as this guy that can jump inside and out, however you want to use him. But there are those questions that exist, man. There are those questions. And I want to say I do have some confidence in them being able to figure it out, like to your point, but I do need to see it, and I'm excited about it.
Figure it out with that offense that will lead. This will be an offensive-led team, will lead this team. They don't have to be like the Ravens of old where their defense has to lead the way. All right, that's Brandon Scott. Every single Wednesday he's with us. You can catch his work, sportsradio610.com, as he's running things over there. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock Fire Live. Remember, in this hour, your chance to win Chris Stapleton tickets, where he'll be performing live at Minute Maid August 24th. That'll be given away in this hour. And the Astros, their game just went final. They took an L. They lose this series. They lose this game 5-3. We'll give you the latest and how that went and how that sounded coming up next right here live.
Thinking about this all afternoon.
Nick Caserio, not a huge fan of cheesy draft room celebration videos. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
0-2 the count, and he tries to hold up, goes too far, ball game over. Swing is called by Rob Drake, the first base umpire. That'll be a strikeout for Duvall to end the game and end this series with a Giants 5-3 victory. Giants take 2 out of 3 here in this 3-game set. The Astros end the road trip 3-3 on their West Coast swing to Anaheim and San Francisco.
All right, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf. The Big Dilf. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags, have the latest. And the latest is, one, as you just heard, the Astros, they weren't able to win today's game to win that series. They dropped that one 5-3. We'll get into that in just a second. The other thing is we are live here at Twin Peaks, 290. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, which means you can still get down here. And just to let you know, you probably got about 20-25 minutes before you will lose the opportunity to win a pair of tickets to go see Chris Stapleton. I thought a skinnier version of Chris Stapleton was in the building just now, but you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Chris Stapleton as he'll be here August 24th. And my man thought that was Chris. He was about ready to get your ass to sit that Tennessee whiskey now. But you got a chance to win that. We'll be giving those tickets away coming up later on in this hour. All you got to do is come up and use that QR code, and you'll have a chance. Right here, ma'am. You'll have a chance to win a pair of those tickets. Good time out here at Twin Peaks. She left his ass hanging. He deserved it. He did. Yeah, she said, now you be complaining about them damn cabinets. You ain't getting no high five. But
I mean, Twin Peaks ain't got to do a Home Depot.
Yeah, you're right. But she's a big Home Depot supporter, and she's pissed that you just ran them through the mud here the last 20 minutes.
They've earned it.
That's what she's about. All right, the Astros they fall, and it kind of really starts with the struggles of Framber Valdez. He was amazing in his last start. Complete game. He follows it up today. 4 innings, 8 hits, 5 earned, and he only, it's bad when Framber goes through a time period where he gets 1 strikeout. I mean, with his stuff, with his breaking ball and everything he can do, he's only get 1. It's bad. He only threw 59 pitches in this game, and struggled. And that, to me, Clint, is kind of the start of it. You could see it. He was wild throughout, didn't seem to have a good grasp of control, but it starts there. They lose 5-3, and Framber really disappointing, really struggled. You were hoping you had him on the mound and he could be able to close it out and win this series, but he was unable to do so.
Yeah, look, right with where the Astros are right now with no Tucker, Diaz is out. Today you didn't have Myers. I mean, those are hell your best bat, and then 2 of your top 6 or 7 bats. With those guys out of the lineup, you're going to have a hard time outscoring teams that score 5+ runs. And so it's unfortunate, but that's where the Astros are at right now. With all the injuries to the pitching staff, now you're relying on a bunch of youngsters. Now, Framber wasn't one of them, obviously, but you're relying on a bunch of youngsters, and you just have to have – I mean, those guys have to go out there and shut the opponent down in order for this team to score enough runs right now. They'll get the guys back and be able to get into shootouts and win those games, but right now I just don't know that that's it.
Yeah, no, yeah, I get it with that, and that's why you needed your guys to roll through. They'll get the day off, and they'll go and face the Tigers at home, and they better buckle up. The bats better get ready, because Clint, they're facing the best pitcher who has been the best pitcher in baseball for the Tigers. He is 8-1, and he is nuts thus far. He is. Some people are talking about he could be MVP worthy. So they got a big one coming up, big series, and it starts as they welcome the Tigers in here. So tough one for the Astros. We'll see if they can get back on it after they get a day off and come back home.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, tonight, this is the biggest game of the season for the Dallas Mavericks. To me, they just have to win this thing. They're down 2-0, and yes, I know people say, hey, Boston just just protected home court. They did more than that. Boston played a C game in Game 2, and they still couldn't beat them. And so Dallas has to win this game. They do get some help. Potentially, Kristaps Porzingis may be out for this game. He is listed as questionable with that rare lower leg injury. I know you've been watching these games, Clint. From what you watch, from everything you've seen Dallas before this series. You've seen them do this through this series. The number one thing you think needs to happen tonight for them to get a W and get back in the series?
No Porzingis.
That's the number one thing.
Yeah, look, you're coming home. I think that's going to be a huge swing. And there's no way to deny that Porzingis has just been an absolute game changer. In Game 1, it was on the offensive end of the floor and the defensive end of the floor. And I just think in terms of Kyrie Irving and Luka getting done what they need to do, it is going to be hard to accomplish with Porzingis' long-ass rim protecting. It's just going to be – it's been a major issue. So when you look at them, if Porzingis is out, a major piece offensively in this series, and you lose what I think has been the difference defensively for Boston in terms of him being in that middle and knocking the guys out of rhythm. Losing that changes this series, along with, obviously, as I mentioned, the home court advantage. So I think if Porzingis is out, I like the Mavs to even this series up.
Well, it should be made easier because Gafford, who I think really dominated at times,
Go Hogs.
He had dominated his spot in that Timberwolves series over guys like Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert. He was a problem in that series. Lively was a problem in that series. Clint, they have been dominated in this series by the bigs of the Celtics, and as you said, especially Kristaps Porzingis. To me, I think Kyrie is a big deal. Obviously, I think Kyrie is a big deal, and for me, it is the most interesting thing, Clint, because I believe Kyrie is a great player, and yes, he struggled, but I am not 100% sure that Kyrie can just say, you know what, damn it, I'm going out here and ain't nobody going to stop me. I don't think it's a fluke what guys like Drew Holiday has done, what guys like Derek White has done. They've put size on him. Jaylen Brown has done. Now, maybe Porzingis, if he's not in there in the middle when he drives, can be helpful. But I'm not so certain if it has the ability in this series with the guys that are defending him to impact it the way that people want. Like, I don't know that he can go and get 35.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. So I think he is very important. But I think overall, the others, you said it earlier, the others outside of Luka, and I include Kyrie almost in that, they have got to do something to bring something to the table. And they have been outplayed so much by the Drew Holidays, by the Kristaps Porzingises, by the Derek Whites, by the Al Horfords. They've been outplayed by the Celtics others, and that to me is a really, really, really big piece in this game moving forward tonight.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think it's a huge piece. You talk about home court advantage. You talked about Porzingis. I think the next conversation has to be about the others. I think it has to be about the fact that if you've watched these two ball games, the others being anybody not Kyrie and anybody not Luka, they've been pushed around. I'm not even talking about, let's forget the box score. Like, just watch the game. They can't consistently rebound. They can't consistently knock down shots. They can't they look like they are in a damn wrestling match half the time, getting slung around all over the court. They are getting absolutely manhandled by the Celtics.
They're out there surviving, baby.
And
not surviving.
They've got to be better. At some point in time, they've got to, you don't have to dominate it, but you got to control the paint at some point in time, especially if Porzingis is not out there. You got to knock down shots. You got to be able to move offensively and run some semblance of an offense in order to get open looks and to help these guys out that are going to have to do the majority of the scoring. And the truth of the matter is, none of those guys for the Mavericks, as you said, hell, you might as well throw Kyrie up to this point. You might as well throw Kyrie in the others. Those guys have just been out of sorts. the entire ball game for 2 straight games in the finals.
Yep.
That's got to change.
By the way, going around real quick, Tyler, does Dallas win tonight?
I believe they do.
Clint, does Dallas win tonight?
Of course.
I don't like it. I think the Celtics go up 3-0 and take a commanding lead in this series. I don't like it. I just don't like the matchup for the Mavericks.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, guess what? Drama around the New York Jets. Who could believe that? Are you kidding me? What? And guess what? Their coach and people around don't do things to put the fire out. No, they add more gasoline to it. As Aaron Rodgers, he has decided to skip this mandatory minicamp. He is going on a trip, and that was planned a while ago. But Robert Saleh yesterday, when he spoke to the media, Clint, he said it was something they knew about, but it was inexcused, which went off in a lot of people's brains as an alert of like, hold on, what this thing? Why is he not at this thing? And then today, Robert Saleh said, oh, no, man, I'm going to walk it back. We're on the exact same page. Aaron and I are on the exact same page. There is no issue between Aaron or his teammates for that matter. We addressed it yesterday. It's more of an issue for everyone outside of the building than it is inside, and that's about it.
It's that simple.
This happens continuously with this organization, and there's just always drama. And I hear what Robert Saleh is saying, but what he said yesterday made it a bigger deal. Man, I think it's a big deal anyway. We've talked about
it's a big deal.
Like you were skipping mandatory minicamp.
Well, I mean, like coaches in the NFL, they talk out of both sides of their mouth, and I understand why they do. But at one time they'll tell you how important all this work is, and the next minute they'll tell you, oh, it's inexcused, we're on the same page, no big deal. Y'all are worried about something that doesn't matter. Really? You just got through telling us about how important OTAs are. you just got through telling us how important it is that the quarterbacks are throwing with their receivers and the quarterbacks are getting all the chemistry, and you just told us how important it is. But now it's not a big deal, right? Because it's not convenient for you to throw this one. They talk out of both sides of their mouth. Now, where I'm at with Aaron personally, I don't like it. I mean, it's your job. That dude's making more money than anybody out there. Yeah. Like, your ass needs to be there.
Yeah.
Now,
Reddick isn't there. You understand a little contract issue.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like I get that. But like
quarterback, yeah.
But for me, I need to know more about this because the way I heard it, the way I first heard it was an event that he couldn't miss. It was a very important event that he couldn't miss. Now it turned into something where it was something that was a trip that was on the schedule that he had scheduled before. Like, I need to know what this is. If we're talking about just a little getaway and we're going and spending a couple of days in the darkness or whatever, like that, I really got to question Aaron Rodgers at that point in time. But if this is something that's family related, that is legitimately like ridiculously important, and before the minicamp days were scheduled, he had on the books and they discussed then okay, I can at least understand it. Has he been there all OTAs and throwing? I've seen a bunch of video. It appears that he's been there. Has he been there 90% of the time, and this is just he had to bounce? I need to know more about this event.
Yeah, interesting thing there. When you hear the words unexcused, that is an interesting thing from him, but more drama.
To me,
it just could have been handled.
Is
much
it un
better.
or in? It's inexcused, right?
What did I say?
You said un again, but you will get your point. But I think that term. This is where Robert Saleh screws up, right? That terminology is used
in a negative fashion.
Well, it
sounds
basically
negative.
He's saying he's going to get fined for it.
Yeah, it's saying it's not something that we are okay with.
Right.
In some form or fashion.
But whether if it were excused, then he wasn't going to fine him for it. It's inexcused. He's going to fine him for it, but he's okay with it. Like there's no reason to disclose that information to the media, to the public in that particular situation.
All right, you don't have to hit this one. One more real quick one to pass along. NBA all-time great, the logo Jerry at 86 years old, and Clint Tyler, Ocho, a P1 listener, has pointed out, I had to look it up for myself. I didn't know Jerry West was Jerome West.
He's a Jerome, huh?
Did you know he was
I didn't
Jerome?
know that.
Did you know he was Jerome Allen?
Well, if he's going to hoop, if he was hooping like that, there was
Jerome in the house.
There was probably,
I said Jerome in the house. I said Jerome's in the house. I didn't know Jerry. Rest in peace, Jerome.
Yeah, man. Screw the logo. I'm calling him Jerome from here on out. Anytime I reference him.
I didn't know Jerry was a nickname of Jerome. I got a cousin named Jerome. We call him Jimmy. Jim.
Yeah, Nasty Ass Jim was Jerome.
Nasty Ass Jim was Jerome. God, dog, he passed away. I didn't know Jerome went to Jerry. Did he just pick it? I didn't know that.
That's wild.
I didn't know that. But
somebody gave him a choice.
I'd never really looked at him and thought, that's a Jerome West right there. Jerome's in the house. I see you, Jerome. But rest in peace as he passes away, 86 years old. All right, coming up. Texans season coming up, and this, to me, will be one to watch. I want you to think about this. We'll discuss this on the way back. You inside Twin Peaks, you can think about it. You, YouTube, Twitch, those of you on the text line. Who do you think impacts this offense more? Do you think it's John Mechie or do you think it's Noah Brown? Who do you think impacts this offense more? We'll discuss that coming.
Covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off 290. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. Twin Peaks 290. Be here till 6 o'clock. A little day baseball as the Astros fall and they lose 5-3 today, and San Francisco lose the series as well. They'll get the day off tomorrow, and then they'll host the Detroit Tigers coming up this weekend, so stay tuned for that. Also, your chance still here. We'll do it here coming up after this segment. That's when the time will end. You have to be in the building. You can use the QR code.
Actually, you don't.
You don't? All right. You don't.
It's all done via email, but we'll announce the winner, but you do not have to be in the building.
We'll announce the winner in the next segment then. Announce the winner for the 2 tickets to see Chris Stapleton. We'll announce that winner coming up August 24th at Minute Maid Park. So we're hooking folks up with a good prize right here. Don't let this banner fall on me here. I don't want to take a charge. All right, I think it's a real fascinating situation with the Texans and how they go about handling this situation. And I pose that question on the other side. Do you think will impact this offense more, Noah Brown or John Mechie? And I look at it, I think both of them, they clearly have some sort of feel of them. One with Noah Brown, they brought him in on a 1-year deal. He got injured. They then, Clint, brought him back. They brought him and got him a new contract and brought him back, which means they see some certain level of value that they want to have with him. And then obviously John Mechie, who they moved up in the draft to go get, and they have been with him the whole way. Obviously, he had the cancer situation that we're so happy that he is out of. But they've had feels with him. They looked at him as a second-round pick. That's a premium pick in the draft. So I think there is clearly a belief of value in him as well. And that's why I pose to you all, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. I've talked to some guys here at Twin Peaks. Who do you see? Who do you think has the bigger impact on this offense? Do you think it is Noah Brown, the guy they decided to bring back in free agency, or do you think it's John Mechie, the guy they initially saw a lot in and moved up to go get in the second round?
Ron, I think it's easy. I think it's a no-brainer. I think it's Noah Brown. You look at what Noah Brown won, just the proof that's in the pudding, right? Noah Brown went for $153 against Tampa last year, went for $172 against arguably the 2 most impressive games that C.J. Stroud had.
Yep.
That was big time, and they, if I remember correctly, it was big time moments as well because the receiving core wasn't full in terms of Nico and Tank Dell being healthy. So the timing couldn't have been better. The box score couldn't have been bigger. And that's valuable stuff. I mean, John Mechie hadn't done anything, but obviously we understand why. But John Mechie he's gotten the game a few times and dropped a couple of balls, and that would have been touchdowns kind of deal. We haven't seen him at the NFL level yet have any level of success, and so I think it's an easy, without a doubt, Noah Brown is the guy. I think he is. I think it's lock, stock, and barrel. He is the fourth receiver on this football team, and it's there's no debating it.
I think there's some debating it. I mean, I think there's some debating it. Like I think they actually I think they want to. I think they want John Mechie to emerge. Like, do you think John Mechie is talent-wise the more talented of the two?
No.
Yeah. I wonder if they do. I
wasn't as high as everybody.
Even
else.
When he came out,
when he was coming out, I wasn't as high on John Mechie as everybody else was. Okay, so I'll be completely transparent there. Obviously, we know what he's been through since then, and I think right now I don't think he is on the same level. I've not seen anything.
Well, right now you're right. Right now, the last that we've seen, he is not. But I think the Texans believe that he is.
Oh, the Texans do, yeah.
I think they believe that he is potentially the more talented of the two. But I would believe. I bet if we got closed doors and we sit there and we talk with the offensive coaching staff, led by Bobby Slowick, I bet you they would say, yeah, we feel like our offense would take it to another level if John Mechie and his skill set were to emerge as the fourth option. I think behind closed doors they would feel that way, and so that's why I think. I mean, they moved up in the second round to go get him, Nick Caserio, because they saw something before with the ACL and before obviously the cancer situation. I think it's fascinating what they look, because clearly they see value in both. And obviously I think at the fourth wide receiver position, it'll be whoever, plays the best. But everything we keep hearing, Clint, about, oh, boy, John Mechie, wait till you see him. Wait till you see him. Like C.J. Stroud has been talking him up and talking about how much he's been moving faster and how much he looks and how he's about to come out and be this and that. I think that they really want him to take it. I'm not sure if he's capable. I'm not sure if he is, but I think that is going to be one to really watch.
I'll put it to you like this, man. It didn't matter whether we were watching OTAs, mini camps, or a game. You watch one play and Tank Dell jumps off the screen. His ability to run routes, his ability to change direction, his ability to go up and catch footballs that are outside his catch window, if you will. It jumps off the screen, and you can watch one individual period, and it jumps off the screen. I've seen one practice with Diggs, and it's blatantly obvious why Diggs has a different level of twitch, explosion, change of direction. Like you can see it, boom, right there in individual. There's no debating it. I can tell you this. Watching John Mechie and all those same drills.
It didn't look different from previous.
Nothing stands out.
Yeah.
And look, again, there may be a reason why, but I just don't see how – I don't see what all those guys are seeing with C.J. and D'Amico. Now, admittedly, I don't see but 10% when you go to 1 or 2 or 3 OTAs, right? But at the end of the day, in the little bit of the small sample size that I've seen nothing to where I'm going to come on these airwaves and say, man, that dude's explosive.
For
man,
John,
that dude can run. I've seen the opposite in about a 5% snap that I've seen.
Now, in fairness, for John to even put himself in this conversation, to make this a conversation, we do have to see different than what we saw last year. And it was clear, Clint, he struggled mightily trying to separate from NFL corners. That was a clear thing. And it was something that Noah Brown was obviously better than. As you had 2 games against the Bucs and the Bengals, that is something that he damn sure has to improve upon, and we do need to see it. Like we during preseason, during training camp, we should see a different John Mechie. Or you're right, he won't beat out Sims. He won't get more than Hutchinson.
Here's the beautiful thing: is when you talk about Davis Mills, when you talk about Case Keenum, when you talk about what's the other quarterback that's in camp?
Tim Boyle.
Tim Boyle. He was a kid that I loved. I mean, I didn't love him. Obviously, he's a backup, but he is a talented dude. I like him in a backup role. I saw him in Green Bay when we went down in joint practice with him several years back. I like him a lot. The point is when you look at Nico, Tank, and Diggs, and even Noah Brown, those guys are not going to get much run in the preseason, right? You can argue that in training camp those guys don't need a ton of run in practice, right? And C.J. Stroud doesn't need a ton of run in those moments at this point in time. So you're going to get a lot of Tim Boyle, Case Keenum, Davis Mills in with all of those receivers. Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie, all these guys. Brevin Jordan's going to get some run at tight end. All the rookies, obviously. There's going to be plenty opportunity. It's beautiful for you and me because we're going to be able to watch and see. If this kid's so explosive, why are we not making plays? Right? Or he's going to go out there and make plays. You're going to be like, uh-oh, you got something on you. You got a second-round pick here. There's going to be plenty of opportunity to see what John Mechie's made of.
We'll see it, and we'll see if he takes that role over Noah Brown, because I believe they want him to.
Everybody wants him to.
I believe they think he's the more talented.
Hey, look, I want the dude to come back and be all-pro and I mean, just rip the league up, and I want to watch a documentary about the dude's career in 10 years. But I mean, the truth of the matter is I need to see a little proof there to before you can just go, hey, this guy's got it.
Yeah. All right, Astros take the L today against the Giants. We'll give you the latest update on that, and there's some conversation being talked about with the Astros in terms of trade rumors. We'll tell you the one player that we're hearing about a lot. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from Twin Peaks off 290. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, they were right here. You're talking about $500, right? When they didn't give the last.
The Drive is live, boys. We doing a radio show or what? Anybody there?
We're live. Sorry about that. We're announcing the winner to the Chris Stapleton tickets as Tyler had to hold it down. Didn't hear you out there. The Drive is live. We are live here at Twin Peaks 290. As we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Come on out, hang out with us a little bit more, and have a good time as we're here for a little day baseball. The Astros, they lose 5-3. 5-3 as Framber Valdez struggled to get through 4 innings, only threw 59 pitches, and gave up 5 runs. And the bullpen held him down, but outside of that 2-run homer after the 5 runs were given up, the Astros couldn't get things going, and they took the L today, and they lose the series. So they head back, and they get a day off. That stops back-to-back series where they won over the Cardinals and the Angels, and they lose this series against the Giants. But they got to start winning series. They're going to have to get a couple of sweeps somewhere around here to catch things up. As the Mariners, they've won 2 in a row against the White Sox. Now goes to 8 with them playing tonight, as they're 8 back right now of the Mariners, who are playing much better. Ever since the Mariners saw them in that 4-game series, they're playing so much better, and they're adding to this lead in the West right now.
Well, Framber Valdez picked a bad time to peak, didn't he, a couple years back?
That's what I said, man. Is that done? Are we done? Are we done with peak Framber?
I mean, it's hard to think that he's going to get
that
back.
him?
I mean,
was that his peak?
I mean, what was it? 26 quality starts? 25? How many was it?
It's 25 straight quality starts, which was a record.
I mean,
he led the American League in innings, which he still does that.
My man set the damn bar awfully high. I mean, this is like the Framber Valdez that I think I was constantly scared of, because you remember hearing over the last handful of years, hearing about the mind coaches. What am I talking about? The psychologists, sports psychologists, and all that kind of stuff. So when that starts popping up, dealing with a guy, there's clearly some issues that he's having to deal with. I mean, this is the worst case scenario, because to me, that's what a lot of this has to do with, like the inconsistencies. When he's great one moment and then he's not the next, and he's bad the next, and when he gets frustrated on the mound and loses it, the wheels come off. Like, I think a lot of that is mental, more so than anything else. And so I don't know how you get a grasp on that overnight.
No, I don't. It's sad, boy, because you looked at him and you thought, boy, you're gonna have an ace for years.
Yep.
You got a dude you can depend on for years, and at this point, man, I just it's the consistency, because he can give you're not surprised what he did in his start before this one, where he can go complete game and just be dominant the way he is. But these type of starts are not just every so often. These type of starts where he gives up 4, 5, 6 runs, that is starting to happen more and more often than just being every 10 starts Framber has a weird, nasty, off day. This is happening more and more often, and that's what we see with his consistency. Remember, coming up behind us, the Texans All Access. You'll be joined by Heisman winner and Andre Ware. He'll join the crew coming up after us. And Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. They will, I'm sure, be discussing what happened in San Francisco today, but no post game from them. So be a full show for Area 45 coming up behind Texans All Access, which follows us. All right, Clint, when you hear, because this has been coming out, we've heard names of Bregman. We've heard names of Presley. Those names we've heard a lot. But the name we're starting to hear potentially for the Astros, Clinton, are making moves to try to improve their roster, or they're making moves to try to improve their roster, down the line, not necessarily this year to get in. Jake Myers is the name that is starting to circulate more for the Houston Astros. We've seen the best out of Jake. He's 27. One could say, damn, it finally clicked for him, and now he is playing and swinging the bat like they thought he could. He's in center field, a premium position. When you hear Jake's name being talked about in trade rumors, is that something you're good with?
If it has to happen, yes. And I'm not talking about if Jake has to happen. I'm talking about if the Astros feel the need that they're in a position to where, in order to keep their chances alive, in order to keep this window open, they've got to make a move, and they feel like the only way they can acquire talent is moving Jake Myers. I don't have a problem with it. I think Jake is at a point right now where the value, you're going to get value in return. I think you've got options in center field with White Boy Chaz and Mauricio Dubon. People are throwing Joey Loperfido in there as well. I think you've got options in center field. I think it's convenient timing right now for folks to be on the Jake Myers bandwagon. But truth be told, we've seen a better stretch of baseball out of Chas McCormick last year. We've seen better stretches of baseball out of Dubon over the last year and a half. And so it's not crazy to think that they could potentially move Jake Myers. I don't see – I think Jake Martin's a fielder in Major League Baseball. I don't think he's untouchable.
Yeah, we got people saying no. No,
Fair.
Jake untouchable? I mean, like I said, I could see some people saying, man, finally, it's finally connecting and hitting. But I don't – like when I watch Jake even at his best, like for real, Tyler, like when you see Jake at his best, what do you see Jake?
What do you mean?
I mean, at his peak. Because if I said Yainer Diaz, you see at his peak, you could see a 30, 35-plus home run hitter with power that from a position that you don't normally get that production from. But when you see Jake, I mean, what do you see at his best?
I mean, an athletic, super athletic outfielder that can move around, get to the ball for you, and at the plate. Not that quite level of power, but a power hitter to an extent, maybe a 25 home run a year type of guy.
But you've seen special players. Like, you don't get the sense that he's special. Like, there's no sense that, man, this dude's about to be George Springer.
Yeah,
there's
right.
no. I mean, there's at least I don't see that, and maybe others do. I don't see that. So, to me, to think that he is at 27 and what he has shown thus far is untradeable. I couldn't see that. I'm not saying they just need to, but I mean, I would say it's it's off the table. If that is a move they can make that can improve this team now or later, to me that would be the move to make sense. Makes sense to me.
The Astros are just as good of a baseball team. They have just as good a chance to make a run in the playoffs if they do get there. They have just as good a chance to climb out of this hole that they're in with Dubon in center field and Dubon at the plate. I don't know what it's going to look like 10 years from now, but right now they've got just as good a chance with Dubon handling center field and damn sure swinging at the plate.
Yeah. So we'll see what they do there. Yeah, I'm with you. That's the other thing. Like Yainer Diaz goes to catch. Who's the option behind him? Caratini? Salazar? I mean, those aren't long-term options. Those other guys you could roll with in center field if need be with this team. As we said, coming up, Texans All Access behind us with Andre Ware. Stay tuned for that. Area 45 tonight with Bijani and Creighton. Someone texted in the mismanagement of Framber Valdez. Why would you let him pitch a complete game when none of the other starters go over 5 or 6 innings in a game? I don't think that's mismanagement of him. He had it rolling, and of all the starters and pitchers on this team, his arm, he has rubber arm. Like, he's a guy, like I said, he has always, the last 3 years, Clint, been amongst the league leaders in innings. He led the league in innings 2 years ago when he had that top 5 finish. I don't blame any mismanagement. Like, I get on Joe about, I don't think that was the wrong move for him to go complete game. He just sucked today. I mean, that's just simple.
That's all beyond me, man. That sucks. That's the science of this thing. Each guy and how they pitch, the mechanics behind it, how young they are, how they're built, like all of that goes into that conversation or that formula of should a guy pitch a complete game, should he not, yada yada yada. I don't know what that looks like or what it doesn't look like. I have a really hard time, based on what I've seen from Framber Valdez, blaming or even leaning into the fact that the last outing he threw a complete game is why he came up and gave 5 runs up and only threw 59 pitches today. That's tough for me to get behind. But I don't know the science and the technical, the mechanics and all that behind it as it pertains to Framber Valdez. So that's probably not for me to figure out.
I don't see that. Tyler, I hope you've already put money on this Celtics Mavs game. It's just been announced that Kristaps Porzingis is ruled out for Game 3.
Yes, sir.
He is ruled out. I hope that.
I jumped on that spread for the Mavs before that was announced. Yeah. I got on -1.5, and it's already jumped to 3.5.
There you go. Porzingis is out. So this is the best scenario for the Mavericks. I mean, if they don't win this game.
Yeah.
If they don't win this game with Porzingis, they should dominate this, and win this game tonight, because there is a real fair argument, Clint, that Kristaps Porzingis has been the biggest difference maker in the series, because every time he has come into the game, in particular in the first quarter, in these first 2 games, the game has changed. It's completely changed every time he has come in. And now with the latest news in tonight's Game 3 NBA Finals, he is listed as out. Porzingis is out for the NBA Finals. Damn, Tyler, this is a hit to your little bet that you have on the MVP odds.
Yeah, the future MVP bet. That's okay, though. That's okay.
Damn it. I was hoping you. I thought that was a good outside shot.
I tell you what, that was going to be a hell of a bet, especially the way that first game started. But this just gives the Mavs a shot, man.
Yeah, they ought to win this thing.
It went from me having a really difficult time defining how they even compete in this next game to.
That's a big piece.
Hey, man, it's a big piece on both ends of the floor, man. I mean, at any point in time, Porzingis could give you 20+. And on the defensive end of the floor, he's long. He's a rim protector.